माननीय सभासदों, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी,
अगर नारे नहीं लगाओ तो उचित रहेगा.
If you don't make slogans here, it will be nice. Honorable members, I am sad to share the information about the sad demise of our three former colleagues. Shri Kali Prasad Pandey was a member of 8th Lok Sabha and from Gopalganj constituency of Bihar. He was an MP and he has been a member of Bihar Legislative Assembly. Shri Kalis Prasad Pandey passed away on 22 August at the age of 78 years in Delhi. Shri Rameswar Dudi was from Rajasthan and his constituency was Bikaner. He was a member of 13th Lok Sabha and he has been in Food and Public Distribution Committee. He was the chairman of this committee and he has been the member of Rajasthan Legislative Assembly and he has been the leader of opposition in the assembly and he passed away in the age of 62 years on 4th October 2025 in Bikaner. Shri Sham Sundar Lal was a member of 6th Lok Sabha and the then Bayana constituency. He belonged to, he represented this constituency on 28th November 2025. He passed away in Delhi at the age of 89 years and now we will observe silence and we now observe silence for these people.
ओम शांति. प्रश्नकाल.
Question hour.
क्वेश्चन नंबर 41.
Question number 41.
माजी. प्रश्न संख्या बोलो.
Please tell the question number.
On the table of the house, sir.
माननीय सदस्य.
Honorable member.
मेरा ये प्रश्न था, क्या
Want to know from Honorable Minister that Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution in the Odisha's hilly area for making some standards. Is there any plan of the ministry so that the villages in this area can be covered and through PDS some centers and storage centers and godowns may be established so that the beneficiaries may be supplied this ration and they may not go to far places? If yes, then in the district like Mayurbhanj, is there any planning of implementation of such policy and what is the timeline? Honorable Minister. Sir, I want to say that in the whole country, wherever it is required, and FCI has godowns and they do through PPT and they use FCI godowns also, and state governments godowns are also used, and in some remote areas or in hilly areas, in all areas we have our networking. It's perfect. Wherever the need arises, FCI will hire godowns also as the need arises, and fair price shops are also are to be controlled by state government. This is the work of state government. We are using technology and under the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Ann scheme, we are providing 5 kg ration as rice and wheat every month, and under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, we are doing it. Honorable members, supplementary. Sir, I want to know from Honorable Minister, will the government ensure this, and what steps are being taken in this regard, that all the eligible beneficiaries in my constituency, especially the tribal area people under AAY, they are excluded from this list. They should be identified, and BPL ration card should be issued to them, and under Antodaya Anna Yojana, they should be included. And till they are included in the list, such families should be provided with subsidized food grains. And what arrangement will be done by Honorable Minister for this? Honorable Member, when there is start question, then you please ask in brief. Honorable Minister. So the beneficiary has to decide it, whether he is under targeted PDS or Antodaya scheme. They provide 5 kg, and under Antodaya scheme, we provide 7 kgs to everybody. And as far as the question of distribution of card is concerned, it is the task of state government. But using the technology, time to time, eligibility criteria is decided by the state government. And if there is something wrong is reported, we conduct survey through technology, and we inform the state government. Verification is done, and it is decided who has to be included in BPL list, and this is the task of state government. And if he has some concern, he can give it to me in written. Honorable members, I would like to request honorable members and the ministers that if the questions are asked briefly, and honorable ministers are also requested to reply briefly, then because there are 20 questions in the list of lottery, and it's very difficult to include them all, and other members can also get opportunity, so you should make such effort. I request all of you.
श्रीमती रूप कुमारी चौधरी, श्री नरेश मस्के,
हमारी सरकार
Sir, our government every year under National Food Security Act, approximately 2 lakh crore rupees are spent on this scheme. In 2015, Shanta Kumar Committee, it was recommended to decrease it up to 40 taka, so that the subsidy may be targeted in better way. Will the government rationalize PDS coverage and will improve subsidy target? And will the government accept the Shanta Kumar recommendations, and are they taking any steps? And a well targeted DBT system is being considered seriously by the government?
फूड सिक्योरिटी एक्ट के अनुसार
Sir, as per Food Security Act, 75% rural population, 50% urban population are being covered. They are being provided ration free of cost through Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana. It is in operation. So right now there is no such proposal. So we request the states that to improve
गरीब कल्याण अन्न योजना डाटा विथ आधार, उसमें जो मर जाते हैं, मींस डेथ होता है,
if some people pass away, then CBTT, income tax, motor vehicle ownership, GST and MCA, all such subjects will be matched, and we send it to state government, and eligibility criteria are decided by state government, and we provide 75% and 50%. No change has been done in this.
स्पीकर सर आपके माध्यम से
Honorable Speaker, sir, through you, I want to know from Honorable Minister that there are some leakages in the PDS. And when we talk about special districts, 112 aspirational districts are there, right?
which are both aspirational, and what we are seeing is that because the leakages and the beneficiaries not getting the due चावल जो नहीं मिलता, तो 8 ट्राइबल पीपल ऐसे थे कंधमाल में जो मैंगो कर्नल खा के वो बीमार हो
There were 8 tribal people, 2 of them died, so there are some leakages in this scheme. And mobile connectivity is also a challenge in my area. Will government think about some universal basic income? Will you provide some basic minimum amount in addition to PDS? If we talk about the National Food Security Act of Government of India, we have to provide food security, and we are regularly giving it. And in 2020, from COVID time up to 2029, under Pradhan Mantri Garib Anna Kalyana Yojana, we are distributing food grains to the people. If there are some leakages, this is the responsibility of Government of India. And if after this, when it is distributed to the fair price shops and ultimately it goes to the beneficiary, then it is the responsibility of state government. If there are some complaints, we write to state government to take some action, and all 25.8 crore ration cards and
are digitized. आज almost 100% digitization करके
almost 100% digitization has been completed, and we are going ahead on this road, and through thumb impression, biometrics, and through iris scan, we identify it, and except this with EPOS and e-weighing skill, weighing machine is also being connected, and targeted poor people are to be catered. We are making efforts. If there's some specific complaint, they can write to me.
Number 42. क्वेश्चन नंबर बोल दें जी माननीय सदस्य
Please tell question number.
क्वेश्चन 42
ओके माननीय मंत्री महोदय
Honorable Minister,
पटल पे रखा गया है।
the statement is laid on the table of the House. Honorable Member. Sir, he has informed that during 74th round in the annual survey conduct there was the problem, and what efforts have been made to eradicate these problems. Sir, if I talk in Bihar after taking the services of the people who are working in this statistics and program implementation department, now they have been fired by the government. Will they plan to hire them again? Sir, if you talk about the 74th round, some suggestions were received for the development of infrastructure, and some effort should be made in this regard. But if we talk about the methodology which was used at that time, there was some problem in this, and it is not very important for us. So a technical report was presented, and that is why the survey was not conducted, was not presented. As far as the honorable member has some concerns about Bihar, I don't know about it. If there is any other question, I will reply to it.
सर वहां तो फिर से
So they have formed the government again, and he has formed the government again. Will Honorable Minister give any assurance about it? Sir, I cannot give any assurance on behalf of them.
अनिल देसाई
Thank you, Speaker sir. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister through you a supplementary on this question. Sir, service sector has been contributing the most as far as compared to industry also, and being the highest contributor towards our GDP and the economy. The growth in the service sector, which has been there, we have seen the trajectory also and projections also in the coming years. This is very important that subsectors which have been divided in the service sector like trade, transport, finance, real estate, every sector assumes great importance and data set has to be there. Like manufacturing or industry, we've been giving core sectors also. As stated in the answer, that in the 74th round, there was a hitch which developed regarding the methodology to be adopted, and only technical report was given. Now, in this, every segment assumes great importance. What the methodology or what the basic concept the government is trying to come about the entire concept, because this assumes great importance in the sense that employment now which is come down from public sector to private sector, and private sector is playing important role in the economy. What steps are being taken by the government to see that this comes in the public domain, and according to that, what steps would be there for the development in this sector?
So there is no gainsaying the fact that services sector is one of the most important sectors contributing to our economy. I accept his version of this. However, the service sector can be divided into two parts. One is the incorporated sector and the other is unincorporated sector. As far as the unincorporated sector is concerned, the government has been taking out surveys since 21-22. And reports on incorporated sector is concerned, after the 2016-17 technical report, there was a survey, small survey conducted in the last part of the last year and the beginning of this year. So this was a pilot study. The full-fledged survey, and from which year will this survey be taken as the base year, will be announced on 28th of February. So far, sir, all surveys have taken 11-12 as the base year. Sometimes people say that it is rather late for us to be taking 11-12 as the base year. But on the 28th of February next year, 26, we will decide which will be the base year from which the survey will be conducted, and it should be conducted thereafter for the incorporated sector as well.
Sudhakar, question number.
या सरकार क्वेश्चन नंबर 42 के संदर्भ में
Question number 42. Sir, I want to know from Honorable Minister that in Bihar, especially in the rural areas, the banking facilities and health facilities has not been available, and what are the reasons for this? Will the government take any step to develop service sector, and is there any such planning? So the question is related to the surveys, and this is not related to the development of Bihar and some areas in Bihar.
Question number 43. Sudama Kaji or Bihar.
The same questions was related to Bihar. Sir, statement is laid on the table of the House. Honorable Speaker, sir. Sir, social media is a very important subject, and it is playing important role in the life of everybody's life. Either it is positive or negative, it is affecting everybody. And we have seen, especially in the youth, so many apps are there which are related to caste, religion, area, and there are so many groups, and they are dividing the society.
social media.
Social media, and the answer given by the minister said that if this happens, then we'll do that, and there is a provision for this and that. He has not told that after the destruction of your life or after some accident occurs, somebody dies or somebody is killed, then this will happen. This kind of answer is not proper. Brazil or some other countries where Singapore, Finland, America, US, they have implemented some conduct rules. And now you're talking about the internet rules after coming from Bihar. Bihar is my request that the government, if they feel right, the social media is okay, but the security of this nation or for the coming generations, the youth who are facing this domestic violence. Honorable Minister, sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, Honorable Speaker, sir, we'll give chance to you to speak, to ask the second supplementary question. We will give you supplementary, please. Honorable Speaker, sir, social media and fake news about that, the subject which has been raised by honorable member here is definitely a matter of great concern, and
that fake news is a threat to our democracy today. और हमें सोशल मीडिया पर
and on social media, this fake news on AI generated deep fake, we have to take strict action in this regard. And the way in which the social media platforms are being used or misused, and there are so many ecosystems which have been created which are not following the Constitution of India. And in this way, many laws passed by this August House are not being followed. On that, strict action is required, and definitely strict rules are to be made. And recently, some new rules have been made. Within 36 hours, takedown rule has been initiated recently. AI generated deepfakes are going to be identified, and on that, action is going to be taken. That kind of new rule has been drafted or published. Consultation is going on in this regard. Parliamentary committee also has done wonderfully well in this regard. I want to congratulate Dishkant Jobiji and all the members of the committee that they have taken good very action and detailed report. Yesterday only they have tabled here in this August House, and many good proposals are there how this law can be made stricter. And honorable speakers, ultimately the fake news stage social media on this is a very fine delicate balance between freedom of speech and protecting our democracy. And this fine balance has to be maintained. The government has taken this stand. Honorable Modi ji has, uh, through this digital media in this country, the new revolution which has happened in the democratization of technology, and there are good effects which can be seen, and we have to take into cognizance these things because social media, in a way, is a platform also to everyone to project their views, and all these points are to be taken into consideration, and institutions and the trust in the society has to be strengthened further. On that, the government is working, sir.
Adhyakji,
Honorable Speaker, sir, when some photo or something or maybe religion kind of thing in case of Manipur, social media has played a vital role, and rather they have created this tension in the society. If they upload some photograph, please ask your question. This is questioner. You please raise your question, honorable speaker. So I'm saying that I'm coming to that only. Like in the case of betting, this Mahadev and some other gambling stores, 18% youth have committed suicide because of this. I'm concerned about the youth of our country, and this social and family uh, life which is there in the tension is growing. I want to say this much only, that whenever something is uploaded here, on the social media and news channels, how they pick up and raise this kind of myth or this kind of mistrust. This is not verified also, and before that no permission is being taken. How and why it will happen? No action is being taken in this regard. Strict action must be taken. Strict action is required. Strict laws has to be made. This is my request. And in any way, this kind of uploading should be stopped. In this regard, there should be some law, sir. Honorable Speaker, sir, the honorable member has raised this views about the online betting. And through you, I would like to say this to August House. I would like to say with clarity that Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji has made a very strict law about this online money gaming, how to regulate this, and because of that, in the country, crores of families are getting the benefit of that. And the way like cancer, this online money gaming was happening, it was being propagated and maybe publicized, and after the spreading of this thing in the society, there was a lot of problem which was happening. On that, new strict law has been made, and Honorable Modi's government is not going to take any step behind in taking strict steps in this regard.
CP Joshi.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister about 5G and in Rajasthan, and you have done a lot, and I thank you for that. I thank Honorable Prime Minister also that in the far-flung areas where the network problem was there, in hundreds of numbers, towers have been erected. And my question is this, those 5G companies, spectrum companies, those who have started working, before that the uncovered areas where this fundamental network, basic network which has to be provided for this providing of basic infrastructure, whether government is proposing anything, or if yes, then in which in the areas where this 2G, 3G network is not there, whether there's some special deadline of time has been fixed for that. Honorable Speaker, sir, although this question was about the fake media and social media, but honorable member who has raised this question, honorable minister concerned for this telecommunication would respond to this.
क्योंकि इसमें है
Please ask me brief because more than 25 members have requested for the supplementaries in this regard for this question. It's very huge matter of great concern for the youth, and for the whole parliament is raising the concern on this matter, and the government is bringing the policy through the parliamentary committee. Also recommendations have been made in this regard. We can discuss again on this matter. Thank you, Honorable Sir.
Minister listed the rules and mechanisms, but the reply has given zero data. Can the minister confirm whether the government has taken even a single punitive action against the major news channels or the influential social media accounts spreading fake news about the opposition leaders' farmer movements in the past 2 years? If yes, kindly name the cases. If not, why does the government selectively target only the criticism of the union government under the so-called fact-check unit? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Speaker, sir, the government as well as the Press Council of India, both of them have been very actively looking at any complaint which comes against any TV channel or any newspaper. This is something which is very important for protecting our democracy. We must always be aware that anything which is sold in the name of freedom of speech, but it is a fake news or a fake narrative, must be actively countered. And this is the responsibility of the central government as well as the state governments and the civil society also. We must collectively work towards making sure that the trust in our society is maintained and that is further strengthened. And for that, as far as the central government and its institutions are concerned, we will continue to take any action which is required for curbing the fake news.
Question number 44, Sri C.N. Annadurai. Sri G. Selvam.
Question number 44.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय,
Sir, a statement is laid on the table.
honorable member,
Thank you, sir. Sir, well, the ministry has started the 5G services have been launched across all districts. Large packets of rural Kanchipuram still report weak or no 5G signal, especially the blocks of Uttaramerur, Valajapat and Acharapakkam, affecting student, small business and service delivery. May I request the honorable ministers to specify whether the government will prioritize the underserved rural clusters of Kanchipuram for additional 5G BTS installation under any ongoing or upcoming schemes, and the timeline for the ensuring full rural coverage in the district.
Sir, today, if you look at the 5G, more than 99% of the districts, that is 777 districts out of 778, have 5G coverage. The 5G coverage today, out of 1.2 billion people, 120 crore people, 36 crore people have 5G handsets and are using 5G services. Sir, the issue of the 5G coverage in rural villages is not just about the 5G towers or BTS. It is about the handset latching on to the 5G. When it comes to their own districts, today we have 37,000 5G BTS are in Tamil Nadu. In their own two villages, Tiruvannamalai and Kanchipuram, we have 224 and 231 villages with 5G BTS. This is on par with average of the rest of the India, sir. Thank you. But in addition to that, government has done an exceptional work to accelerate the 5G services, sir. By enabling TSPs, reducing their bank guarantees, removing the spectrum usage charges. Therefore, they can invest a lot more money in additional BTS and accelerating the services, sir. And this is a continuous process. Thank you.
now Sri Krishna.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to ask. Sir, I'm not going to ask about 5G, but actually ask about 4G. So the district I come from, Palnadu, has a lot of tribal population. In mandals like Ballapalli, Veldurti, Macharla, these 3-4 mandals have a lot of ST population and lot of PVTG habitations also. PVTG habitations also. The question I have is that, yes, I appreciate the ministry for actually rolling out indigenously manufactured 4G equipment, almost in 97,500 villages across the country. But in these PVTG habitations in my constituency, land has been allocated, and but for such a long time, this 4G network has not been rolled out in these PVTG habitations. So I request, is there any timeline that they can give us that these PVTG locations can be given access to this 4G equipment? And if so, if there's any priority also given to this PVTG habitation, that will be great. Thank you, sir.
Sir, when it comes to 4G, we have planned for around 27,000 towers across all these underserved areas, sir. These areas are far-flung, remote areas. Access has been an issue. Forest clearance, environmental clearance has been an issue. Therefore, our Honorable Cabinet Minister Scindia ji has written to individual chief ministers. I myself has written to each MP on exactly what the problems in that related area, so that we can coordinate with the local MP along with BSNL, who is an implementing agency, and the state government, so that we can accelerate this process, sir. When it comes to individual villages, there are variable factors, and it is very hard to give exact information on what it is. But we are here to address all those issues and accelerate, sir. And this Palnadu district is actually my own hometown, sir. I am happy to work on that. Thank you.
Sri Abdul Rashid Sheikh.
सर मैं ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर साहब से
Sir, I'd like to request the Honorable Minister that in North Kashmir, in the border areas, Karnam, Machal, Gurej, Uri, their 5G, 4G is a far-sighted this thing. Mobile towers are required, and phone connectivity is not there. and Gujarati kind of villages. I've seen that for 5 days they are requesting LG Saab, CM sir, that we may be given at least the mobile facility. I would like to request to him that whether by his mercy and the department of him will please say that in the border areas, there's especially Kupwara, Baramulla, as he mentioned that in all the MPs have been written about that. I'm from that area. I have a lot of pain in this regard. I may please be given the relief in this way.
ये प्रश्न के साथ
This question, and apart from that, sir, the honorable member who had raised the question, is a very serious matter. And today, in the telecommunication area, this is not a luxury, it has become a necessity. And through this, the people of a country are connecting with the world. And considering this thing, Honorable Prime Minister has taken resolution that 100% 4G saturation has to be ensured in the country, and Digital Bharat Nidhi, from that fund, this amount has also been released. And in the answer, it was mentioned that almost 47,000 towers, for that the fund has been given. And I'm glad to inform you, sir, and through your that to tell the House that in last 1 year's period, almost 25,000 towers have been erected in the country. The rest of the 12,000 towers, in which our honorable member had raised this matter about Kashmir also, the matter has been raised by the honorable member. This is the work in progress.
इसके पीछे कई कारण
There are many reasons behind that. Some reasons I would like to put before you. In some areas, survey has not happened, where some right of way access is not there at some places. At some place in the state, government's permission is required. So, in the month of April, about every tower we had done this analysis, and in 2,400 reasons are there. Which each reason has been pointed out, and with the state government we have done the communication. We have talked to chief ministers, minister of state, and myself have talked about that. And in the house, I'd like to tell with all happiness that 2,415 matters, out of which last Monday we had done this calculation that 1,990 issues have been resolved and implemented by us successfully. And this matter, our ministry and our government of India is taking on a weekly basis. I would like to ensure you that the target which has been set by us in last one by more than 1,000 towers, and more than 1,200 towers will also be erected very shortly. In Jammu Kashmir is also one of the area where we have to do this, and 100% saturation because of the resolve of Honorable Prime Minister. By next year, we will do that.
प्रश्न दूरसंचार से
This telecommunication service providers matter is raised here, and in the telecommunication services, the government, the Sanchar Sarthi app, which is there, this compulsion about this loading of that, this order has come, and the minister has given the clarification that that app can be preloaded, but after that you can disable also. The choice is there with the users. That kind of clarification has come from you. But since I myself from the computer science and software background, when the system in that preloading requirement is there, then after even disabling, all the features would be disabled or not. These users may not come to know about that. So definitely at some point, this kind of right of privacy has been attacked maybe, and the scooping questions which are being raised on that, the civil rights also activists are and the computer science experts also have raised this concern. On this, what would like to be the answer of our Minister Dipender ji? I congratulate you for your question, and through your question on this August House
know that we have n number of thousands of qualified graduates with whom we can fill up these vacancies. And I request through you, sir, to take urgent steps to fill up these vacancies. Second, sir, approximately 6.5 lakh teachers are on contract basis, ad hoc basis, guest lectures. They have no job security, no proper salary, no proper working conditions. This issue must be addressed. Thirdly, sir, the UGC regulations of 2024 and 2025, it's an insult to the teaching community. They all want to be undergo now again this TET, teacher able text once again. It affects the professional decency of these people and academic autonomy also. So these guidelines must be scrapped. NEP is another area of concern. NEP 2020 is against federalism and it must be dropped. Sir, moreover, the 7th Pay Commission recommendations are not at all not implemented completely. And the Finance Act provisions 2025 are also another challenge because pensioners are not getting genuine fair treatment. Pensioners are not prisoners. They should get fair treatment and it should not be under, they should not be under the mercy of government. So like that, there are number of demands. And finally, sir, the Higher Education Commission, that bill is to be introduced in this house. That is another example of over-concentration of power in the hands of union government. So these are certain genuine concerns and demands. I request the government through you, sir, to address these issues urgently because teaching community is one of the most important sector in our country. Thank you, sir.
Sri Nabam Rabia.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to raise a very pertinent issue of my state, Arunachal, in particular and Northeast in general. ये मैं chairman sir इस मुद्दा को
Sir, this subject is very important and I have raised this subject at various occasions. Arunachal Pradesh is the biggest state geographically of the northeastern region of our country. But sir, our population is least. It is minimum, and in PMSJY and the guidelines of this scheme talks about 250 plus population as far as northeastern states are concerned. That is the indicator, sir. And sir, if we follow this guideline, Arunachal is not yet following that, not yet completing that criteria. Because sir, for the habitation of 250 plus, which is the standard, if we follow that, then only 84 places will be eligible for this scheme and 500 places will not become eligible for that.
Unconnected. Therefore, ये हमारा request है.
So sir, this is my request that because we know that it is one very big state and population is quite less and migration is not happening these days and people are living in their native places. So people should be given some facility.
By phase 4, Arunachal के लिए
from PMJSY phase 4, the criteria should be relaxed for Arunachal Pradesh. And then, sir, left-wing extremism is also there, and Arunachal is also suffering with this problem.
Really grateful, government ने notice के लिए two.
And I'm grateful, sir, that government has fixed this criteria of 250 for the northeastern states. That is my demand for Arunachal Pradesh. This should be continued, sir.
Mr. Chairman, sir, today being the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, I thank you personally for having given me the opportunity to speak on the same subject during the 0 hour. Sir, I think this is the right time to recall that these people who are being called by different names, disabled, people with disabilities, persons who need special disability, all these things. Our late leader, Dr. Kalaignar, when he was Chief Minister, he changed the nomenclature to differently abled persons. And today, now, the incumbent Chief Minister, Mr. M.K. Stalin, has specifically enacted a law in Tamil Nadu, providing that has ensured specific legislation and rules, notably the Tamil Nadu Panchayat's notification of persons with disabilities as members of the Panchayat, town panchayats, councils, and also corporations. So one member will be nominated in every panchayat, town panchayat, municipal corporations, and corporations, municipal council and corporation. This is a way step ahead, sir. We are very happy, and I think everyone would appreciate cutting across political lines. Sir, in the year 2014-15, our Prime Minister in Man Ki Baat mentioned that the term Viklang, that is disabled, should be replaced with Divyang. Yes, Divyang, which means persons with divine organs or powers. So this was aimed at creating a shift in the societal attitude towards this community, and also to make a shift in the to create a environment, very good inclusive environment. So the government order in the 2016 renamed the Department of Empowerment of Persons with Disabilities to Department of Persons Empowerment of Divyang Jans. This marked an official change in the nomenclature to address the community. Sir, what happened actually, the International United Nations Committee on Disabled Persons have totally termed the term very much derogatory, sir. The government of India has given an explanation that whereas the rights group for the rights of the disabled persons has also said that this only gives a superficially elevates the social status of the people. So I urge, sir, kindly change that to differently abled persons from the Digvyans or PWD, that is
Srimati Sumitra Palmik.
माननीय सभा
Honorable Chairman, sir, I would like to welcome you to the House, and I would like to state that when today we talk about Nari Shakti women development, then we should ensure that the women who go outside for working, they should reach back home safely. Sir, in our cities, metro and bus facilities are world class. CCTV and security guards are also placed, due to which women are feeling safe at workplaces, but they start fearing when they travel in buses and metro and autos. Sir, the problem is at the last mile, and when they go from metro to their houses, then this distance of 1 or 2 kilometer is very dangerous for them, and it has been seen that after 8 p.m. Outside the station, where there is no street light and there is complete dark, and unregistered auto and e-rickshaw drivers are standing there who are not verified, they make these working women sit in their vehicle, and the women are feeling insecure, and they are continuously talking to their family persons so that they feel that they can reach home safely. Sir, our government under the leadership of Modi ji is very sensitive towards the women security, and they have taken various steps after 2014. Sir, I believe, and I would like to give some suggestions here, sir. And I would like to draw the attention of the government to the fact that when this is my suggestion, that at every metro station, pink auto rickshaw should be made available at bus stations as well, and only women should be given these pink autos for driving. This will give a sense of security to women passengers, and would also give employment to other needy women. Sir, QR code based tracking should be made available in all the auto rickshaws, and the passenger should scan the QR code so that the number of vehicle, detail of driver should reach the police control room directly. Sir, this information should also reach their families. Safe corridors should be identified by the local administration and should be made available to the local station, and safe corridors should be declared properly, and there should be arrangement of street lights on these pathways as well.
श्री श्रीमान रणदीप सिंह सुरजीवाला।
थैंक यू सर। सर, निजता के अधिकार
Sir, violation of right to privacy is a matter which I would like to raise here in the House before you.
has purportedly issued an order whereby all cell phone manufacturers and importers of cell phones are compulsorily obliged to upload Sanchar Sathi app. It is also directed that this app has to be pushed into every cell phone and smartphone. And thirdly, it cannot ever be deleted or altered in any manner by the user. Sir, this is a clear breach of privacy of every smartphone and cell phone users of India. A clear apprehension is that the features of the app would point out real-time geolocation of every user, monitoring of the search history, conducting of every transaction, including a credit card financial transaction by every cell phone user, and a possible monitoring of conversations, SMSs, WhatsApps. Would this not completely negate the right of privacy of every individual? And a possible kill switch, sir, will turn every cell phone into a brick. If the government then wants, then every cell phone of every journalist, every opposition leader, every dissident, it will become a pure simple brick by use of a kill switch. Sir, the grave and serious apprehension is also every app can have a backdoor, or every app is possibly hacked. I will like to bring it to the notice of leader of the house. If that happens, then all passwords, all information, all bank account numbers, all personal information of every user stored on the cell phone becomes suspectable, either with a government agency or a hacker, both in this case. Sir, it also can possibly give a hacker full device control. Look at the implications it is fraught with. Also, sir, it leaves millions of devices exposed for months, for it depends on an upgrade that would be pushed by the government. To give you an example, government pushes an upgrade, Samsung doesn't do it for 3 months. For 3 months, all cell phones of that make will be susceptible to be hacked by any hacker in any manner whatsoever, completely compromising the data of every single person. So the government must clarify the legal authority for mandating a non-renewable app and push a compulsory
Please conclude.
software updates
Please,
and disclose what independent
please conclude.
security audit and safeguards and misuse prevention mechanism are in
Please
place
conclude.
apart from the
Sri
stakeholders.
Niranjan Bishi. Sri Niranjan Bishi.
Jai Jagannath. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir, for giving me an opportunity to speak in an urgent public importance regarding restoration of national means cum merit scholarship scheme of Odisha Adarsh Vidyalaya in the state of Odisha. Sir, the erstwhile BJD government led by our former Chief Minister Sri Naveen Patnaik ji had established 316 Odisha Adarsh Vidyalaya in every block to provide CBSE pattern of quality education with hostel facilities and free schooling from class 6 to class 12. These institutions have been instrumental in giving modern education, quality education, vocational education, professional education to economically weaker children. To encourage academic excellence of rural students, the state had introduced the National Means Cum Merit Scholarship, under which meritorious students were received 12,000 scholarship per year. This support had helped students meet essential academic and hostel-related needs and served as a strong motivation for them to check dropout also. However, during the current academic session, the Odisha government has stopped the scholarship scheme. More tragically, the National Means Cum Merit Scholarship examination scheduled for November 2025 has been cancelled, sir, leaving thousands of hopeful students deeply disappointed. Students who had prepared with dedication now feel uncertain about their future, and families depending on the financial assistance are facing hardships. Sir, Odisha Adarsha Vidyalaya, symbols of hope and transformation in rural students of our Odisha state. Abrupt discontinuation of the scholarship and cancellations of the scholarship examination and MMS undermine the purpose of empowering talented students from marginalized backgrounds like scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, other backward caste, SEBC of our Odisha. I therefore urge the central government through you, sir, to intervene urgently and ensure restoration of the National Means Cum Merit Scholarship scheme and timely conduct of the scholarship examination so that the educational aspirations of this student will be protected, sir. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Ashok Kumar Mittal.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Sir, we talk about achievements of demographic development and women development empowerment, but today I would like to tell a bitter reality which poses a question mark on all this. Sir, the matter is that the pregnant women and missing children of our country is a matter of concern. The data of NCRB shows that 47,000 children, innocent children, are missing and they are untraced. And even more worrying is that as per NCRB data, about 1,97,000 women are still missing. Sir, these are government figures, but those who do not reach police station, they are uncountable. They would probably in lakhs. And the Supreme Court had also said that in every 8 minutes, one child goes missing. Sir, the question is that where do these children and women go? Sir, the truth is that it is not merely a matter of missing, but it is a conspiracy of organized human trafficking. These innocent children and women are stolen and they are made to beg or become prostitutes. They are also made to work as laborers, and they are also forced in organ selling. Sir, for stopping this humanitarian crisis, I would like to give 3 suggestions to the government. The first is that under the Home Ministry, a national missing person portal, tracking portal should be made, and facial recognition facility should be used here. Modern technology should be used so that if a child or woman goes missing, then the same can be identified through this portal. The second suggestion is that when we are going to go for a census, it's a good thing, but the missing and untraced column should be included over there. And when we do not count them, then how would we find them? So I think that these things would help us. And the third is that the matters of missing women and children should also be looked at human trafficking angle, and human trafficking prevention care and rehabilitation bill should be brought by the government. And in the end, I would like to say here that please hear those screams which are silent somewhere, and find those pictures who are hidden, who were free once upon a time. Please find those kites who have not found their skies. Please hear those screams which are unheard.
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
Thank you, Chairman sir. Thank you, Chairman sir. My subject is pertaining to halal certification and the problems arising out of it. Halal certification is connected to a religious belief, and India is a secular country, and in our country people of different religions are staying, and they do not eat halal meat. In Hindu and Sikh dharma religion also, it is believed that they should not eat meat, and the people who are non-vegetarians should not be imposed to eat halal meat. It is not good, because our country gives the right to follow one's belief. And health science is also amending this rule, that after halal, a enzyme is created within the body of the animal, due to which the eating of that meat becomes harmful for the eater. The second thing is that why milk, sugar, oil, and other medicines are also given a halal certification, and other non-eatable things like construction materials, cement, plastic, chemicals, and even mingle sites are also being given halal certification. This is unreasonable, and it is also doubted, as it causes harm to the religious belief. And halal certification is a price which has to be paid by all, and this also hinders social justice and equality in India. FSSAI, which is the Food Security Authority of India, has the right to give certification for eatables, and despite this arrangement in place, why any religious organization is given such a right? And I would like to urge that those who believe halal, then it should be given through halal certification, should be given through a government setup, and the charges should be deposited in government treasury. There are various private organizations who support this agenda, and the in Uttar Pradesh, action should be taken against such organizations for providing halal certification on non-eatable products, and this should be removed immediately. And voluntary organizations and private organizations who give halal certification should be not allowed to do so immediately. This is my request. Thank you, sir.
ক্রিয়েট করতে চাই না, আমি কোনো কন্ট্রোভার্সি ক্রিয়েট করতে চাই না। আমি আপনাকে ধন্যবাদ দিতে চাই যে আপনি আজকে আমাকে 1-2 মিনিট সময় দিয়েছেন। আমাদের সাংসদ কি বলল সেটা পরিষ্কার করে আপনাকে আবার বুঝিয়ে দিই। আমাদের সাংসদ বলল যে আপনারা নাম চেঞ্জ করেছেন রাজভবন থেকে লোকভবন। লোক মানে মানুষ, আর মানুষের জন্য আপনারা কি করেছেন সেইটা তথ্য দিয়ে বাংলাকে কিভাবে বঞ্চিত করা হয়েছে বাংলার মানুষকে, সেটা উনি পরিষ্কারভাবে she was explaining that every word, sir, every word on that, and we respect you, sir, and we welcomed you with open hearts and open minds that day. So we respect you, sir. Some people will start shouting in the middle. Please, I would humbly request you, sir, it will be easier for everybody to understand, especially বাংলায় বলছিল তো হেডফোন থাকলে আপনি পরিষ্কারভাবে শুনতে পাচ্ছেন কি বাংলায় বলছিল। আপনি আমি মানি এটা স্যার, কিন্তু এইদিকে কি হয় বাংলাকে বঞ্চিত
Yes, we
হয়ে
have to
ওদের
take up
জ্বালা
now
লাগে
question hour.
Bengal is not being given the rights, and you don't want to see Bengal.
No. Sanjay Kumar Jha is not there, no? Sri Subhas Barala. Sri Govind Bhai, Lalji Bhai, Dolakia. Srimati Priyanka Chaturvedi ji.
Sir, 1 second. I don't know which one this is. 0 hours. Sir, okay, I'll
Need-
complete reading
need
it. I
for
don't know if it will be
nationwide
valid.
decisive
I'm
action on
speaking,
rising
sir,
food
sir,
adulteration.
I'm speaking. 0 hour. You called out my name. Yes, sir. Sir, this is with regards to the rising food adulteration across the nation. I have also written to the health minister, and I request through you, sir, right from contaminated cough syrups that have been taking the lives of infants, that are being prescribed by doctors, and low quality medicines available freely in the market, as well as the food adulteration that leads to cancer across the country, needs to be brought under control, and we need to have more stricter measures and punitive action against those who are flouting these norms. It has become so rampant, sir, that the random FSSAI raids, they make the headlines. But in terms of seeing through
Now
it,
question hour.
we do not see that happen.
Question number 31, Dr. John Britas.
Thank you, sir. Question number 31.
Sri Dharmendra Pradhan.
Sir, the answer is laid on the table of the House.
So first supplementary, Dr. John Britas.
Sir, the other day felicitating you, I had humbly reminded you that one of the functions of this House is to protect federalism. My question is precisely to protect that cardinal objective of this House, that is federalism. Sir, Samagra Shiksha scheme was launched in 2018 with the cooperation of state government, 60-40 formula, 60% central government, 40% state governments. NEP was launched 2 years later, that is 2020. PMC was launched again after 2 years, that is 2022. Now, all of a sudden, Honorable Minister, I hold him in high esteem, but on this policy matter, I need to be critical of his stand. All of a sudden, he has taken a stand that unless you sign PM Shri, we will not release funds for the states in Samagra Shiksha. Sir, have you ever seen such a haphazard policy stand anywhere in the world, sir? Sir, please see the funds which are pending. Kerala, 2022-23, 348 crores were sanctioned, only 178 was released. 23-24, 343 crore was sanctioned, only 141 was sanctioned. 24-25, 428 crore, zero sanctioned. 25-26, 452 crore sanctioned, 92.41 only sanctioned. This is a case applicable to other state governments which are ruled by the opposition. So it's a very serious matter.
No.
Sir,
No.
I'm asking.
No. Let me give my ruling.
Yes, sir.
You don't give a big speech. This is a question hour. You should be specific to the question. So you will get the answer from the minister. Then others also can raise their questions. Otherwise, you are consuming more time. See, be specific to the question.
Sir, I told you this is a very important
Don't give
matter.
a big lecture.
No, sir. No, sir.
What is the use
Sir,
of giving
sir.
a big lecture? You want answer from the minister.
Sir,
you be specific to the
I
question.
want to keep you also abreast about the developments. That's why, sir, my only question is that Samagra Shiksha scheme, which was launched in 2018, which shouldn't be linked to any other schemes subsequently launched. So, is it part of arm twisting, politically motivated policy and stand of the central government that you are denying resources
this
to
is not-
states?
this
My
is not question,
My
huh?
question, is it part of your political scheme to
No, no.
deny?
If you talk like that, then they will be also giving the answer
Let
like
the
that.
give, let the give,
Then
sir.
it is
So
only a waste
my
of time.
submission to you is that,
Be specific to the question.
my submission is that upholding the sanctity of the Samagra Shiksha, will you dealing that scheme from PM Shri for release of funds to the states? Honorable Minister, I want your intervention, sir. Sir, I want your intervention. Yes.
Chairman, sir, my dear friend John Betas tried to, with his eloquent speaking style, he want to mislead the House. Let me, the answer is very clear what he was quoting. This is not a partisan policy of union government. I quote few non-BJP ruled states, go to the columns, Himachal Pradesh, what is their allocation, how much they are getting, Karnataka, what is their allocation, how much they are getting, Punjab, how much their allocation, what is they're getting, Telangana, how much allocation, what is they're getting. They're getting appropriately. Sir, National Education Policy, Samagra Shiksha, PM Shri schemes, all these are federal government policy implemented with the cooperation of state government, the mutual agreement of the state governments. Almost all part of the country is unanimous on this issue, it has to be implemented. Due to, I don't want to, if he like to listen my answer, he need my specific assurance from me. He himself mediate with his state government, with union government. My dear friend John Betas, I am very thankful to him. He create the bridge between government of Kerala and government of India. At one point of time, they agreed to sign the PM Shri MOU. Later on, what compelled them, I don't know. Honorable Minister, Kerala government come to see me. I don't want to quote. It is their problem. They are facing dilemma within themselves. Due to their internal contradictions, they are not implementing PM Shri. And if I quote, what are there in the PM Shri? Two other states are also not joined PM Shri. There are two different things. One is Tamil Nadu. They have their own regions. Subsequent discussions, continuous agreeing, when they're going back, I am ready to cooperate with any state, those who will come to the terms of the union government.
Thank you. Second supplementary.
Sir, he hasn't answered because will it de-link PM Shri from the Samagra Shiksha? I really want. And he has released 92.41 crores in 25-26. So my request to you is that please release the remaining also. That is my request. And the B part of my question is that, sir, as you rightly know, because you are familiar with the ecosystem of Kerala, Kerala's aided school ecosystem is very much part of the universal education scheme. Even MB Lard's guidelines also permit dispersal of fund to the aided school. In this context, my specific question to you is that, will you include the aided school ecosystem to the scheme of Samagra Shiksha. Thank you, sir.
In Kerala, their entitlement is for this year is around 452 crores. We are ready to release all the money subject to the conditions of implementation of national education policy, which they agreed to implement. I again, through you, through this August House, again through you, my dear friend Vitas, appeal to your government. What is the compulsion? And you may have some internal conflict between your alliance. It may be your own issue. But why you are putting that burden on the people of Kerala? That's your own, sort it out yourself and come and take the money what you are entitled. Regarding aided schools, sir, Government of India's policy is only meant for government schools.
Sudha N. Murthy ji. Third supplementary.
Education is not a stagnant water. It should be like a flowing river. People always mistake that schools, primary school or high school level, you don't require R&D. You require only in higher education. Government of India is kind enough to give certain amount of money for higher education, but may I request our education minister to release more funding because R&D is very expensive. If we don't do R&D, then it's very difficult to progress. There are many new methodologies have come in a school level changing R&D, and I would request you to consider school level R&D, research and development, so that children can be better equipped. Dhanyavad, Jai Hind.
Chairman, sir, this is a very pertinent question. Looking into this aspiration, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has initiated Atal Innovation Mission. Through that Atal Innovation Mission, now we are implementing 10,000 Atal Tinkering Labs successfully in the different parts of the country. This is a specific, precisely meant for R&D in school level, innovation in school level. Now, after the looking into the success of Atal Tinkering Lab, now Government of India has planned to expand that up to 50,000 Atal Tinkering Lab will be established. This year budget only, Government of India has given money, Prime Minister has given consent to open 50,000 new Atal Tinkering Lab in the different part of the country. That beyond the corporate CSR model meant for education is primarily many institutions, many corporates are focusing STEM education in schools, and this is a good suggestion. Now it should be a people's movement.
Thank you. Fourth supplementary. Dasmit Patraji.
Sir, mostly encompass of how to bring about quality education. Having said that, how has NEP actually aligned with Samagra Shiksha over the last 3 to 4 years? And how through NEP has Samagra Shiksha been able to broad base the educational infrastructure within the country? Thank you.
With जो हमारी एक कहावत है जो सोए रहेगा.
We have a saying that those who are consciously asleep, we don't have any answer to how to wake them up.
There is no difference between Samagra, late leader Atal Bihari Vajpayee, just you are the member in those days, sir, in the late 90s. The scheme was known as Sarva Shiksha Abhijan. GR ratio in those days was very minimal, very dismal. Looking into that background, Atalji has started Samagra Shiksha Abhijan. Now, Sarva Shiksha Abhijan. Now, later on, it's converted to Samagra Shiksha. National education policy, if I precisely for the school education, what is national education policy? Kharge Sahab, with folded hand, looking into your seniority, please allow me to express.
Please, let the minister answer it. No,
I respect you, sir.
No running commentary anywhere, please.
Not from the seniors like Kharge Sahab. Sir, what is there in the national education policy? National education policy is advocating for mother tongue based education. My dear friend, Sasmit is coming from a linguistic state, Odisha. Fortunately, it's from my state. Tamil, Malayalam, Telugu, Punjabi, Marathi, Ahomia, Bengali. These are the mother tongues of the many parts of the country. National education policy is giving emphasis to have primary education, early age education through mother tongue. What is the difference between Samagra and NEP? What is the contradictions? NEP is recommending for skill-based education. Employability in the 21st century is a new challenge. We have to write, just now, Madam Sudha Murthy ji put a very important question. Innovation should be the part of the school curriculum. These all are reflected in national education policy. Samagra. At least, Smith, don't get into the influence of my dear friend John Betas. You are a very good parliamentarian. Support NEP and create. There is a consensus due to few political priority. Few friends have their own spectacles to look into this issue. But Samagra Shiksha, National Education Policy, PM Shri, they are interrelated.
Fifth supplementary, Honorable Girirajan.
Thank you for me given an opportunity. A detailed memorandum of demands was submitted to Prime Minister Thru Narendra Modi, recently highlighting concern regarding the inordinate delay in the release of central funds under the Samakshara Shiksha scheme. Only of the primary request from Tamil Nadu was the immediate release of rupees 2,151 crore under the Samakshara Shiksha scheme for the financial year of 24 and 25, and an early release of the first installment for 25-26. Sir, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether the Union government would expedite the release of pending dues under the Samakshara Shiksha scheme to Tamil Nadu and give an assurance in the floor of the House that the pending dues of rupees 2,151 crore would be released immediately to Tamil Nadu.
Chairman sir, this question is very genuine also. As I said before, I am ready, I am open, whether it is Tamil Nadu, Kerala or West Bengal also. West Bengal is a different story. But especially Tamil Nadu, Kerala, we have given partial money to them. Sagarika ji, Dada, रुको, मैं बिल्कुल आपका supplementary.
I'll reply to your supplementary. Samagra money you spent on party-related activities. Now, please understand.
Sir, coming back to
No,
Tamil
no,
Nadu.
You please reply.
Sir, coming back to
No,
Tamil Nadu.
nothing will go on record except
Sir,
minister's
2 days
reply.
back.
Nothing will go on record except the minister's reply. You please be
2
seated.
days
Please
back.
be seated.
Sir, through you, sir, to this August House, especially my friends from Tamil Nadu, those are from the ruling party.
Districts are there who are risk prone? Are these identified? How are these drugs available? The children from the ages of 12 to 14 are consuming smack and other dry additives. So is the government aware of this? Even after declaring it a dry state, how are such drugs available there? Will the government provide any information on that? As I have told, since 2020, we have launched this de-addiction program. We launched it in 272 districts, and in 2023, we expanded it to the whole country. I can say that in 776 districts, we have made it effective, in which 733 districts are such who are using the app also. Some of them are not linked to this app. As far as de-addiction is concerned, it is related to MHCB and MHA, because we are a nodal department, but 15 such departments are there with whom we are working in collaboration. DDA-AC 5 have ATR 2, SL, SC 1. These centers have been opened. So we have so many centers, and in Bihar, we are continuously working in this direction.
Dr. K. Lakshman.
Sir, this is the most concerned and alarming subject. Yesterday also I raised in the 0 hour. I thank that minister's reply. Have gone through it, which highlights the Nasha Mukta Bharat now covers all districts and focuses on awareness, counseling, and treatment. And the expenditure also raised by this government. Now, whether any recent district-wise survey or assessment has been conducted after the 2019 national survey to measure trends in substance use, especially among the youth and women, and the impact data state-wise and district-wise. Because the states like Punjab, Kerala, and Telangana are more drug addictive, it's not only the concern of the parents, but also it has a concern for the national security. Kindly let Minister highlight on this issue. Thank you, sir.
माननीय सदस्य ने
Honorable member, from 2018, we carried out a survey before 2018, and after that we haven't carried out any, but we can say that
second survey
is being conducted right now, and we introduced it in 2025. When the report comes, we'll definitely let you know. But about your concern, I can say that this survey is undertaken every 5 years. And first India-wide survey, NTDC New Delhi conducted it, and the report was published in 2019. NTDC through AIMS tells what is the limit of using these drugs, and for implementation, the ministry and AIMS New Delhi on 20 March 2025 have signed a memorandum, and to initiate this national survey in June 2025, 74.28 crore rupees of budget has been sanctioned, and first installment has been released. And AIMS, since we gave the first installment to AIMS, the report will take 36 months to complete. As soon as we complete this survey, we'll make you apprised of this. But I can say in every area, be it the awareness in schools for children, be it for women, we have also opened de-addiction centers for women in district hospitals. Also, we have opened our centers. So the awareness for everything, we are working and will carry this forward, and we are achieving success in this.
Shri Saket Kogileji.
Question number 33, sir.
Honorable Minister.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, उत्तर सभा
Honorable Chairman, sir, the answer has been laid on the table of the House.
They've disclosed that NCEL has had related party transactions of 2,673 crores. That's a huge number. Now, what are related party transactions, sir? Related party transactions are the one where someone who's on the governing board is also indulging into financial transactions with the company that they themselves own or head. Here they're saying that this 2,673 crores of related party transactions have been for procurement of commodities. So NCL has a 6-member board, of which 1 seat is vacant. The remaining 5 seats consist of people, directors, who belong to the large agricultural cooperatives in the country. Now, these same cooperatives are also suppliers to NCEL. The question which I had originally asked as well, sir, which hasn't been answered, is on the website of NCEL, there is absolutely no disclosure of any related party transaction code or any conflict of interest code. So my question is, will the ministry bring in more transparency by publishing a code of conduct and an ethical conduct code for NCEL, sir, to avoid conflict of interest?
माननीय सभापति
Honorable Chairman, sir, today, if we look in the whole country, under PM Modi's leadership, a new ministry was constituted to carry this out, and this cooperation to strengthen this campaign, a lot of steps have been taken. The main objective of cooperation are the packs, are the main centers through which to strengthen them. A lot of schemes have been initiated under the minister, and to enable this, 3 multi-state cooperative societies have been brought. They have been constituted for promotion of agricultural produce. I'll come to that. Honorable Chairman, sir, I'm just giving you a brief background about NCL, what he has asked. I'm coming to NCL, but you should also listen to the background. 3 multi-state cooperative societies which were constituted, NCLA and NCOLA and BBS are there. You have specifically asked about NCL. The main objective of NCL, behind that is the reason that through NCL, if we look at it in all across the country, around 15,000 societies are the member. And you said IFCO, CRICO, NCD, NAFED, AMUL are the shareholders and share capital. The details you are seeking in form of the share capital, I'm telling you, just give me 2 minutes. I'm coming to that.
And transparency के
You have talked about transparency. You have sought the details. So I want to tell you, Honorable Chairman, sir, through you, that NCL, NCOL or BBSCL, their annual report is laid on the table of the House, and this is being laid from the past 2 years. There is complete transparency, so there is no scope of any apprehension. And the biggest thing is that the steps of governance takes us to that. And every year we put the annual report on the table of the House, so the transparency is there and it is in front of you.
The second supplementary, Sri Saket Kogleji.
Sir, I had clearly asked about related party transactions. Is there a code of conduct? I'm sure the minister either did not understand or wasn't prepared, but that's okay. So my second supplementary question, again, relates to NCEL. And I would like, again, a very specific answer, not about background, because I'm aware of the background. So there is a 6-member voting board at the NCEL, of which one is a government entity, one of NAFED is vacant right now, and right now there are about 4 active members on that. So roughly, and I would love to inform the Honorable Minister himself, there's actually 11,500, not 1,000 something, 11,500 state cooperatives that come under the NCEL. So today, the NCEL is being positioned as a mandatory hub for exports. Now there are 11,500 state level cooperatives. So none of these cooperatives have a seat on the board of NCEL. As I said in my earlier question as well, they're all controlled by the large agricultural cooperatives. The state level ones don't have. So cooperatives is the name of the ministry. So cooperatives also means cooperative federalism, sir. My question pertains to federalism. So this government talks about cooperative federalism, but has an issue when it comes to implementing it. Just to give you an example, sir, from my state is owed over 2 lakh crores under Manrega, Awas, and other schemes. They've been depriving the people of Bengal of our funds, sir. So my question, sir, very specifically is, will the Honorable Minister, my question, sir, is, will the Honorable Minister,
don't give big lectures, sir.
No, I'm just introducing. My question,
you will have your own time and
I'll specifically
I will
come
give
to
you
my
other
point.
time. Be
Sure, sir.
specific about
My question very specifically, and I hope the Honorable Minister answers it, is, will the Honorable Minister kindly explain why 11,500 state cooperatives are not represented on the board of NCEL, and will the ministry take any steps to make it into a cooperative federalist structure by including someone from the state cooperatives on the board of NCEL, sir? Thank you.
Minister.
माननीय सभापति
Honorable Chairman, sir, he just said that in the country around 11,000 institutions that are associated with it are there. I want to tell that 15,705 cooperative institutions have also become a member of NCEL, and all the cooperatives in the country are its members. But when he's talking about cooperatives here, I would like to tell the least response we have received is from Bengal. Today, all across the country, if we look at it, the member cooperative organizations that are there, about director, he has asked, 5 directors are there. The 6th director is the MD of NCL, and it's a multi-state society, it's not a company. So the 6th director is MD, and you said no cooperative societies. I think these 3 organizations that we have created, around 37,000 members are there, all the members of these cooperative societies, and the dividend directly goes to the farmers. This is our aim, and we are able to achieve this.
Country, Mayank Kumar Naik.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Manya Pradhan Mantri.
Under the leadership of Honorable Modi ji, this cooperatives ministry was constituted, and the responsibility was given to the Honorable Minister, and through cooperatives, the poor, the villagers, and to make everyone strengthen. This is a national campaign. I would like to know that in Gujarat, the central and state governments, they are bringing a revolution in the field of cooperatives. Keeping this in mind, NCEL and NCOL, what is their status? Honorable Sir, with view to cooperatives, Gujarat is a leading state. The 3 multi-state societies we have created, a lot of members are there from Gujarat. Gujarat is a leading member because we have most members from that state, and around 4,000 societies which have become a member from Gujarat of NCL, and around 2,300 cooperatives are NCOL's members. I would like to tell that NCOL, along with Amul, their organic produce, their branding and marketing is also being done in Gujarat. So they get more price of their produce from the market. Besides that, NCL also provides market support for their organic produce, and that has been just launched, sir.
The 4th supplementary, Karen Rajesh Kumar.
Thanks. Thank you, sir. Whether the Ministry of Cooperation is aware that the NABARD, National Bank Agriculture and Rural Development, has significantly reduced the refinance limit for crop loans provided to Central Cooperative Bank and agriculture cooperative societies from the previous limit of 70% to 25% of their eligible lending. Will the ministry adopt to urge the NABARD to restore the previous 70% of refinance support for the crop loan to the cooperative banks? Thank you, sir.
Manya Sabhapati.
Honorable Chairman, sir. Today's question is related to NCEL and NCOL, and this is a specific question. The honorable member has asked a question pertaining to NABARD, and that is not related to the main question.
Now, 5th supplementary, Dr. Anil Pandeji.
कृषि और सहकार
Sir, Maharashtra is very much forward in the field of agriculture and cooperative, and for the first time through cooperatives, export facilities being provided, and that is why NCEL and NCOL, they have come into existence. And for seeds also, we have now an organization, and that has been done under the leadership of Amit Shah ji. And for that, I would like to congratulate him, and I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that how many packs of Maharashtra are associated with that, and what kind of benefit is accruing to the farmers because of that. Honorable Chairman, sir, the honorable member has asked a question specifically about Maharashtra. In our country, we have more than 8 lakh cooperative societies, and out of them, more than 2.25 lakh cooperative societies are in Maharashtra. And in this connection, with regard to NCEL and NCOL, it is expanding over there, and that is benefiting the local farmers. Until now, in NCEL about 1100, and NCOL about 300, and in BCCL about 5000 cooperatives they have already come on board. And I would also like to inform the honorable member that NCEL has already entered into an MOU with 11 institutions, and that they are going to procure organic gram, tur dal, and other items like grapes, bananas. And apart from that, SSL is also taking steps to preserve the traditional seeds, and they are also trying to formulate the tissue culture and develop new seed. So that is how all these cooperative societies, they are working in Maharashtra, and their work is expanding regularly.
Shri Satnam Singh Sandhu ji.
Question number 30.
The answer has been laid on the table of the House. Sir, in India, basically two global ranking agencies are being considered. First is Times ranking, and then is Keus World University ranking. And I would like to know from the first, I would like to thank and congratulate the Honorable Education Minister that under his leadership in Times Higher Education, India now has a representation of more than 128 institutions, and India is the second country in terms of representation after USA. And secondly, we have Keus World University ranking, and even there in the 2026 ranking, India's 54 institutions now figure there, and which is 5 times more than the figure of 2015. And for that, I would like to congratulate the Honorable Education Minister. My question is that in international ranking, perception is very much important. And for creating this perception, the faculty and the students, they are very much important. So I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that what kind of steps are being taken to create this positive perception. Honorable Chairman, sir, the information which has been furnished by the Honorable Member, and before replying to the Honorable Member, I would like to thank him that he has highlighted this grand achievement of the country, which we have been able to secure under the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. In 2014-15, when we started our work, at that time,
QS, जो QS में सिर्फ 11
So there were only 11 institutions in QS. Now their number has gone up to 54, and all this has been achieved under the leadership of Modi ji. In Times ranking also, now we are occupying the second position after America, and all the institutes, they are improving and their ranking is going up. And especially with respect to Delhi IIT, I would like to tell you that Delhi IIT is at 123rd position there. And now coming to the question that the honorable member has asked, that what steps we are taking as a country. Today we have about 72,218 foreign students in 2025. It is their number, and they belong to 200 different countries, and they are in various courses. And along with that, we are also running schemes like Spar Gyan and Study in India. And through Spar, we are roping in the faculty and research scholars. And that is basically an exchange program between India and some other country. And through that, the scientists and faculty, they are exchanged.
डिग्री, डुअल डिग्री, ट्रेनिंग डिग्री, ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रावधान जो यूजी
So we have many such provisions which were not there in which were not introduced by UGC earlier. Now they have been implemented, and along with that, India's institutions like IIT, the premier institutions, they are going to set up their campuses outside the country, like they have done in Zanzibar and Abu Dhabi. So they are making efforts in this direction so that we have a good perception even outside the country.
Satnam Singh Sandhu ji.
Chairman sir, आदरणीय
Chairman sir, the Honorable Prime Minister has taken a vow and he has given a vision. He has also set a target that India's universities, they figure in the top 100 universities globally. And today, not only the government institutions, but private universities are also doing very well. I would like to know from the Honorable Minister that the universities which are doing well, what special funding or what kind of encouragement is going to be provided to those universities, or any autonomy that is being thought about. Honorable Chairman, sir, through you, I would like to inform the honorable member that the institutions which are securing good ranking, in order to promote them further and in order to encourage them, the government has started a provision of Institution of Eminence. It is known as IOE. And this IOE program was launched in 2007 by Ministry of Education. And in this, we had decided that this status of IOE would be given to about 10 institutes. But the government subsequently has given IOE status to 12 institutes, and IIT Bombay, IIT Bangalore, ISC Bangalore, and University of Hyderabad, University of Delhi, these government institutions. And then there are 4 private institutions like OP Jindal Global University, Shivnadar University, Manipal University. They have been given this status, and this IOE status is given to the private institutions, and the financial assistance.
Public universities or public institution only. अभी तक
As of now, we have already allocated more than 6,198 crore rupees under this program.
In this scheme. Along with that, sir, हम जो हमारी
And then, sir, with regard to promoting research, Government of India under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, we are taking so many steps Like we have set up research and innovation parks at various places, while before 2024 in IIT Madras, there was one research park in 2008, and after that we had two more research parks in IIT Bombay and IIT Kharagpur. But post 2014, we have research parks in IIT Kanpur, IIT Hyderabad, IIT Kanpur, IIT Hyderabad, and IIT Gandhinagar also. And in all the engineering colleges, we are promoting research more and more. And we also have Anusandhar Research uh, Foundation. Under that, we have made a provision of about 50,000 crore rupees. And through One Nation, One Subscription, all the institutions have been linked. When I was a research scholar, and I'm a pass out from a state university, and I have personal experience of the fact that when we used to go for research, and we would look for some journals paper, or because it was always paid, and we had difficulty obtaining them. But now our government has started the scheme of One Nation, One Subscription, and about 6,300 institutions are already on board. And the government has made a provision of allocation of 6,000 crore rupees for 3 calendar years, 2025, 26, and 27. And this is certainly helping the research sectors a lot. And in innovation, we are securing the 38th position, which is much better compared to the past. Now, in scientific publication, we rank third globally, and we are only behind US and China, and that all this has been achieved under the leadership of the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. So there are so many achievements that I can go on enumerating, but since I do not have I have paucity of time, so I'll only tell you that we are not only promoting the government institutions, we are also promoting private institutions.
Sir, generally, the global ranking is linked to the quality of teachers and faculty in the universities also. I just want to ask the minister if the government is maintaining a database of the subject matter experts among Indian diaspora, because of late we have been hearing of large number of teachers taking up teaching jobs in foreign universities. And does the government think this is largely happening because of the decreasing autonomy and independence of our universities? Thank you, sir.
Sabhapati Mohoday,
Chairman, sir.
state that this question the honorable member asks is not directly associated with the present question, but the recruitment is a continuous process, and being a university faculty member in my personal life, I can say that the recruitment procedure is a continuous procedure, and it is the habit of the faculty members also. They always prefer to move one position to better position. It is very, very much natural. But we have all the record, and we are carrying the recruitment procedure in a drive mode, even as a special drive also. We have carried it previously, and we are also training our teachers by the Madan Mohan Malviya Teachers Training Mission. So I think that as it is a continuous procedure, so government is always keeping in track of this.
So fourth supplementary, Srimati Geeta Alaist Chandraprabha ji.
मेरा इसमें नहीं.
Sir, I wanted to ask a supplementary for question number 32.
Fasula Khan.
Sir, my name is Dr. Fauzia Khan.
Sorry. It is in running letter, so I couldn't.
Sir, the study India's scientific publication in predatory journals need for regulating quality of Indian science and education. Highlights, this journal highlights, sir, that a significant share of Indian research papers appear in low quality or predatory journals. The minister just said that we have a lot of publications, but these are low quality journals. These are largely driven by the pressure to publish and weak oversight in academic institutions. Sir, in the view of these findings and the growing volume of low quality research publications, what specific policy measures has the government taken to shift emphasis from publish more to publish better? Sir, I have filed a private member's bill on this long back. In foreign universities, you have a software which identifies plagiarism, but we have no such thing, sir. And that's why one university, whatever research is published, in another university, it is just taken, the cover is removed, cut, pasted, and that is submitted in another university. So, sir, I suggest that we have a database of all research in India, of all universities, and we have an AI-driven tool to identify plagiarism so that our research quality improves and we don't get satisfied with low quality journals, publications in low quality journals. So will the government accept this suggestion, sir?
Honorable Minister.
The Chairman, sir, the Honorable Member, Madam Fauzia Khan, has given one suggestion, I think. It is not actually the question, but she is partially right. Some, some journals retracted some papers. You can't say that it is happening now only. It is a, in scientific world, it is a regular, event. But the actual picture is not so gloomy. I would like to cite some examples, some data I would like to share with this esteemed house. The year-on-year increase in the research publication in India, this is considered from Web of Science. So Web of Science, it's a credential, body. It was 8.57% in the year 2001-22, and it increased 10.39% in 2023, and it is continuously increasing. And the compared to global growth, the rate of 3.8 and 4.42 and 1.7 for the same period, and NIRF eligible institution in India showed even higher year-on-year growth at 16.92% and 18.98% and 18.27%. इसके अलावा,
apart from that,
India has made tremendous strides in global innovation index. No one can fake this. At least this global index, as I mentioned in my previous answer, the India's position in 2015, it was 81. 81 पर हम थे.
we were at number 81.
25. At the global innovation index, we are at the 38th position. So this increase, so you cannot fake this kind of increase in the ranking and the improvement in the ranking in the global index. Not only so, if we actually scrutinize the global ranking, even that also, if I can share with this esteemed house, that in some institutes, they are very good rank in respect of per employer publication. If we consider that criteria, sorry, sir, this is Indian institution continues to excel in citation per faculty indicator. Citation per faculty indicator is, madam, as you
Question
are.
hour is over. The House
Thank you.
stands adjourned to meet at 2 p.m.
There's a place called Fatehpur, which belongs to the Sikar district, and it's a big city only next to Sikar. Through you, I request that central school must be established there, and there's a agriculture science center, there's an agriculture college, there's a farm as well, and the people, those who are working there, central government employees, and apart from them, the children from the farmers and from the SC/ST communities, from the minorities, so that they can reap the benefit of education from central school. And currently, the central schools that we have, it is only in Sikar. So through you, I have a request, and I request from Honorable Education Minister as well, that in Fatehpur, from Sikar and from Junjunu Lok Sabha constituency, one central school should be established there, so that people, those who are in need, they can reap the benefits of education. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Sabapati Mahoday.
Chairperson, Madam, I thank you so much for giving me the time. Chandigarh is a union territory, and it is under the central government, apparently. There are a few important issues related to the people in Chandigarh, and they are pending for last 25 years. And I would like to put these issues in front of you and in this August House. The ownership rights, when we talk about it, and the share-wise sale of the property, uh, there's an illegal imposition and opposition to it. People, those who are living in the relief colonies, their ownership right is pending for last 25 years, and villages on which Chandigarh is Chandigarh has been established, the Lal Dora problem is still existing there. And when we talk about the Chandigarh Housing Board houses, even this issue is pending for last 2 decades. Similarly, we have more issues like cooperative and group housing societies, which are pending since long. And through you, I would like to request the government that perhaps on 12th of December, there is a meeting that has been decided by the Ministry of Home Affairs, and I request that the pendency of these issues should be looked into so that people get some relief. Thank you so much.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती कृष्णा देवी शिवशंकर पटेल जी। बोल ही रही। अध्यक्ष महोदय।
Madam Chairperson, through you, I would like to attract the attention of this House to the problems of farmers of my constituency. This time, because of incessant rain, the crops have been destroyed, and there was huge waterlogging in the farms, because of which 40 to 60% of the crops were lost, and the financial burden is being seen by the farmers, and the cultivation has become more expensive, and the problem is also being seen regarding the MSP of the crop. And in this situation, the farmers need help, and that too urgently. And I request that there should be a survey for proper compensation, and the crop insurance scheme, under that the crop should be paid for, and for the governmental procurement, and it should also be seen properly. There should be no decrease in that, and the farmer should also be given the MSP, and the centers for that should also be increased, and the interest-free debt and other relief measures should also be provided to the farmers. They provide us with the food, and their loss and we need to support them and we need to help them with this loss. Thank you so much.
माननीय सदस्य श्री मलैया रासन डीजी, माननीय सदस्य श्री डॉक्टर रिंकी एड्यू जी, माननीय सदस्य श्री वामसी कृष्णा, माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती कमलजीत सहारावत जी, माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर कलानिधि वी स्वामी जी,
This opportunity, madam. Madam, I have been repeatedly asking for the last 5 years for a Kendra Vidyalaya school in my constituency, madam. This government had stated that a Kendra Vidyalaya school will be made available in each and every parliamentary constituency. But sadly, I have been asking for this, and the Honorable Railway Minister is also over here. Sir, Railway Minister, sir, one small request, sir. The Kendra Vidyalaya school, the railway has, through the speaker, I would like you also to be aware about what I'm asking, sir. Sir, we have asked for land from the railway where they have abundant of land in Chennai, sir, in my North Chennai constituency. And when I spoke to the general manager of railways, they are willing to hand it over. But the complications are between the railway ministry and the education ministry, the Kendra Vidyalaya. To hand over the land is becoming a very challenging issue, sir. Unless these two ministries cooperate with each other, it is impossible for the development of this Kendra Vidyalaya school. And if you look at North Chennai constituency, it's socially, economically a very backward area, sir, where there are plenty of people, laborers who are living there, and especially people from the railways and from central government staff, plenty of them are living in the North Chennai constituency, where they will be benefited if a Kendra Vidyalaya school is built at the earliest. I hope that, madam, through you, both these ministries will work together and make the dream of my constituency people a reality in the near future, madam. Thank you very much.
माननीय सदस्य प्रोफेसर सौगत राय जी, माननीय सदस्य श्री भरत कुतकुमिल्ली जी, माननीय सदस्य नीलेश ज्ञानदेव जी, माननीय सदस्य श्री योगेश चंदोलिया जी,
धन्यवाद.
Honorable Chairperson, Madam, thank you. And through this 0 hour, I would like to draw your attention towards Delhi, and Delhi is the capital of India. In last 26 years in Delhi, the governments from Congress and the Aam Aadmi Party, and because of these parties, the health facilities were not up to the mark. And the topic that I want to raise, so the sisters, our sisters and women, mothers from Delhi, and when we talk about premature delivery, so they sometimes they go to the private hospitals for the treatment, those who can afford it. But there are so many cases where we see the loss of lives, and through you, I have a request from Honorable Minister for Health, Mr. Nadda ji, that Lady Harding, Kalavati, Safdarjung, RML, and in AIMS, there should be a separate block so that people from the downtrodden sections get some welfare, and the Delhi government should also be issued a guideline from here so that children born out of premature delivery, their lives can be saved. And through you, I want to put forward this request. Thank you for listening to me and giving the time. Thank you.
श्रीमती माननीय सदस्य सयानी घोष जी.
धन्यवाद आपने.
Thank you, ma'am, that you gave me the opportunity to speak. Ma'am, there's a flagship program called Dwari Bagh, which was launched in December 2020, and its literal translation is that the government at your doorstep.
Deliver government services and the welfare schemes directly to the people, including senior citizens, persons with disabilities, transgender person, prisoner, and the poor and the marginalized group, through outreach camps organized at the Gram Panchayat and municipal ward levels. Madam, ये program अगर
Madam, this program, if we see, for example, let's say PM Awas Yojana or Manrega, for this, for the assistance for the public welfare, if we can issue through the booth level the same way in which Mamta Banerjee ji has done, I think it would be good for everyone. And the people, those who are not able to travel to the administrative offices and those who are not able to meet these officers, and for their welfare, for their benefit, if we can take the government to their doorstep and if we can provide these facilities, then I think it would be good for everyone and it would be good for public welfare. I request the government through you that they take cognizance of this. For example, when we talk about ration, this project will be good. Thank you, ma'am.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती कृति देवी देव बर्मन जी, माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती के कनिमोजी जी,
Thank you, ma'am. 5 workers, Indian citizens from Thoothukudi and Tenkasi districts, Mr. Ponnudurai, Pudiyavan, Pechimuttu, Eseki Raja and Talapati Suresh were working for 6 months in Mali in an electrical company. On November 6, 2025, the workers were kidnapped from their camp by terrorists and taken away. Till now, we have no information about what has happened to them, and the families are really worried. They don't know if those people are alive or what has happened to them. I urge the government to take necessary steps to save them and bring them back to India and to their families. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री मनीष जायसवाल जी, माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती भारती पारदी जी,
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Chairperson, Madam. In this house and through you, the pumpkin is grown and it is quite sweet and it is of high quality, and due to its pulp, it has its own prestige. And in other districts, the weight is only 100 to 150 gram. And when we talk about Sivli, the smallest is also of 200 gram. It is completely natural and there's no fertilizer which is used. Nepal, Qatar, Netherlands, Dubai, and Saudi Arabia, they have its demand. And under the mission, the fruit processing unit, FPO, has been established for the same. And through you, I would like to request the Ministry of Commerce and Industry that this custard apple gets the GI tag so that our farmers and our industrialists, they get some recognition and the economy can become better. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, that you gave me an opportunity to speak. Through you, I would like to draw the attention of Honorable Railway Minister regarding the Amrit Station. Ma'am, in my constituency, in 2 districts, the work is going on for the Amrit Station. Thank you so much. I would like to thank the Government of India and Honorable Minister, but the manufacturing company that is working there, it is not up to the mark, and the walls have cracked that have been made by them. The floor has also been cracked and water is dripping through the roofs. And Madam Chairperson, I would like to request through you that the work that is being done by Ericon Limited, it is not up to the mark, and Railway is well known for its good and robust work, and this should be looked into, it should be investigated, and this kind of construction work should be looked into. There should be a recovery, and the contractors should also face some action. Thank you so much, Chairperson Madam, that you gave me the time to speak. Thank you.
घोष जी नहीं है ना, माननीय सदस्य श्री जगदम्बा पाल जी,
सभापति महोदय.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. that you have I would like to draw the attention of Honorable Railway Minister that our Indian Railways has expanded in the country, and this connectivity should be reached towards India and Nepal and entire. Now, this is the gateway of entire Nepal, and you have agreed that Nepal, Kathmandu, Pokhara, Butwal. So the friendship and the camaraderie that we share with them, and the economy of Nepal, and the relation that we have with Nepal when we talk about metropolitan cities in India, Delhi, Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata, and through you, I would like to talk about this. And it's not only about India, it's about Nepal, the connectivity, tourism related to it. And when we look at it from the trade aspect, from the no man's land, for the four metropolitan cities, I demand for the train.
Advocate Gowal Kangra ji.
मैं सदन को याद
I would like to remind this House that in the census of 1931, when the country was under the British regime, so when we talked about the ST people, and this category was categorized with all the religions like Hindu, Muslim, Sikh, Parsis. At that census, more than 82,000 STs were given a different category, and their spiritual and cultural uh, uh, reach is not considered with other religion. And in another order in 1950, it was said, when we talk about DOPT and according to its guidelines, it is against its spirit as well, which says that the situation of the STs and the scheduled tribe is different from the religion. When in 2011,
in Madhya Pradesh, like the Gonds, have distinct customary and religious practices. Their customary laws govern their social life and not the codified laws. In 2020 also, the Supreme Court made an observation regarding separate Sarna religious code for the Adivasis. The union government has acknowledged in affidavits that many tribals don't identify as Hindu, but as Sarna followers of traditional animists. In 2021, the Orissa High Court also confirmed and requested the government to adopt a separate Sarna religion for the census and tribal faith. मैं सरकार से ये मांग रखना चाहता हूँ कि सेंसस हो या
This is my, madam, this is my demand from the government that in the tribal areas, in the tribal people should be recognized in all the documents so that their recognition cannot be ignored. And this is my demand through you, madam, that the tribal people should be respected and they should be given due importance as per the culture.
ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਸਭਾਪਤੀ ਜੀ ਮੈਂ ਆਪ
Thank you, Chairperson, madam.
ਵੱਲ ਦਵਾਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਇਸ ਸਮੇਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕਤਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ ਬੇਗੁਨਾਹ
Madam, this time in Punjab, there are so many problems and innocent people are being killed and they are earning their bread and butter, and the gangsters who are sitting in the jails and they are making these people murdered, and inquiry should be started against the gangsters, and so many killings are taking place, and even the youth is also being misused for this work. A sitting judge inquiry should be started how these gangsters have been established, and if there are these some gangsters or some groups, they are being misused by some political parties. Also, Akali Dal party has given the ticket to such gangsters, people who are related to these gangsters and groups, and there should be an inquiry under the chairmanship of a sitting judge so that the law and order may be ensured there. Madam, the people are running towards abroad, and many of them don't want to return because the law and order is not good in our state. Who will take the responsibility of the security of the people?
नहीं ना रावत जी भी नहीं
माननीय सभापति महोदय, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, as we all know that Wheel Tribal group is one of the biggest groups, and either it is the Battle of Haldi or any other such incident, Bhil community has been there in the main line in all these movements, and they are more than 3 crores. Madam, during some last time, central government has started many such important policies. I would like to draw the attention of government, the government of led by Modi ji. There are some, they have done a lot of work through some policies. And if we talk about education in Northeast and Telangana, they have opened one central universities, and more than 3.5 crore people of Bhil community are living here, and there is not any central tribal university. So I request that such a university should be opened as they have opened in other area. So the tribal university should be set up. It can be established through 275(1). Madam, I want to say that tribal community comes under Hindu religion, so I object to other things which have been misspread against them.
माइक चालू हो जाएगा हो गया
Respected Chairperson.
মাননীয় সভাপতি, আমি আপনার দৃষ্টি আকর্ষণ করতে চাইছি মালদা এয়ারপোর্টের বিষয়ে। ভারতের যে এয়ারপোর্ট অথরিটি অফ ইন্ডিয়া, সেখানে কলকাতা থেকে ডাইরেক্ট ফ্লাইট আগে ছিল, এবং বাংলাদেশ ওয়ারের সময় ৭২-এ গনি খান চৌধুরী যে প্রয়াস চালিয়েছিলেন, এবং সেটা 89 পর্যন্ত সেটা চলছিল, 89 পর্যন্ত সেই বিমান সেখানে বন্দরটা চালু ছিল, এবং প্রায় ৩০ বছরের জন্য অনেক জমি সেখানে লিজে নেওয়া হয়েছিল। এবং সিভিল এভিয়েশন যে মন্ত্রক, বিমান চলাচল, নাগরিক বিমান চলাচল মন্ত্রক, সেই তারা সেখানে কেন্দ্রীয় পরিষেবার গ্যারান্টি দিয়েছিল, এবং বিভিন্ন যে সমস্ত সহায়তা দরকার সেগুলোর উপর প্রতিশ্রুতি দেওয়া ছিল। কিন্তু এখন অনেক দিন হয়ে গেছে, সেখানে এমওইউ সাইন হয়েছিল কেন্দ্র এবং রাজ্য সরকারের মধ্যে, এবং এই অত্যন্ত প্রয়োজনীয় বিষয়ের জন্য আপনাদের দৃষ্টি দেওয়া উচিত। কারণ উত্তর এবং দক্ষিণ বেঙ্গলের মধ্যে মালদা একটা অত্যন্ত গুরুত্বপূর্ণ স্থান, এবং সেখানকার পর্যটন এবং আঞ্চলিক যে সংযোগ ব্যবস্থা, সেটার জন্য অবিলম্বে আমি চাইবো যে এই বিষয়ে হস্তক্ষেপ করে সরকার কোনো উপযুক্ত ব্যবস্থা নিক, যাতে সেখানকার মালদার জনগণের উপকার হতে পারে। ধন্যবাদ। মাননীয় সদস্য শ্রী রাহুল কাসবা মহাশয়, আপনার মাননীয় মহাশয়া, আপনার মাধ্যমে আমি একটি গ্রুপ রয়েছে, তার লিমিট হচ্ছে প্রতি হেক্টরে ৩ লক্ষ রুপিয়া, এবং ফসল বোনার সময় ভর্তুকি হারে এই সুবিধা দেওয়া হয়ে থাকে। কিন্তু ২৫-২৬ বাজেটে এই সীমাকে ৩ লক্ষ থেকে ৫ লক্ষ টাকা পর্যন্ত ঘোষণা করেছে। আমি এই ঘোষণার এখন পর্যন্ত মন্ত্রক হয়নি, কোনো মন্ত্রক থেকে এখন পর্যন্ত ৩ লক্ষ থেকে যে ৫ লক্ষ টাকার লিমিট বাড়ানো হয়েছে, সেটা ব্যাংক এখনো মানছে না। আমি আপনার কাছে অনুরোধ করতে চাইছি, তৃতীয় কোয়ার্টারে আসার পরেও যেটা প্রতি হেক্টরে যারা সুবিধাভোগী তাদেরকে 5 লক্ষ টাকা পাওয়া উচিত ছিল, এখন তারা পাওনি। আমি সেই অঞ্চল থেকে আসি, এমএসপির উপরে সেটা বাড়ানো হয়েছে, কিন্তু ফসল বোনার যে ইনপুট কস্ট সেটা অনেক সেটা বাড়িয়ে 10 লক্ষ টাকা
किए हुए वादे को 3-3 महीने आप थर्ड क्वार्टर तक ही पूरा नहीं कर पाएंगे। इसके ऊपर गवर्नमेंट सीरियसली इंटरवीन करके 3 लाख की लिमिट
रविंद्र नारायण बेहरा जी।
Good afternoon, Adhyaksh ji. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to put my views after a long time on 0 hours. My question to Honorable Minister of Electronics and IT. Will the Minister of Electronics and IT may please be state that what steps have been taken by Government of Odisha, Odisha Computer Application Center or National Informatics Center or STPI and any other agencies for implementation of artificial intelligence for improving governance in the state? Is there any specialized AI-driven application developed and implemented in the area of agriculture and grievance redressal system? धन्यवाद, नमस्ते।
सदस्य श्री ब्रजमोहन अग्रवाल जी। माननीय सदस्य डॉक्टर शर्मिला सरकार जी।
Thank you, Madam, for giving me the opportunity to speak on current status of AIIMS Kalani of West Bengal. When the AIIMS at Kalani was approved in October 2015, it was hoped that it would provide state-of-the-art healthcare to the people of Bengal and function as a viable alternative to AIIMS Delhi. However, 10 years down the lane, critical operational deficiencies have severely crippled its functioning. Out of a total 309 sanctioned faculty posts in 2025-26, 139 posts are vacant, that is 45% vacancy. Similarly, out of 2,221 non-faculty sanctioned posts, 55% of the seats are vacant. These manpower shortages gravely compromise patient services, teaching and researches. AIIMS Kalani was envisaged as a 960-bedded hospital with all modern facilities, yet currently only 568 beds are operational, and critical care is also crippled with only 16 functional beds in trauma and emergency services, and not a single ventilated ambulance is available there. These shortfalls are causing immense hardship to patients with a waiting period of 6 to 12 months or more to get an operation date. The staff shortages also impose disproportionate workload and mental pressure on the existing staff. Hence, I urge the government to urgently intervene to ensure that AIIMS Kalani delivers its promise of delivering affordable, accessible, and advanced healthcare without any further delays. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री प्रताप चंद्र सड़ंगी जी। माइक चालू हो।
Namaskar, madam. I thank you for giving me this opportunity and to raise the question in 0 hour. I rise to draw the attention of this House to a matter of significant national importance. The long pending revitalization of the East Coast Canal is a critical waterway that has the potential to transform connectivity, logistics, efficiency, and economic growth across our eastern coastal belt. The canal, originally conceptualized during the 19th century and further mapped under the National Waterways Act 2016, forms a vital stretch of National Waterway 5, connecting West Bengal and Odisha through an integrated network of rivers and tidal channels. As per Inland Waterways Authority of India assessments, this alignment can decongest highways, reduce carbon emissions, and enable cost-effective movement of minerals, agricultural produce, and coastal cargo. However, despite its strategic value, the canal remains underdeveloped. This situation has arisen because persistent siltation has rendered major stretches non-navigable and has been delayed by issues such as low initial viability, land acquisition hurdles, high capital requirements for dredging, embankment strengthening, and the need for multiple environmental and CRZ clearance. The vision of Purvodaya as articulated by the Honorable Prime Minister can be realized if the East Coast Canal is fully developed and integrated into a broader connectivity framework of the eastern region in a timely manner. This will further strengthen the MSME ecosystem by providing them with a cost-efficient logistics corridor. I have approached the minister time and again with letters and personally discussed with him, but it has not been materialized. I therefore urge the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways to expedite all remaining approvals, inter-agency clearances, and project implementation process to ensure the timely realization of the East Coast Canal, which was also a part of our election manifesto. Namaskar.
माननीय सदस्य श्री धर्मेंद्र यादव जी।
धन्यवाद सभा।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, ma'am, I start from UP and Bihar, Bengal, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and in many other countries, there is a fake cup syrup and there is a racket of diluted cup syrup in this area. Madam, the Raja Anand Jyoti Singh ji died due to the use of this cup syrup, and his wife Bharti Singh ji said that she tried a lot to lodge FIR, but no FIR was lodged. When this matter came out through media, then our leader Akhilesh Yadav ji through press conference and he tweeted, then the police of Banaras started some action. Madam, the matter is that in the eastern part of UP, especially in Banaras, Jaunpur, Chandoli, Azamgarh and Bhadohi, there is a racket of this duplicate cup syrup, and Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Bengal, and in other countries like Bangladesh and South Africa, this cup syrup has been supplied and hundreds of children died due to this. And madam, this is a matter of surprise that when Bharti Singh tries to lodge an FIR, when she complains that police doesn't pay attention to it and you are operating bulldozers in the state. Madam, you yourself are female, you can understand the pain of the children, and madam, this is the condition. And if we talk about Banaras, this is the constituency of Honorable Prime Minister, and 4 to 5 rounds are taken by Honorable Chief Minister also, and a particular caste is indulged in the mafia activities, and more than 2,000 crore rupees are involved. And madam, this is not the matter of money or money only, and when the children are died due to such cup syrup, what will happen to such people? And they are very insensitive, they are not paying any attention to them, they just want to earn money. Madam, I want to draw the attention of Honorable Minister also, you can start the investigation. The whole racket is involved it, and the mafias are involved in it, and they have gifted costly cars also. I can give the name and the model of the car, and it has not been shown under income tax, and there is a racket. Please place your demand. Madam, through you, I would like to raise this demand, and strict action should be taken against these people who are involved in this racket.
माननीय सदस्य श्री रंग अप्पा बरने जी।
माननीय सभापति महोदय,
Thank you, Chairperson, madam. Madam, I would like to draw your attention Pune to Bangalore National Highway 48. From Katras Tunnel to Nauli Bridge, it connects, and due to this ramp, there accidents take place there. And one accident took place on 13 November. 8 people lost their lives, and 22 people got injured. On this Nauli Bridge, more than 100 people have lost their lives. And through you, I would like to request the government. The safety audit should be conducted there, and this ramp should be improved, and a service road should be constructed there. Many people will not lose their lives, and Nole Bridge should be given preference, and it should be declared as accident prone area. And since this is a national highway area, and so many trucks also pass by this area, and that is why so many accidents take place. So this is my demand, that the people who are losing their lives, this is important, and it should not happen in future, madam.
G.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, through you, I would like to say about the service security of T2. Madam, if we talk about the livelihood of the teachers and their service, this is a very important issue. September 2025, there was a verdict of Supreme Court from class 1 to 8 for all the teachers. The date of the appointment, whatever it is, this TAT was made compulsory. And madam, approximately 20 lakh teachers are affected due to this decision, and many teachers who are working under the RTE Act and CTE 2010, they were appointed as per the law. They were freed from this provision. Today, they are in grave situation. And madam, this is clear that the qualification of TAT was implemented in different states on different dates. And in UP, this is 27 July 2011, and thousands of the teachers are on the verge of losing their jobs, and it will affect them mentally also, and it will affect the study of students also. Madam, this is my demand from the central government, that this decision should be reviewed and necessary steps should be taken in this regard, so that the teachers who were appointed before this order, their job should be safe, they should not lose their job. And RTE Act, when it was, there should be some amendments in this act, so that the service rights and should be protected of the teachers.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय.
Thank you, Chairperson, madam. Madam, I would like to resort your attention on a very important public issue. Madam, on 26th of last month, the Bar Council presidents of 22 districts of Western District, they came to us, and this is a very important demand of these people. This has been continuing for so many years. They are demanding for the bench of High Court, and they are protesting for this. Madam, through you, I would like to request on Muzaffarnagar, Shamli, Bagpat, Meerut, High Court bench is approximately 700 kilometers away. If we talk about other states, Punjab, Haryana, Delhi, Uttarakhand, Rajasthan, and even Lahore, High Court is near to us. Madam, justice should be delivered timely, and this is the right of the people, and advocates are also demanding for the same. Madam, I remember my grandfather, he became a deputy chief minister in the state, and my father also raised this issue. I am also raising this demand. I hope the government will definitely take cognizance of this demand, because this is a very valid demand, madam. Thank you.
हमारी
जी नमस्कार मैडम महाराष्ट्र में
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. In Maharashtra,
महीने में बाढ़ की स्थिति
the flood situation is prevailing there, and yesterday one request was raised here that in Maharashtra, 14 lakh hectare land which has been submerged in water, but unfortunately, yesterday the Minister of Agriculture, what he expressed that from government of Maharashtra no proposal has been received is very unfortunate.
माफी करो और महाराष्ट्राला शेतकऱ्या
Our chief minister was saying that the farmers loan will be waived off, but nothing of this sort has happened so far. Yesterday only the Panchayati Raj elections have been held, and that helicopters and other resources were used. They were so busy using them that lots of firing and beating has taken place, which has never happened in the history of Maharashtra. First time it has happened that some transparency, nothing of this kind has been there, and the election commissioners, about them also Chief Minister passed a statement, and he requested, it's my request to the government of India,
सब पहिल्यांदा झालाय
that all this anomaly which has happened in the history for the first time it has happened so, and the Maharashtra government should be requested, and one proposal or request should be received from there. The farmers of Maharashtra are in tough condition and they need the help.
जी
Thank you, madam.
धन्यवाद सभापति
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The SIR of voter list is happening now, and Honorable Madam Chairperson, I have been saying these things for last 10 to 12 years in the Parliament House, that my area, Santhal Pargana, from where I'm member of Parliament, in 1951, 45% tribal population was there.
और अभी जब 2011
Now, in 2011, when the census happened, only 26 to 27% tribal people are there, and now when in 26-27 the census will help, that will remain only 21-22%. Almost, if it is about tribal people, about the security we talk about, almost 50% tribal people have disappeared. The population of Muslim was 9%, now it is 24%, from 9 to 24%. Only 4% population of Muslim has arisen. It's not about Hindu Muslim, it's about the displacement or the exodus where the employment opportunities are not there. Who are these people? These people are the infiltrators from Bangladesh who have come here, and all this opposition wins on account of that. It's my request that all this Malda, Murshidabad, Kaliachak, Araria, Kishanganj, Purnia, from where I was in charge, Sarganj, Bapu, of all these, one cohesive plan should be made, and BSF should be given full right, and NRC should be implemented, and all the Bangladesh should be thrown away from India. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
सदस्य श्री विप्लव कुमार देव जी विप्लव देव कुमार जी
सभापति महोदय, Madam Chairperson, मैं आपके through you I would like to say, Agartala airport should be made international airport. I want to read this matter. And Agartala airport, which is there, 1,000 this passengers capacity it has for all this aviation, and 20 checkout counters are there where this boarding bridges, everything is there, and nearly 3 million passengers are traveling. 18.85 crore rupees have been given to airport authority by the Tripura government. It has been paid, and the ministry also has talked about the immigration counters, and 25 police personnel or demand was there, and that is also been accepted. And it's alley system, ground system, and MBB airport, and this customs border also has been announced here. And through you, I'd like to request Minister of Home Affairs and Civil Aviation Minister that Agartala Airport should be made immediately as international airport, and all this action which has to be taken, technical process has taken place, and immigration post also should be notified, and international flight should be done from here at the earliest. Thank you.
सदस्य जून मल्लाहा जी अच्छा मल्लिया sorry.
It's okay, no problem. Thank you, madam. Sorry, my voice won't sound the normal way thanks to Delhi pollution. It's got the better of my voice. Madam, the Manrega Employment Guarantee Scheme, the Manrega, has been stopped in West Bengal, depriving nearly 59 lakh beneficiaries. Under the scheme, the union government continues to owe the state more than rupees 43,000 crore in pending payments. The Calcutta High Court, in its recent judgment, directed the union government to resume Manrega's operations in West Bengal by 1st August 2025. Despite this clear order, the union government has neither restored the scheme nor released the funds due to the state's workers. Instead, it filed a petition before the Supreme Court challenging the High Court's order. In a way, even the Supreme Court stood with the Mamata Banerjee government and upheld the decision on resumption of the Manregas. In total, the union government's outstanding dues across various commitments amount to nearly rupees 2 lakh crore, madam. Depriving states of their rightful dues shatters the foundation of cooperative federalism and the very ethos of the Constitution. Thus, I urge the union government to restart Manregas and disburse the amount owed at the earliest. Joy Bangla.
माननीय सदस्य श्री राजकुमार चाहर जी
धन्यवाद माननीय अध्यक्ष जी.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I would like to attract your attention towards the Agra district of Uttar Pradesh. Through you, I'd like to urge the government that in Agra there is a Taj Mahal, and Taj Mahal is very beautiful, but the beauty of Taj Mahal has become a curse for the people of Agra, because if the beauty of Taj may not fade away, and this NGT and TTZ and NGT, because of them, there is no industry factory in Agra, and the people of Agra are unemployed. And through I'd like to attract the attention of government that in Agra, from Delhi to Agra there is expressway, Lucknow to Agra there is expressway, Agra to Gwalior also new expressway was being paid, and Agra is very close to Delhi, and we have just one way, only one way is left over. This factory and industries cannot be there because of restrictions, but IT hub can be there in Agra. So through you, I would like to request the government that the unemployed people of Agra, and in the interest of people of Agra, this IT hub should be made in Agra, so that the people of Agra may get the justice and the beauty of the Taj may remain.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Madam. I rise to highlight the urgent matter concerning in my constituency, Beluru Hassan section of National Highway 373. Although work has been already awarded and agreement has been executed, the project has not been grounded due to non-approval of revised cost estimate, Madam. At present, it has been pending with the regional officer Bengaluru to review the land acquisition award. Due to administrative delay, the appointment date has not been declared, that the agency is unable to commence the work. This stretch is one of the most important corridor in Hassan district, used extensively by local commuters, tourists, and farmers. The road condition has been deteriorated significantly following successive monsoon and heavy vehicular movement. I request Ministry of Road Transport and Highways through you, Madam, to ensure expeditious approval of revised cost estimate so that the project may be grounded at earliest. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्रीमती महिमा कुमारी मेवाड़ जी
धन्यवाद सभापति.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Raj Samand family is being greeted from here. My constituency area Raj Samand of Rajasthan, and Nathdwara Assembly area in Bunjor, this medical college was requested in 2023. This budget was announced and the land acquisition was done, but the house building and the construction work has not happened. What is the reason behind that? And this tribal area is dominating here, and especially in this area, Bhim Sambalgad also, these tribal people are living for thousands of years. And in these areas, new medical institutions are to be started and the medical facilities are to be provided. But this nursing staff and doctors number also has to be raised, and high quality medical facilities are to be expanded. And Bandol Rescram with this in the budget, through that this medical institution college was provisioned, then there is no reason that the medical college should not be started. And this is tribal dominated area, and the different difficulties coming in the way of this medical college and this nursing staff and basic facilities of medical, the people are suffering, especially the tribal people in this area, Bhim and Kumka community are facing this health difficulty and coverage. And that's why Nathdwara and other areas where this high quality medical facility should be expanded, and this policy making should be done in this regard. And it's a request that this may be done at that place. Thank you.
Rajiv Raji.
धन्यवाद मैडम मौका देने के लिए.
Thank you, madam, for giving me this chance. In the constituency area, and the roads are in dilapidated condition. I would like to attract the attention of government in this regard. Honorable Madam Chairperson, perhaps this like Yojana in that last 4 years, it has not been passed in our area for last 4 years, and we have done so many times, and surveys also have not been approved. And as far as my information goes, according to the new system, this is not happening. The old roads which are there, when we have this meeting in this regard, they ask for the budget. They say that budget has been asked, but is not being given. I want to tell about the roads. This Kasara village, for 4 years, the Kopaganj and Kasara, for 4 years, many claims have been made for the construction of road, but that road is not being constructed. And this all these roads are such where if the patient wants to go to hospital, he will die on the way. And not just roads, but the doctors must be there to be told about the disease. All this really minister and the other doctors also here. And you have given assurance in house many times, but nothing has happened in this regard. I hope that the roads, the railways, industries, the employment, education institution should be there. I request that this if you are getting lost from there, it's not that you will outcast that from the development. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I draw urgent attention of the House to the devastating damage caused by heavy rains and cyclone Monta in October 2025 across Greater Warangal Municipal Corporation limits. Over 200 mm rainfall submerged 45 colonies including Shivanagar, DK Nagar, T Road, Spotana Road, Bhadrakali Polytechnic Stretch, Mulugu Road, Bondivagu and 80 feet road at Pochama Maidan have been washed away, turning into rivers of slush with deep craters. Nearly 1,200 residents were evacuated to 12 relief camps. Incomplete drainage works under Amrut and Smart Cities mission. Only 66% of 1,800 crores completed. Exposed systemic failure in planning and maintenance. I urge the Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs to release special central funds under Amrut 2.0 for immediate resurfacing and flood resilient repairs of internal roads by March 2026. Order a high-level audit of GWMC infrastructure and integrate real-time monitoring. Announce an immediate relief package of 100 crores for road restoration. Warangal, a heritage smart city, deserves resilient roads, not recurring ruin. Thank you, Madam.
माननीय सदस्य श्री डी माल्या रसन जी.
Madam.
நாடு முழுவதும் lakhs of pensioners, and they are still in suffering. And in this house, I want to bring a very important question. Recently, 2027, in GO validation of pension rules 2025, new rules they are introduced. These rules, it is give the recognition of the before rules, and it is not a, it is the pensioners, it is a legal rights for the employees, and everybody knows that there is no consultation were done before that. Their it is affecting their rights very deeply. So I want to urge the government and validation of pension rules 2025, and the notification and then implications, it should be clearly notified, and what all the pensioners in these norms, they should not be deprived of their rights, and they have to commit in this house, and in the they have to consult with the trade unions, and give redressal forum should be given to the people. And thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, the scheduled caste people, 150 people from that family, are there, the roads are there, the electricity is there, we're paying the bill, Indira Awas have been constructed, and without any legal process, the village has been ruined. In the Begusarai also, in Patna, Patliputra, Dumrao, Muzaffarpur, Sitamarhi, Darbhanga, Purnia, at every place, the poor and the unemployed middle class people and the tradesmen have been ruined, and the shops have been destructed. In Begusarai yesterday, there's Dalits and poor people's house been destroyed. And it's my demand to the Nitish Kumar ji that until they are given the houses or the land, this until now the shops are given the cities, the residences must not be destroyed. And this small people, these fruits and the vendors, they should not be humiliated like that. It's my request, madam. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Madam, Supol district of Bihar, the Supol area from 387 to Bheria, Munch, via Marunda and Madhepur, Darbhanga, that road construction may be done, and through that road in the Kosi River bridge should be constructed, and this Kosi region with Lanchals is the demand from that area, and the main crop, this jute, makhana, and all these things will be transported in easy way, and the northeast people will also get benefit of that. And this road construction will help from the Kosi Mithalanchal. Many lakhs of people would be benefited by that, and for trade and other facilities would be given to them.
Mohammad Javed ji.
बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया मैम.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Chairperson. I've been appealing for the AMU for the last 6 years consistently. And through you, Madam, I would like to request the Minister of Education that on Sambar Fota, teaching, non-teaching, the recruitment should be done. And along with that, the SGT, which is a ban, the proposal has been sent from AMU for SCIAAV so that this ban can be removed and the fund which has been stopped can be released. And for infrastructure also, we should get separate funds. Thank you.
Mohiba Bulla ji.
Speaker Sahiba, मैं आपके तवज्जो.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Madam. Through you, I would like to draw your attention to a very important matter. The Waqf Amendment Bill was referred to the JPC, and in which our party had already stated that the government's intentions are not good. They were given 6-month period on the Umeed portal, and only 30% of the mosques and crematorium grounds and madrasas were conducted online, and almost 70% work properties were not registered. And it seems like Article 25 and 26 have been abrogated, and the lives of the Muslims have been made very difficult, because of which, Honorable Madam Chairperson, those whose ancestors were freedom fighters, today they are saying that they will have to once again fight against these atrocities. Till what time the Muslims will be suppressed like this in this country? Ma'am, there is a tolerance limit to everything, and once that level threshold is reached, then no one can survive. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री अरविंद सावंत जी,
माननीय अध्यक्षा जी,
Honorable Madam Chairperson, Sir, Madam, I would like to say that since 2014, the MTNL's condition was such that this government had stated that it will be rejuvenated and revived, but the condition is such that the Mahanagar Telephone Nigam Limited services are not available. We don't know whether the company exists or not, and recently there's been an agreement of the BSNL employees, but no agreement was done for the MTNL employees. Ma'am, please let me complete. On the one side, they are doing these things, and on 60,000 employees were there, but only 3,200 employees are there, and we don't know anything about the existence of the company. And the biggest thing, despite all this, they are bringing forth a Sanchar Sathi. This is not a Sanchar Sathi. When it is inbuilt, there was a provision in a law that if a landline is also there, then the Home Ministry and police will have to check it. It is a type of Pegasus if it comes inbuilt, and the manner in which they are breaching our privacy, if it is inbuilt, it will be really dangerous. And the 3,200 employees of MTNL, if they are brought into BSNL, so that in future, Vodafone India is providing services in Mumbai and Delhi. Both are different type of capitals of the city, of the country, and the employees of MTNL may be imbibed into MTNL, and they should do away with the many honorable members want to speak today, but those whose names are left, they will be taken up tomorrow. Matters under Rule 377, the declaration to be made. Those honorable members who have been allowed to raise matters under Rule 377, they shall lay the written copy of the 377 on the table of the House in the next 20 minutes.
आइटम नंबर 16, केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क संशोधन विधेयक 2025.
Item number 16, the Central Excise Amendment 2025. Honorable Minister.
So thank you very much, sir. With your permission.
अभी पीठ से आप मेरी बात सुनिए.
Please listen to me. It is my responsibility. Please listen to me, Honorable Engineer Ji. It is my request that just now the chair has called out the name of the Honorable Finance Minister. It is my accountability that both of you will be given the opportunity to speak in the 0 hour. This is the decision of the chair of the House, Honorable Finance Minister. This is the decision of the chair, the Honorable Finance Minister. Honorable member, you are a very learned member of the House. Please take your seats, honorable members. Your grievance has been registered and you will be given an opportunity to speak tomorrow. You will get an opportunity to speak tomorrow. Thank you. Honorable Finance Minister. Thank you for your cooperation. Please do not walk out. Please take your seat, honorable member. You'll get an opportunity to speak tomorrow. Honorable Finance Minister.
Sir, नहीं आप बैठिए ना.
Please take your seat, honorable member. Honorable Chairperson has said that you'll get an opportunity tomorrow. Your voice will be heard. Please take your seat. Don't talk philosophically. You can speak tomorrow also. Please take your seat. Requested to please take your seat. Honorable Member, Honorable Finance Minister, you may please start. Please take your seat, Honorable Member.
Permission, sir.
अब वित्त
I
मंत्री जी
rise
ने
to
भी आपसे
move-
रिक्वेस्ट कर ली, वित्त मंत्री जी ने भी
The Honorable Finance Minister has also requested, the Chair of the House has also requested you. Both of you may please take your seats. Thank you.
rise to move that the bill further to amend the Central Excise Act 1944 be taken into consideration.
आप कुछ बिल पे बोलना चाहेंगे?
Honorable Finance Minister, you want to say something about the bill?
Sir, central excise rates are normally prescribed under the 4th schedule to the Central Excise Act of 1944. The rates for tobacco and tobacco products are in section 4 of that Central Excise Act. That is, the rates for tobacco and tobacco products are in section 4 of the 4th schedule of the Central Excise Act. So the levy of GST, sir, if I can elaborate a bit on this, when GST was introduced in 2017, the central government gave up its excise rights, and the duties which were levied under the central excise on tobacco products was given away in favor of the GST Council, so that the council can levy compensation cess, and that compensation cess which would be collected on tobacco products in the place of excise would go for the compensation for the states for the initial years when they come into the GST. Now, as a result, the central excise duty, the right was kept up, but the duties were minimal or completely zero. Now, the compensation cess time is over. Even from July 1st, 2022, we don't anymore give compensation amount to the states, although we are collecting this cess after 22 till now, only because the GST Council had discussed and we borrowed money back to back, gave it to the states as though the compensation is being paid, but paid with borrowed money. Now, it was decided in the GST Council that this borrowing will have to be principal and interest paid back by extending the compensation cess only to that much period which is required for paying the loans back. Even the GST law itself had limited the compensation cess collection to only 5 years, and that is why it ended in 22. But with legal advice and with the complete understanding which the GST Council expressed, and I'm grateful for that to the GST Council, the extension of the GST compensation cess happened till now. In another probably couple of weeks, the loans will be completely repaid. The center, therefore, wants to make sure that the excise will come back to us so that we can levy that duty. Another argument which is very important for all the members of parliament to know is, by the act in GST, you cannot tax any item under the GST beyond 40%. Now, if you can't tax any item, even if it is a demerit good like cigarette, beyond 40%, what is happening is the ultimate incidence through GST on a demerit good like cigarette has come down. So the popular narrative would be, is the government or is the GST Council cognizant of the fact that cigarette or the demerit good like tobacco is being taxed lesser than what it was earlier? Is that the intention? So to address that, in order that the incidence is no longer lesser than what it was during the GST time with the compensation cess, we are bringing this excise. So in a way, we are saying cigarettes shouldn't become affordable now because the incidences become lesser. So that is the reason this bill has come before the House. And I would like the views of the honorable members. And if, with your permission, if at the end of the debate there's something more that I will be allowed to speak with your permission, sir, I can reply as well. So thank you very much.
D. Purandeswari ji.
It has been given to me to participate in this very sensitive piece of legislation that has been brought in by the Honorable Union Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. I would also like to voice my appreciation towards the sensitivity with which this piece of legislation has been brought in, which the Honorable Finance Minister has just very eloquently outlined. Sir, we all know for a fact that tobacco addiction is a major problem in our country today. And estimates say that about 1.35 million deaths occur annually in our country due to cancer, heart-related diseases, or COPD. And COPD would mean diseases that are related to lungs. So the issue is very serious because around 29% of the population, that is 267 million adults, and many more adolescents are actually in a way habituated or are addicted to tobacco and related products. So the challenge is not simply the smokeless tobacco, which actually gives rise to incidences of oral cancer, but also the addictive nature of the tobacco products, as well as the marketing tactics which are undertaken by various other sections of our society. So usage of tobacco is amongst both men and women, where about 42.14% men and 14.2% women are estimated to be addicted to tobacco. And surprisingly, the very same survey also says that about 8.5% of our children between the ages of 13 to 15 are also today addicted to tobacco and the related products like pan masala and so on. So tobacco, therefore, is becoming a major cause of death as well as disability in our country, which is something that we all need to take cognizance of. The issue does not simply stop with people who are smoking tobacco-related items like cigarettes and tobaccos and so on, but it also raises the concern of the passive smokers. And it is estimated that around 30.2% of our population are passive smokers, and this is also negatively impacting the health of that section of society. And when I say passive smokers, these are people who are inhaling the smoke that is let out by people who are smoking cigarettes and tobacco and so. Today, India's disease burden, sir, is no more characterized by communicable diseases, but is rather today being characterized by non-communicable diseases like heart-related problems, cancers, lung-related problems, and so on. Sir, this only highlights the fact that we need to bring in a change not only in our lifestyles, but also the habit, which would mean indulging in hazardous substances like what we have been talking about. So as per the study, cancer and cardiovascular related diseases, they top the list of NCD, that is a non-communicable disease list, and tobacco is also considered to be one of the largest contributors to the burden of non-communicable diseases. India today, sir, accounts for 17% of the world's population, but when it comes to the disease burden, it accounts for 20% of the world disease problems, sir. So this is not a small number that we are looking at. And the non-communicable disease burden, which was around 55% in 2016, is now about 60% deaths because of non-communicable diseases in 2019. So India is a welfare state which is committed to the welfare and well-being of its citizens. And the Narendra Modi ji government is also committed to the same, and having been committed to the same has taken the decisive step of imposing the GST on health hazardous substances like tobacco and pan products and so on. This, sir, is intended to actually discourage people from, this increase is intended to discourage the use of dangerous substances and also simultaneously to generate revenues that would actually be spent on social and health sectors, which is very, very important. As I had mentioned, our commitment to the well-being and welfare of the citizens of our country. Today, sir, even as we are phasing out the GST compensation cess, as has been rightly mentioned by our Honorable Finance Minister, Union Finance Minister, we must ensure that the prices do not plummet on these tobacco and related substances to such an extent that they become easily accessible to people, even as we are speaking about how do we discourage them from using such hazardous substances. Therefore, sir, this measure that has been undertaken today, it corresponds, it would maintain the price stability, it would protect the vulnerable and the youth sections of our society, and would also act as a deterrent because the prices would not plummet to the extent that we actually fear they would. Sir, even as the government today, as I had mentioned earlier, being a welfare government, seeks to provide food security for the poor through the free ration program that we have undertaken today, where we are providing free ration to about 80 crore poor people, and also to improve the living standards of the middle class, wherein we have actually lowered the tax burden and so on. And we must ensure, sir, that every rupee that is being now collected on this GST is actually expended towards these kind of measures, which could be now further expanded. Sir, with focus on the health sector, the central government today has been able to increase the number of AIIMS in our country from the existing 7 in 2014 to 23 today. Medical colleges have doubled from 387 in 2014 to 808 today. And above all, we have one of the largest health insurance scheme in our country in the form of Ayushman Bharat, which provides health security to about 9 crore people who have already availed the Ayushman Bharat, and the central government has expended 1.3 lakh crores on this program. Therefore, sir, every rupee or penny that would be now collected on the GST, we are assured will be expended on such welfare schemes, keeping the welfare and progress of the people, of the citizens of our country in mind. Sir, the concern here amongst the states is that would it actually affect our revenues? Sir, this we must realize would not affect the state revenues, because the 42% share of the central tax devolutions that should go to the state, as has been recommended by the 15th Finance Commission, would stand as it is. And it has already been outlined by the Honorable Finance Minister that this GST compensation removal was actually a time-bound initiative that was brought in, and it was agreed upon by all the states. So it is not a coercive decision that is being taken by the central government today. So the only concern here would be the farmers who are indulging in growing of tobacco. In our country today, sir, we have 6 million farmers who are dependent on tobacco crop. And we have 20 million laborers who are dependent on this crop. And and above this, we have about 36 million people who are indulging in processing or exports and so on and so forth. So I would only like to appeal, sir, through you to the Honorable Union Minister for Finance, that along with the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and also with Agriculture, to ensure that the security of these farmers are kept intact, and the issues relating to them would be taken into mind, keeping the fact in mind that the farmers are not not averse to any decision that the government would take that is related to the health of the country, but rather they would definitely seek support from the central government when it comes to crop diversification. There was once upon a time the initiative that was taken to diversify farmers who were indulgent in tobacco growth, and about, I'm subject to correction, around 110,000 and odd hectares have today, acres have actually, farmers have actually diversified about 110,000 and odd acres of land to various other crops. But however, I think the other 6 million farmers that I'm talking about today, the interest of these farmers need to protect it is a strong appeal and prayer that I have to the Honorable Minister, sir. Therefore, sir, having gone into every minute details, we must realize that this calibrated tax adjustment physical step, this is to ensure that we have a more healthier and a more productive, because today when we talk of the youth, the young population in the world, India out of 65% of India's population is under 35 years of age. And when we say they are under 35 years of age, we're actually talking about a large pool of human resource which who can actually become very productive for our country. Therefore, sir, this is to ensure that we have a healthier and a more productive human resource pool who would help us in realizing that the dream that we have before us, and that is to achieve a Viksit Bharat by 2047. Thank you, sir.
Sri Karthi Chidambaram ji.
Thank you, sir. This bill is being brought to compensate the cessation of the compensatory cess on tobacco products. I understand the logic of why this bill is being brought, and I accept the logic which the finance minister has stated. The statement of objects and reasons clearly says the aim is to protect tax incidents and maintain revenue from tobacco after compensation cess is discontinued. So there is a logic in why this bill is being brought, and I accept that logic. When Dr. Purandeshwari spoke before me, she alluded to the problem. She actually did allude to the problem, but she did not come to the solution of the problem. The problem is, as she rightly said, we have 1.35 million deaths in India because of tobacco use. In fact, 27% of all cancer cases is because of tobacco. Young people, the age between 13 and 15, 8.5% of them use tobacco products. The economic loss for our country because of the use of tobacco is nearly 2 lakh crores annually. So tobacco has a huge cost on this nation. I'm not suggesting that we ban cigarettes. I mean, that never works. Prohibition never works. I know this government is sometimes very fond of banning things. I'm not suggesting we ban anything. Banning will never work. It only push things to the underground market, to the black market, and people who are addicted will somehow find a way to get it. In fact, there is a contrary thought when every time we see when these spurious liquor cases happen in India, why are people consuming spurious liquor? It's a little contrarian and might be even controversial what I say. It is because regular liquor is not affordable, they go and buy spurious liquor, which is cheaper. So by thinking that by increasing prices on sin products like the tobacco products, you will actually lower consumption is wrong. What will happen is this will go into there'll be spurious manufacturers, people will find alternatives. I'm not suggesting you lower taxes, but I'm saying that by increasing taxes, if you think you're going to lower consumption, that doesn't work at all. In fact, we really need to think this very, very carefully, sir. While I understand the logic of this government of raising taxes, of compensatory taxes, and I'm not just, this is the topic which is beyond politics, which is tobacco usage. There is no partisan view in this. We as a society must really think about this. Successive governments have only used tobacco products to increase more revenue, but we have never addressed the problem which tobacco is causing. As Dr. Purandeshwari said, there are 6 million farmers who are cultivating tobacco. There are 20 million laborers who are working in these tobacco lands. And there are more than 35-40 million people who are involved in the industry. We are not thinking of how to move them to other sectors. No government has come up with any plan on how to migrate farmers from tobacco to other crops. What will people involved in the tobacco industry, can they be migrated to another industry? What are we doing to reduce the consumption of tobacco? We don't think of all that. While we say it is bad, we keep taxing it, we keep getting more revenue, but we never really address the problem. And by raising taxes on it, if we think we're going to reduce consumption, that's also not going to happen. So I think its time has come for us. And successive governments have failed. I'm not ever only pointing at this government. No government has come up with anything holistic to stop or to reduce tobacco usage. What are we going to do to reduce usage of tobacco? How do we discourage people from using tobacco? That there is no blueprint. This government has no blueprint for it. There is no roadmap for it, except for saying that we will tax it and we are having these statutory warnings on these tobacco products. I don't think there has been any study which has said because of those graphic statutory warnings on tobacco products, actually tobacco usage has gone down. So the real problem here is how do we address tobacco usage? How do we reduce tobacco usage? And how do we migrate people who are involved in the tobacco industry into other sectors? And the finance minister must also tell us, by increasing this excise duty, if the prices go up, will it lead to counterfeiting? Will it lead to black market? Because there is something known as a Laffer curve in economics. If you keep on increasing taxes, compliance goes down. So is there a point where the finance minister believes that beyond this, if we increase, it will actually lead to more black marketeering? And what kind of, will it only lead to more avoidance of tax as opposed to revenue collection? While I understand the logic of the government to bring about this compensatory excise increase to offset the cess, they really need to come up, and particularly the government must come up with a holistic plan on how to reduce tobacco usage, how to migrate people who are working in the tobacco sector to other sectors. That is the real problem, and not merely tinkering on all these things and just increasing revenue. While I understand the logic of why this is being brought, but we should keep the big picture in mind. Thank you very much, sir.
Shri Naresh Chandra Uttam Patel ji.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir.
I am here to speak on the amendment being made in the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025 by Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. I am not here to talk about any big business houses, but I am here to be the voice of voiceless, those who are involved in the tobacco farming, those who toil hard on the lands, on the fields, and grow tobacco with a lot of hardships and earn their scarce livelihood with the help of tobacco crops. They are not mentioned in any headlines, they are not reported anywhere, but they contribute in the sums of thousands of crores in Indian economy. But today government is going to lay heavy taxes on their livelihood and production. Sir, in my area tobacco is produced, tobacco is cultivated. Sir, government is going to impose new taxes on pan masala and chewing tobacco. This decision is being taken without taking cognizance of the scenario in which tobacco laborers, tobacco cultivators are in. Sir, in my area, in huge amount, this is grown. If tax is increased so much, then big business houses will definitely withstand with it. But small farmers, laborers, small industries will perish. It will shrink the market and purchasing power will reduce, and small units which are involved in the tobacco processing would be destroyed and small families would be destroyed. Government is saying that it will help the health scenario of the country, but on the ground laborers people are already suffering and this will further deprive them of their staple income. So I urge that this should not be passed in haste. Sir, 28% GST would be imposed, and another 50-60% tax would be imposed. So it would result in a kind of crisis for small units, those small industrial units which are involved in the tobacco leaf separation, etc. And their laborers which are deployed in those units would be completely destroyed. However, it will not have any positive impact upon the health scenario of the people of this country. So I demand that this bill be diverted to the Standing Committee of Parliament, Lok Sabha, and all the laborers and all the stakeholders should be consulted by the committee. And Patel ji, even states would suffer. This compensation cess would also be given to the states. Sir, in your district, paddy is cultivated, and you are not speaking on that. Paddy is being purchased on 1600-1700 rupees, and MSP is this, and in market it is being made available at 2300 rupees. So you should also take care of the welfare of the farmer. Sir, a proper scheme for the employment of the farmers should be devised and implemented. And if this bill is passed in haste, then it will only hamper the interests of the tobacco cultivators. And if the cigarette and these tobacco products are sold at high prices, then it would only encourage to smuggling. And you can make cigarettes costly, but it will only encourage the consumption of foreign brands, and also it may result into the increased buying and selling of cheap tobacco products. So this will again further hamper the health of the people. There are lots of farmers and cultivators whose income livelihood is dependent upon these products only. Government has to evaluate the revenue sources based on various products and tobacco, etc. In Madhya Pradesh, a huge amount of tobacco is grown. Sir, think of the situation plight of the poor laborers who are involved in the production, cultivation, processing of tobacco. So kindly be sensitive about their plights, and the tobacco growers would also suffer, and later on it is also processed, in which many laborers, lot of human resources, and also all of them would suffer. So it should be diverted to Standing Committee.
Sir, I rise to speak on the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025 brought forward by the Finance Minister, Mrs. Nirmala Sitharaman. Once again, it has fallen on the Finance Minister to mobilize resources for the government, due to which she has brought about this bill. It has been stated in the statement of objection reasons that with the GST, Central Excise Act was repealed by Section 174 of Central GST Act, excepting respect of goods listed under entry 84 of List 1 of 7th Schedule to the Constitution. This includes tobacco and tobacco products. With the levy of GST and compensation cess on tobacco and tobacco products, the rates of central excise duties were reduced significantly to allow for levy of compensation cess without large impact. So in order to expand the financial space, fiscal space, to increase the rate of central excise duty on tobacco and tobacco products so as to protect tax incidents, it is imperative to amend the table in Section 4 of the 4th Schedule to the Act. Now, why this was brought about? Sir, products such as cigarettes, cigars, hookah, tobacco, chewing tobacco, zarda, and scented tobacco currently attract precision cess that varies by product and in some cases goes as high as to 90%. This cess was originally introduced in 2017 to compensate states for the GST related revenue loss and was extended until March 2026 to help repay loans taken during the COVID period. With loan repayments expected to be completed. So this will be completed by December. Compensation cess will cease. To prevent a sudden fall in tax incidence on tobacco, government plans to replace the cess with a new central excise duty. The bill seeks to give the government the fiscal space to increase the rate of central excise duty on tobacco and tobacco products so as to protect tax incidence according to the statement of objection reasons. The change aligns with the GST Council's September decision to discontinue the compensation cess on all goods except tobacco and transition to a two-rate GST structure while reserving a 40% slab for ultra-luxury and thin goods. Now, if enacted, this bill will replace the GST compensation cess on tobacco with a central excise duty. Allow the center to revise excise rates to match current local total taxation levels, ensure revenue neutrality by keeping the tax burden on thin goods. Thin goods, as you know, costly cars and all that, unchanged. Create a permanent taxation structure instead of temporary cess and maintain tobacco under the highest GST bracket of 40% once the rationalized slabs take place. In any case, we are opposed to cess because cess is wholly consumed by the central government. The states do not get any part of it. Now, under the new law, this will replace the GST compensation cess on tobacco with the central excise duty. Allow the center to devise excise rates to match total taxation levels, ensure revenue neutrality, etc. Now, there are two bills. After this will come the bill on pan masala, which the minister, for her own reasons, pan masala tax will be helping both health and defense, national security. What I'll discuss that when that bill comes up. Now, this will ensure the total tax incidence on tobacco and pan masala remains unchanged, replace the compensation cess with a permanent excise duty, introduce a new machine capacity cess on pan masala to bolster public health, prevent revenue loss to the center once the compensation cess ends, which will end by the end of this year. This bill will formally extend the compensation cess on tobacco products such as cigarettes, cigars, chewing tobacco, and zarda. The central will gain authority to impose and revise a new central excise duty on tobacco under the amended Central Excise Act 44. The aim is to keep the overall incidence of tobacco, currently a mix of GST and compensation cess, at the high level, even after the cess expires. Now, what was the logic behind compensation cess? It was an additional charge. Compensation cess was levied on certain goods and services in India, designed to compensate states for potential revenue losses following the implementation of the GST, while largely merged into the new GST slabs. As of September 2025, it continues to apply to tobacco and tobacco-related products. The purpose was to protect revenue for manufacturing heavy states, which were expected to lose tax income under the consumption-based GST system. The mechanism was revenue collected from the cess was put in a dedicated fund and disbursed to states based on a formula that projected 14% annual growth. Goods covered originally applied to luxury and thin goods, including luxury cars, aerated drinks, coal and tobacco products. The 56th GST Council meeting, it was a very important meeting, streamlined the tax structure, leading to the cess being integrated into a new consolidated GST rate for most luxury and thin goods. For example, luxury cars and aerated drinks are subjected to 40% GST, which includes the cess component. Now this cess is extended till March 31, 2026, but is solely focused on repaying loans the central government took during the COVID-19 pandemic. So remaining cess are still subjected to a separate compensation cess in addition to their GST rate. Cess will continue for these items until the outstanding loan and interest obligations are fully discharged. The bill has been introduced in the Lok Sabha. Now the bill in its schedule details the different types of tobacco products, starting with unmanufactured tobacco, tobacco refuse, which includes sun-cured country tobacco, tobacco for manufacture of BDs, not stems, tobacco for manufacture of hookah, flue-cured Virginia tobacco. It also includes cigars, cheroots, cigarillos, and cigarettes of tobacco or of tobacco substitutes, including cigars, cheroots, cigarillos, cigars and cheroots, cigarettes containing tobacco, other than filter cigarettes, filter cigarettes of length, including length of the filter length being 11 length, filter cigarettes of length, the length being 11 meters or its actual length. So all this will fall under this. And there are other manufactured tobaccos. For instance, water pipe tobacco, hookah in Guraku or Guraku tobacco, smoking mixture for pipes and cigarettes, on which any case, lot of tax is put. So as I mentioned earlier, that this has been forced. Government has been compelled because the cess is going and government has to make up the revenue loss. Now this brings me to the end of my deposition on my submission on the fiscal matter. But here, while speaking, both Purandeshwari ji from the ruling party and Karti Chidambaram from the opposition, they have mentioned the moral question of the government depending on tobacco products for the resource mobilization. They mentioned how many people are affected by cancer due to tobacco. I have been a smoker myself. I'm trying to kick the habits because people say that you won't live for 5 years if you can't kick the habits. So this moral question is before the finance minister. The moral question is before
He
the
can
finance
become a
minister
brand ambassador
as
to create awareness.
whether whether the government has any role in controlling the consumption of tobacco, in reducing the health problems, that the finance minister is silent about.
Sogat Dada,
Yes, sir.
time allotted is only 9 minutes for your party and I have already given you 12 minutes.
Good thing. Good thing. I'm speaking sense. Why would we appreciate Jagdambika Pal unless he
Try to
encourages us?
Two more minutes. 2 more minutes.
So this now there is only a mention on the packet that cigarette smoking is injurious to health. Somebody writes, cigarette smoking can even cause death. Now, what is
Saugat Dada, you should not address to Nisikant Dubey ji. Only you address to
No,
finance.
he's
minister.
not addressing. He's not talking to him.
Nishikant is the favored child of the ruling party. That's why I try to respond to him. He's a favored child. You'll see that he'll speak 4 times every day. So this question has been raised. The contrary opinion has been voiced by the Samajwadi Party. He said that so many people are dependent on tobacco. Purandeshwari mentioned 6 million tobacco farmers and 20 million tobacco workers. What will happen to them? They have to be found an alternative. I do not belong to the JDU, but Nitish Kumar took a bold decision to establish prohibition in Bihar, which gave him good electoral defeat. He must have lost revenue, but still he took that bold decision. Whether that has reduced illicit liquor in Bihar or not is a question to be probed. Now the same question is whether the finance minister can show courage, boldness, and take a moral stand. No, as finance minister, I do not want to
Kindly
encourage-
conclude.
I do not want to encourage smoking, any type of smoking, including cigarettes, including cigars, including hookah, including everything. That is the principal moral question being put before the finance minister. So while one cannot object to resource mobilization by the government, raising revenue, one must pose the question, where from this revenue will come? It seems that all governments, whenever there is shortfall in revenue, they tax cigarettes and this. That means indirect encouragement. Whether economists have to delve into the question, whether increasing price of cigarettes or churros that has reduced consumption of tobacco. So with this question, I leave it to the finance minister to respond to the moral question raised before her, whether by
Thank you.
increasing
Thank you,
tax,
Saugat Raji.
the
Shri K. Veera Swami ji.
finance minister is encouraging or discouraging smoke.
Sir, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak on this Central Excise Amendment Bill of 2025, sir. So the Honorable Finance Minister has explained very clearly about the need for this particular bill at this particular juncture, because the GST compensation cess, which has to come to an end and has come to an end, and this taxation has to be adjusted so that the revenue is not going to be lost. Sir, the earlier speaker from BJP, they had highlighted about the diseases that can be caused due to smoking. Apart from the lung problems, I mean like COPD or bronchiectasis or cancers of the lung or oral cancers, you would be surprised to know that not only the lungs, sir, it also affects other organs, like it affects the eye. There is a condition called as tobacco amblyopia, which can affect your vision. And there are also cancers which can happen outside of the lungs, like your pancreas, your urinary bladder, and so there are multiple implications of this, sir. So particularly when it comes to passive smokers, are of course they are confined space. When they have a person who's smoking, they breathe very, very normally, which allows more time for the smoke to settle down into their lungs and create more problems. Sir, so many people had mentioned about the effects and how it should be curtailed and everything. And in fact, the member from Congress, when he had spoken, he said that increasing the prices of the taxes is not going to deter the smoker from stopping smoking, sir. I would like to mention that I have worked as a surgeon in hospitals, and in Tamil Nadu specifically, in southern India, we have a condition called as thromboangiitis obliterans, sir. This is a condition which affects the blood circulation of the legs. And this specifically occurs in people who smoke BDs. So if you note, in this hospital, I've seen hundreds of patients who smoke BDs who come up where they will end up with amputation of their legs, sir. So I have seen cases where they get amputated in one leg, but they continue smoking and then they lose the other leg. And I've seen the worst case where both the upper limbs also had to be amputated, and with the stumps, he was still smoking the BD. So to say that increasing the price is going to deter people from smoking is an argument which I would definitely not accept, because even though they know that it is harmful for them, they do not have the motivation for doing that, sir. So I would like to bring it to the knowledge of this house, sir, that during the UPA government, they came out with one program for effectively curbing the smoking. They brought a law which made smoking in public places a criminal act. So that has one single act has brought in so much of discipline amongst most of the, almost all places of this country, sir. And this is something which has happened internationally, because I've been traveling abroad and everywhere the smoking in public has been banned. In fact, I would like to recall that in the Central Hall in the Parliament, there used to be an ashtray, sir. I mean, when I came here, I was told that there used to be an ashtray over there and members used to be smoking over there. So now that this single act of banning smoking in public has made it possible for all the non-smokers, especially families, when they go for hotels, when they go for cinema theaters, the cinema theaters, when you step outside during a break, during an interval, you will find that the whole place is in like a movie scenario, sir, where they'll be fully filled up with fog and smog. So this is the kind of situation used to be there. So I would like to take this opportunity to tell this government, why not do something about ways of preventing people from smoking? So so many people keep saying that raising taxes will not curb smoking. So I would like to give my suggestion. Each and every parliamentary constituency or each and every block, you make available a place where smoking, quitting smoking can be initiated. There are several medications, several formulations which are available for you. Start that thing, then I will start with me. You first start doing this in all these places, and we will work on them.
Viraswamy, kindly address to the chair.
Sir, I would only request, sir, we have to understand, everybody has spoken about the ill effects of smoking, sir, and the amount of expenditure the nation incurs because of these smokers. It runs into several thousands, if not lakhs of crores. So I feel that investing back on our population to make sure that they have a smoke-free life, you should probably set up centers in each and every parliamentary constituency or in each and every block, where you say that you will be giving free medications for people who are motivated to stop smoking. If you do that, even if there is a 10 or 20% reduction, I feel that it will go a long way in improving the quality of life for not only the smoker, but also to his whole family and friends. Sir, also, when we are talking about this excise duty, I am assuming that this is going to be going into the divisible pool where the other states also have to be benefiting out of this. Sir, I would like to say that this divisible pool is something where our Honorable Chief Minister has said that it should be increased from the present 41% to 50%. Sir, our Honorable Prime Minister, when he was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, he has spoken so much about the differences and the inequalities where the union government has not provided enough for the state governments. So I would like to take this opportunity to insist that 50% of the union funds collected should be used for devolving to the states, where all the states will benefit from this, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sri Labu, Sri Krishnaji.
Sir, the previous speaker, Kalanidhi Viraswamy, spoke very emotionally on this topic, but he's one of the person who's
He's a doctor also, no? He's a surgeon.
He's a doctor, and he explained about all the ill effects of smoking, sir, but he still smokes 40 cigarettes a day, sir. That is the problem that that we have in this country. But let me tell you, sir, in the last 25...
It is necessary to disclose on the floor of the House.
Yes, sir.
Is it necessary?
but in the last 25 years, sir, as a developed country, we have done exceedingly well in at least doing the anti-tobacco campaign aggressively across the country. I've seen in the last 25 years how a lot of changes have taken place. We used to see a lot of people smoking in the public, in the theaters and everything, but there's effective campaign that has been done and it has been brought back. And also at the same time, I remember there was a Grand Prix that was happening in India. Every car used to, in the F1 race, every car used to have the advertisement of a tobacco company and everything. But when it was happening in India, they had to make sure that those were removed. That aggressive campaign as a developing country we have done in the last 25 years. But still we need to do more of that. Sir, before I start on this speech, I want to compliment our finance minister, sir, on GST 2.0. It has brought the inflation drastically down. It has made a lot of goods cheaper. And not only that, sir, we have seen the numbers that have come out with regards to the GDP for this trimester, for this 3 months, which has been almost 8.2%. I don't see any other country, major economy growing at that speed anywhere in the world. And that too, after 50% of the tariffs have been levied upon India, but still we are growing at 8.2%. 8.2%. So we are doing extremely well. So coming to the bill, I support this for two reasons. The first one is with regards to the significance of the excise duty that is there in this country. If you look at the numbers, there's almost the collection in 2021 to 22. Almost 3.9 lakh crores was collected under this, and 22-23, 3.19 lakh crore was collected, and 23-24 it was reduced to 3.05. And there is a huge, excise duty collection that has been happening. So I feel this is very much needed. And second one, the reason that I want to support this is because it is actually from cess, it is coming into the divisible. Which I think most of the colleagues from the opposition has been asking for a long time, that move the cess into the divisible so that states can get a lot of benefits. I think something that's good is happening. I hope everyone can compliment on that. So these are the two reasons that I want to support this bill, sir. But coming to I have some two grievances and one clarification. Successful was that in other crops, but in this crop, in tobacco farming, the contractual farming has gone to a next level, wherein this ITC, GPA has actually gone in 24-25 season, gone to the farmers and signed the contracts with them saying, you grow it, we'll purchase it. That is what they said. You grow it and purchase it. And because of that, there's a huge percolation. In my constituency, normally there's a lot of chili farmers are there, cotton farmers are there, but they moved into the tobacco because these contracts were being signed. So because of that, once this huge production has come in, and these tobacco companies were said, no, we can't buy this, and brought the price drastically down. And the state government has to intervene, and state government has to purchase this tobacco. We spent 278 crores last year to purchase this tobacco so that the farmers won't get. So there's a contradiction that is happening. On one side, we are saying, let's not do this, let's not grow tobacco, let's take away tobacco farmers from the other side. From this crop to the other crop, but on the other side, the state government has to come in and has to pitch in their money and have to purchase it. So I request the finance minister and agriculture minister is also here. So we have put in this much money into this. We want you to work with these companies, ITCs and GPS, to make sure that farmers are not led in this fashion. But on the other side, you please help our state also, because we have put in so much of money into this, so that you can help us, because we are a cash-strapped state. And second one is with regards to the second grievance is with regards to the CSR funds these companies are spending, where they are spending. ITC, which is headquartered in my home constituency of Guntur, it agri headquarters is based in Guntur, sir. ITC agri headquarters. It earns around 22,000 crores every year profits. And when I tried to inquire, where they are spending the CSR fund, where they are spending the CSR fund, they're spending it everywhere, but not actually with the farmers, not actually helping the farmers on the ground. So there's a total contradiction in what we are trying to do and what the companies are trying to do. So I request, the first thing is talk to these companies, make sure that they don't give these false promises to the farmers. Second, talk to these companies and make sure the CSR fund, which they're supposed to spend in those villages where the farmers are there, to be spent on those villages and to the farmers. That will be helpful for them. And coming to the clarity that I requested, you clarified it, ma'am, with regards to the proposed 70% duty on the unmanufactured tobacco on the HS code 2401. It was very clearly mentioned by you, and thanks for that. And I hope this will give a lot of relief to the small traders who are very much dependent on this one. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Sri Kaushalen Kumar ji, Sri Kaushalen ji.
सभापति महोदय, आपने मुझे
Honorable Chairman, sir, you gave me a chance to speak on the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025. I thank you for that. Honorable Chairman, sir, the Madam Finance Minister is on this 1944 bill of Central Excise is being amendment here, and this proposal has been presented by her, which is very much the need of the hour, and I welcome this, because the way the tobacco, cigarette, and this pan masala and all these things are being used so much, that is very much bad for the health. And this proposed health security and this cess which is there, and people are being made aware through this step, and I hope that this dangerous things and detrimental to health, these things will be now come into the notice of people and be good for us. And this proposed bill for this GST for the manual process production, also on that cess will be levied. And this cess is again open one gateway, and producing machines on that also first time the tax provision has been made. And this manufacturing sector, it can be concern for them, and on this the government has brought this transparency, and government must bring transparency on this matter. But once you have this cess on the production capacity, then this how this it can be investigated, or this inspection can be done, and this Inspector Raj can come in this case. And ease of doing business can face a lot of problems, and this is a good suggestion he is giving. Please listen to that. And the manufacturing also, per month the demand will be there, and on that when demand will be less, so at the time the production will be lessened. But this cess would be both the ways. and which will be bad for the producer. And Honorable Chairman, sir, the way the GST law was there, GST at the time in 2017, the cess was being talked about, and for only for 5 years it was the decision. But because of Corona, it was enhanced up to 2026. But this kind of tax will be definitely an extra burden on the producers, and with this cess, the states will have been kept away. And I hope that Honorable Minister in her reply would like to respond on this and will give the detailed information to people and to this August House. And as this information I have in December, the state governments to be given the compensation for that, they will be given chance. And in 2026, this time limit which is there, that has to be made done away with, because in the proposal new cess and this new excise duty, this path has been opened for that, and Honorable Minister has proposed for this and put this bill in the end. Thank you.
Shri Anil Desai ji.
Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025, presented by Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. The basic idea, or as it is given in the objects and reasons of the bill, that goes as per that compensatory cess which was being applied hitherto, that will discontinue, and in place of that, naturally, that addition to that, excise duty will be laid up, and tax incidence is taken care of. But the issue, what is being cited by other speakers also, that millions of farmers are there, though that number is a bit small compared to agrarian country that our economy is. But of course, I mean, labor also in that same proportion is dependent on that, and their livelihood is comes into question. When we say that these issues are everywhere, but particularly if I speak about my state of Maharashtra, that Maharashtra, we have Vidarbha region, and in districts of Solapur and so, there are this kind of jungles are there of tobacco growing plants, and the leaves of the plants they are plucked up and brought together, and that is how the economy works over there. It may be in the form of unorganized economy or informal economy, I would say, that still exists and still prevails. Also, that also needs to be taken care of. We see that parts of Haryana and Rajasthan and all that, that farm burning of the buds in the farm, that with the wind it flows, the continuous smogging take place. That is also vitiating, and that is also very detrimental to the health of the people of the country. That also needs to be discouraged at every level. There is nothing much to be mentioned about this, because this is a welcome step which is being taken. And sir, it is out of context though that our Honorable Finance Minister is sparing no stone unturned to see that the central exchequer gets maximum of revenue from every possible. At the same time, I would request her that it is not a part of the bill or nothing to do with the bill, but general insurance industry, that time and again I've been after you and you were kind enough to show your consent also, but it is not happening. That general insurance employees, they are waiting for their wage revision. I think you will take cognizance of the fact and accord, which has already been accorded by you, which will in the coming few days, I think they will get a good news. And I commend the bill. Thank you.
Srimati Supriya Sule ji.
Thank you, sir. I stand here to speak on the tax bill, and I stand here on behalf of our party to support the Honorable Finance Minister's bill. Sir, I would like to just ask for a few clarifications from the Honorable Finance Minister. We all wholeheartedly support the bill, and that's the sense of the House today. But there are larger issues that I would like to ask her, and I think that's where I'd like to take the debate to, that what is really the objective of this bill? I appreciate you increasing the prices of it, but if you really look at it largely, what are the ministries who really need to be involved while implementing something like this? Is only our tax collection the incentive and the objective of this bill? Or are we looking at collecting tax? Nothing wrong. It's a legal way, and that's how countries run and development happens. At the same time, is health a high priority? Because the state I come from, sir, the Home Ministry, Finance, Health, Agriculture, and the Food and Public Distribution. These are 5 ministries which really need to work together in the larger interest of all the suggestions that have come from all the MPs. Sir, ours was the first state in the country which banned gutka. But I, with full humility, with a heavy heart, I must admit that in Maharashtra, gutka is available everywhere. And in plenty, not just in small quantities. We banned it, but it's there. So even if we do ban things, is really the outweigh. I mean, I was a big one to say, ban kar do, but now I think, was it a wrong decision? Should we have increased the tax? Would have been better than illicit gutka being distributed. And another angle, I appreciate what Krishna ji said in his speech. He made a lot of issues about ITC, the development, the CSR. But I would like to add a small point to that, sir, that in all these products, like using gutka or any tobacco product, they are not allowed to advertise. I appreciate the point of Professor Saugata Royji also said that make more signages on them. There are ample signages everywhere now, and smoking is not cool. Sir, I was in a generation where Bollywood movies showed the machoism was about smoking. But today's generation is exactly opposite. You're shamed if you're seen smoking. Even a movie, it says it's injurious to health. So I think society at large globally has done things like this to shame people from smoking. But unfortunately, what happens in all these brands or any gutka brand, they look at other comfort products. Like there are gutka products, the name is the same with water. So they sell water, the brand is the same, but psychologically, when you're watching that ad, you do realize कि ये गुटके वाला है, वही पानी बना रहा है.
The same producer who is making this gutka is manufacturing biscuit, water, or what?
The designing is the same. So indirectly, this soft advertising that all these gutka kings of India are doing, this is something we really need to look into. I don't know what the solution is to it, but we must do it because in the larger interest of all my friends, and I think it's the most wonderful debate today because Professor Saab and my friend Kalanidhi, who's not here just now, but both of them have spoken against smoking. So, you know, umid pe duniya kayam hai
So we are just based on the hopes.
in there. But sir, I would like to ask a few questions to the Honorable Finance Minister that I appreciate her bringing the bill. But what's really alarming today is in Delhi, walking around in Delhi is like smoking 50 cigarettes a day. So I think I would urge her, and I even spoke to Bhupender ji the other day, I was fortunate enough to meet him in Parliament, that why don't you put a consensus in Parliament and give us targets? Give targets to every member of Parliament where we can help you, assist you in building a better society for pollution, for smoking, for all these larger social issues. Kabhi to rajniti chhod ke hum sab
We should leave aside politics at times and we should do something for the country.
about for smoking, can we do something for air pollution? So if you
She had
also give
mentioned
us
your
some
name.
targets, I was praising him. I took Kalanidhi ji's name because I really appreciate his intervention. But is there something that we can do more for
Today he
air
has shown his
pollution?
determination.
No, I hope he does something. And for all the solution that he has made for making pockets in every villages, if he gives us from Tamil Nadu a solution, we'll implement it in Maharashtra to stop smoking. And we are happy to take it and we'll give it your name also. But I think we can, if there is something we can together do for this, we'd be very happy. The Honorable Purandeshwari ji talked about welfare states. I appreciate her efforts. She's one of the finest parliamentarians we have. But sir, welfare state is, do we really want India to be a welfare state? I mean, I come from a state which recently had an election and a program which the Honorable Shivraj Singh ji started in Madhya Pradesh, which was a very big success, was used in Maharashtra for Ladli Behnas. And it was effectively implemented before the election. But what happened to the welfare after election, pata nahi. 25 lakh. Ye Shivraj Singh ji ne Madhya Pradesh.
It's 25 lakh rupees. It was not an MP, but in Maharashtra it has happened. 25 lakh women have been benefited.
Forward. So what really is the objective? I go back to my first point that what is the objective? Even the farmers issue. I appreciate Shivraj Singh ji's work. Sir, he was most kind to us when Maharashtra had a huge, हमारे यहाँ बहुत बारिश हुई. He was one
We had lots of rains.
most helpful. He wanted to come and help us in our state. He himself said कि जो भी लगेगा हम यहाँ से देंगे.
Whatever is possible we'll do from our side, he said.
Very hard that Maharashtra government has still not sent him a proposal. Maharashtra में कह रहे हैं कि committee
It is said in Maharashtra will form the committees, we'll have the reports, and what will happen in that.
appreciate.
If you can yield to, I think.
Yes, yes, please, I'll be happy to.
Shivraj Singh.
करना चाहता हूँ
I just want to request sir, that the government of Maharashtra on the tragedy which happened, calamity of flood which happened, on that on 27th they have sent the proposal to us. Just wanted to correct this thing. Maharashtra government has sent this proposal to us.
आपको जब जानकारी रहेगी तो आपने लेकिन अब
If you didn't have the information, it's different thing. Honorable Minister of Agriculture has given this. It's his greatness that he is saving the government, but they said that they have not sent the report. When I asked them, there is survey going on after from the committee. Honorable Minister of Agriculture is saying on the record. On record, he has stated that thing.
प्राकृतिक आपदाओं में मैं
In the natural calamity, I've also been in touch with the states, and he has sent me the report. Definitely, on ground, he has sent the report.
Maharashtra sir.
We have lots of hopes and aspirations we have from him. Maybe not from the Maharashtra government, but we have it from him. As the thing Krishna ji said.
But I would just like to, maybe he missed out on in his reading. कि IMF का एक नया report
He
आया
mentioned
है.
about
But
There is a report by IMF.
I'm not sure, sir. I'm very confused. I'm not a finance expert. जो मैं थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ लेती हूँ उससे ही कुछ समझ.
A little I've read, I can understand only that. So there was a report, maybe the Honorable Finance Minister may clarify that, and it came out in the newspapers. I'm not much aware, but there is an IMF report wherein it has been stated that our situation is slightly different.
Appreciate and request the Honorable Finance Minister to clarify. So the world world needs to know where really India stands. And if the IMF report, which has downgraded us, has given wrong information about India, we need to correct it to make sure that there is no bad perception and information about India. So I think this is the limited point. I don't think we have any more suggestions to make, but we appreciate the
Your
efforts.
time was only 3 minutes, but you spoke more than 8 minutes.
Sir, you are very kind
Thank
to
you.
me or overindulging me.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
but I will
Thank you.
support the bill wholeheartedly. And I hope the objective is very clear to reduce smoking and make sure the tobacco farmer doesn't get hurt. We can always finance Shivraj Singh ji. Zarur uske liye kuch acha karenge.
Honorable Shivraj Singh ji will definitely do something which will benefit all. Thank you.
Baikar ji, Sri Ravin Baikar ji.
सेंट्रल एक्साइज संशोधन विधेयक 2025।
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. I express my heartfelt gratitude that you gave me this very important bill, which is the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025.
महोदय, मैं अपनी पार्टी शिवसेना की ओर से इस विधेयक का पूरेपूर समर्थन।
Sir, I rise to support this bill on behalf of my party wholeheartedly. I would also like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister of the country, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and our Finance Minister, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Both of these have not only safeguarded our revenue, but also to drive away the youth from indulging into any such addiction. After GST and income tax reforms, this is a great reform which will definitely strengthen the foundation for a developed India, a Viksit Bharat, and a healthy India, Swasth Bharat. After suffering GST compensation losses, the cess was introduced. Now that when it is soon going to be over, the revenue of the country will suffer losses, and because of drop in prices, the use of tobacco and tobacco products can increase. But the government has shown great jurisprudence in amending the fourth schedule of the 1944 Act, and they are introducing a new tax slab through this bill. The stringent laws being enforced by this bill, I welcome that. On top of 40% GST, up to 70% or more cess will be levied, which the Honorable Finance Minister said that GST cannot go above 40%, but this extra cess of 70% will be levied. The length of the cigarette and the basis of the filter from 2,700 rupees to 11,000 per thousand will be the duty fixed. Not only that, on unmatured tobacco from 7 to 70%, and on inhaling nicotine products also, excess duty will be levied up to 70%. This step was also important because tobacco and tobacco-related products are harmful for the society, but if the tax was reduced, it would have costed less and it would wreak havoc in the society. But the government has taken a decision in welfare of the country. This is not only about health, but it is helping everyone in the country. Today, it is like a pandemic. Every year, more than 13.5 lakh people die because of tobacco use, and this is more than the number of deaths because of any other disease or a war even. And in India, out of one out of every 10 deaths in India, immature deaths are because of tobacco. The GTS2 survey and other say that because of tobacco, 1,77,000, 1,46,000 is the loss, fiscal loss of our country, and it is more than 1% of our GDP. Whatever we earn through taxes, we spend more on the treatment of diseases caused by tobacco and other products, and the youth are indulging into hookah bars and vaping and flavored tobacco, and they are being misled. And once any youth falls in its trap, it's difficult to come out of this addiction. The Center for Disease Control, their figures indicate that people who become de-addicted is very less because of awareness. Also, only 7.2% people can only de-addict themselves. That is why to increase the price of these products will also become a very important step in keeping the youth away from these tobacco products. And we need to save our citizens from becoming a passive smoker also. And this bill is like a surgical strike in this regard. I would once again like to support this bill and also given some suggestions. The revenue which we earn through this cess, which is levied, and revenue utilization can be used not only in the general budget, but a huge chunk can be used in the construction of cancer hospitals and for rehabilitation centers for farmers also. Many people have expressed that those farmers who grow to those who rely on this, they can be given an alternative crop, and a special package may be given to the farmers so that their livelihood is not affected. And Honorable Chairman, sir, for spreading awareness in schools and colleges, there can be movements. And sir, to you, I would like to also state that in Maharashtra, gutka is manufactured, but it is available all over India. So it is being sold everywhere in Maharashtra. That should also be banned, and stringent laws be formulated to punish these people. This bill shows economic and social responsibility, and it's an unique bill. It will not only help in earning revenues but also save many lives. I would like to once again express my gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and our Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji, and on behalf of my party, Shiv Sena, I fully support this bill. Thank you.
Sri Arun Govil ji. Sri Arun Govil ji.
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय और सदन में मेरे साथियों, जय श्री राम।
Honorable Chairman, sir, and my dear friends, Jai Shri Ram, I fully support the Central Excise Bill, Second Amendment 2025. And today I rise in this house because in the last 50 years, I'm tobacco free completely. And before Raman, I used to be a chain smoker and I used to chew on tobacco the entire day. But once I started acting in Raman, from that day to today, I'm tobacco free. So today I rise to support this bill. This bill is levying a new structure of cess on tobacco and tobacco related products. After GST, the excise duty was decreased on tobacco, but to safeguard our revenues, this needs to be restructured. The tobacco goods like tobacco, gutka, and cigarettes, the GST plus cess is being done away with, and a new structured reform of cess is being brought forth. Tobacco and tobacco products, the excise is to be increased on that. We all know that tobacco addiction is not just a habit, but it's a very serious health disease. The use of tobacco leads to cancer and many other deadly diseases. And so to strengthen health security, this step has been taken by the government, and the use of tobacco will decrease in people and the youth be kept away from tobacco. This bill ensures that our revenue grows, and also it shows its awareness for bringing about health in the society. This is a very important step in when we levy extra cess over and above 40% of GST. This is an important step for the social welfare of the people to decrease the use of dangerous tobacco products and to enhance the lives of the people. This bill is being brought. This bill will not bring any extra burden on any industry, but health risk products will be decreased and there will be discipline in the people. The government is thinking about public health first and has taken this very strong step. This increased tax will help in keeping people away from the use of tobacco, cancer, and pregnancy related diseases, tobacco, and other products. The excise has been increased, and it's a very good step in keeping people away from it. Our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's government is taking due cognizance of the health of the people, and already 1 lakh crore has been spent on the health of the people. Under the aegis of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the government always keeps nation first, and this bill is a very important role in that direction. I fully support this bill. Thank you. Jai Shri Ram.
Sri Sasikant Santhinji.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to register not just my opposition to this bill, but also my deep concern over the ad hoc, short-sighted decisions that the government is taking and also manipulating in the taxation system since the time GST started. The Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025 is another example, sir. The government is in the habit of taking ad hoc decisions, non-participative decisions, and then compensating for its own problems and pretending to rescue the nation by introducing more and more bills. Sir, let us be very clear. This bill is not about public health. Neither it is about national security. It is about filling a fiscal hole, basically created by the government's own failed GST implementation and its irresponsible borrowing. Speaker, sir, the government introduced GST with fanfare, saying that we will have one nation, one tax. Since the day it has been introduced, it has been one nation and constant confusion. For 8 long years, the government failed to manage GST revenues transparently, share it in time with the states, and created a lot of problems for the states. The so-called compensation cess, which was actually proposed for only 5 years, became a never-ending burden, primarily because of the government's center's failed attempt to protect revenues, and also the reason it took massive loans, and then using the compensation to cess to pay its own debts. And today, instead of admitting that the GST has been riddled with design flaws, technical failures, the government brings an amendment and sells it as a public health reform, which is absolutely, I think, is misleading. Sir, this bill claims to maintain tax incidence, but what it actually does is, it is going back to the pre-GST era. So basically now we will have GST, central excise, and then cess also. So basically all the reform idea which was proposed, I think again we are going to multiple confusions in the GST regime. Sir, so this government has achieved something extraordinary. They are bringing back the pre-GST tax structure. They managed to invent an even more complicated, cumbersome, and oppressive one. Sir, now the manufacturers, especially small scale and traditional businesses, will be crushed under the compliance requirements. We will see the details later. But then these are all issues, sir. So if it is about health issues, if it was about protecting the people from the ill issues of tobacco, which was discussed for so long, the government actually should have spent more on cancer treatment, de-addiction programs and other things. Rather, this is just a fiscal arrangement which the government is doing. Sir, there is absolutely no clarity on, probably we'll have to wait for the companion bill also, where this cess will go, or whatever the cess is going to be done, and how it is going to transform into outcomes. So, sir, the major issue that I am opposing this bill is also on the larger GST landscape, where states are repeatedly being ignored, compensation dues are chronically delayed, rate decisions driven by political compulsions and not economic logic, rate inversions causing chaos for MSMEs. The entire GST, which are supposed to be a cooperative federal structure is completely not running in the way it should be running. So the bill is nothing but a continuation of the same undemocratic style of functioning, centralization of power and decentralization of blame, and also ad hoc decision making. Introduce one more bill, and then destroy all the reform process that you have brought in. So, sir, if the government is truly committed to reducing these harmful consumptions, it should go into other methods and not put a technical thing as a public health reform. So, actually, sir, I think the bill is just a compensation for what problems have created through GST, and it should not have taken so long. But then again, to push it as a public health reform is something I don't think is in good interest. And I oppose this bill for this ad hoc method in which GST is being handled, and the entire country and the federal structure and the federal decision-making process is being compromised in this country. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Sudhakar Singh ji. Sri Sudhakar Singh ji.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आज मैं
Honorable Chairman, sir, I rise to speak on the Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025. I do not see a lot of need for any discussion, but it is very clear here that in lower tax slabs, the rural livelihood of the farmers, that need has been done away with, and the policy is only favoring the big industrialists. Tobacco and other products in its manufacturing, almost 40 to 45 lakh people in the rural areas, their livelihood depends on this, especially the women who have an optional source of income in the form of manufacturing tobacco products, which helps in feeding their families. If we look at products like bidi, earlier on per 1000 bidi, only 1 to 2 rupees was given as tax, but after this, they will have to give 10% tax, which will impact these small industries, but the big manufacturing companies will capture the entire market, and as a result, the small and medium industries will be destroyed, and in the rural areas, the women employment will also be impacted, and there's no alternative arrangement to mitigate that in this bill. So other than that, in this bill, the complex tax structure and the unorganized sector, especially the bidi and tobacco industry and their struggles, there is no provision to address these, and it will not only impact the livelihood in the rural areas, but the small industrialists of the unorganized sector will also be impacted. The GST on tobacco and pan masala, the new structured reform which is presented in this bill, the Honorable Minister may please reply to these points in her reply. The use of these tobacco products, the health is a burden on the state, and it is being stated that because of the higher tax rates, it will help in decreasing the health risks in the country. But as far as my experience goes, this is negated, but alternative farming and alternative livelihood and de-addiction, there is no mention of this in this bill, and the government's intent is clear in this. Bihar, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh farmers who cultivate tobacco, are they going to provide any optional farming or optional livelihood, or in the veil of this excise, they are just trying to benefit the big companies? The Honorable Minister may please reply subject-wise in her reply. Thank you.
Sri M. Guru Murthy ji.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. for giving me the opportunity to speak on Central Excise Amendment Bill 2025. Sir, this bill amends the Central Excise Act 1944. Honorable Chairman, sir, after GST in 2017, excise remained only on tobacco and related products, sir. With the GST compensation cess ending as loans are repaid, this bill restores physical space by shifting that burden into core excise, sir. Sir, Article 2, 4th Schedule, Section 4, tariff items 2401 to 2404. The bill replaces the entire tobacco tariff table in Section 4. It sets about 70% duty on unmanufactured tobacco, strong specific duties on cigarette per 1,000 sticks, sir, higher duties on chewing and smoking mixtures, and clear rates for new nicotine products, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, we feel some of the positives of this bill is tariff items 2401 10 to 20 at 30, uniform high duty on all unmanufactured tobacco types, and tobacco refuse reduce disputes and makes compliance simpler for farmers and traders, sir. Tariff items 2403 to 24030, very high duty on chewing and scented tobacco supports public health goals while preserving revenue, sir. Sir, in Article 1 of 2, Fiscal Memorandum, the shift from cess to excise protects centre's revenue without fresh budgetary outgo and supports medium and term fiscal planning, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, let me seek some answers for few questions, sir. Sir, number one, tariff item 240220, how will length-based slabs be policed so that cigarettes are not misdeclared around 65 mm, 70 mm, and 75 mm to reduce duty, sir? And second question is, tariff items 2403, 19, 21 to 29, what safeguards will stop machine-made bias being shown as handmade to claim the concession rates, sir? Tariff items 2404 to 12, 2404, 91 to 99. When will final duty rates be notified for fast-growing oral and transdermal nicotine products, sir? And tariff item 2403, 9970 versus 2403, 9910. How will diversion of low tax cut tobacco into high tax chewing tobacco be prevented across the state borders, sir? With these comments, I support this bill, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Srimati Mahima Kumari Memor.
Speaker, sir, I rise today to speak in support of the Central Excise Bill 2025, which in my respectful submission is not merely a fiscal adjustment, but a decisive step towards strengthening our nation's public health and architecture. For that, I will like to thank our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister. भारतवर्ष 2047 तक विकसित बनाने के मंत्र के साथ विकास
with the aim of India, with the aim to make India develop India by 2057, we, women, farmers, and every stakeholders have to play a decisive role where various reforms have been brought in GST regimes, which has increased the consumption in the country, and it has also reflected in the GDP growth, which has touched the growth rate of 8.2%. And for this, I am thankful to our Finance Minister, Srimati Sitaramanji. But we also have to be concerned about the health scenario in our country, and we need to spread awareness. And Sansad sports meets are being organized, and other programs are also being taken up in this direction to reduce and discourage the production of harmful tobacco. This bill has been brought, and
GST compensation cess is being gradually phased. Without corresponding safeguards, harmful products such as tobacco would inevitably become harmful product cheaper and more accessible, particularly in rural and semi-urban markets, where enforcement challenges remain acute. The proposed increase in excise duty ensures that the overall tax burden on tobacco products remains stable so that affordability does not rise and consumption does not spike. This approach reflects responsible governance, balancing physical rationality with the fundamental obligation to protect the health and welfare of our people. The real impact of this legislation must be understood, not in economic abstractions, but in effect on ordinary families, children, village communities. In small towns and rural beds across the countries, bidi, gutka, and inexpensive cigarettes remain dangerously easily to obtain. Young adolescents encounter tobacco not behind closed doors, but in public spaces, school, adjacent kiosks. Weekly rural markets and roadside shops. Experimentation begins early, often before young minds fully understands the consequences of the addiction. This early exposure translates into long-term dependence, deteriorating health, educational dropouts, and increasing medical expenditure for the families that can least afford it. In many agricultural and tribal communities, we see a parallel reality of undernutrition, school absent, absent of the children. A lot of children don't go to school because they use all these things, and growing health hazards directly connected to tobacco use among adults and adolescents alike. When families spend their limited income on addictive products, resources bent for food, education, and healthcare suffers. But sustaining price deterrence through calibrated tax policy, this bill intervenes at the most vulnerable entry point of addiction. Price remains one of the strongest barriers preventing children and youth from initiating tobacco use. When products remain unaffordable, experimentation reduces, progression to the habitual use declines, and entire household patterns of consumption change. Parent reduce usage, children remain protected from exposure, and community health gradually improves. In this sense, the bill serves as a protective shield around young Indians who constitute a demographic dividend, ensuring that future generations remain healthier, more educated, and more productive. India continues to confront an alarming burden of tobacco-related non-communicable disease, ranging from oral cancer to lung ailments and cardiovascular disease. These illnesses do not strike in isolation. They devastate families emotionally and financially. Rural population, daily wages earner, and low-income household face the worst consequences, often arriving at hospitals only when disease has reached advanced and costly stages. Preventive public policy, therefore must remain our primary defense. Alongside discouraging consumption, this bill also ensures that revenue generated from harmful commodities strengthens national healthcare capacity. Under the present government leadership, our
अनिवार्य है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, एक कठोर सत्य है कि भारत विश्व का दूसरा बड़ा तंबाकू उपभोक्ता है। हर वर्ष लगभग 10 लाख से अधिक लोग तंबाकू संबंधित बीमारियों से मरते हैं और लाखों लोग कैंसर, फेफड़ों की बीमारियों और हृदय रोगों से शिकार होते हैं। यह केवल आंकड़ों की नहीं, हमारे घरों की त्रासदी है, हमारे समाज के दुख हैं, हमारी युवा पीढ़ी की खोती हुई ऊर्जा है। तंबाकू सस्ता होगा तो नशा बढ़ेगा और तंबाकू महंगा होगा तो राष्ट्र बचेगा। WHO की रिपोर्ट साफ कहती है कि तंबाकू पर बढ़ा हुआ टैक्स सबसे प्रभावी नियंत्रण उपाय है। इस संशोधन में हमने 4th शेड्यूल को पूरी तरह अपडेट किया है और उत्पाद शुल्क को नई संरचना, जन स्वास्थ्य और राजस्व दोनों को सुदृढ़ करने वाली बात माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने कही है। इसके लिए हम उनका आभार व्यक्त करते हैं। इस संशोधन के 4 प्रमुख लाभ है। एक तो जन स्वास्थ्य को सुरक्षा, उच्च कराधान के उपभोग कम होगा, युवाओं की पहुंच घटेगी, लाखों परिवार बीमारियों से बचेंगे। दूसरा, राष्ट्र की अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती, तंबाकू उद्योग भारत के कर राजस्व में बड़ा योगदान देता है। नए संशोधन से सरकार को बड़ा राजस्व प्राप्त होगा जो स्वास्थ्य, शिक्षा, गरीब कल्याण और बुनियादी ढांचे पर खर्च किया जाएगा। अवैध व्यापार पर नियंत्रण स्पष्ट श्रेणियों से होने से गैर श्रेणीबद्ध उत्पादों पर कड़ी निगरानी संभव होगी। 1944 के पुराने कानून को आधुनिक भारत के अनुकूल बनाना। आज भारत डिजिटल है, टेक ड्राइवन है और नए प्रकार के निकोटिन उत्पादों को बाजार में तेजी से बढ़ रहे हैं और संशोधन देश को समकालीन बनाए रखता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह बिल केवल कर संशोधन नहीं, यह राष्ट्र के स्वास्थ्य रक्षा का संकल्प है। हमारा कर्तव्य है आने वाली पीढ़ियों को ऐसा दें जो धुएं से मुक्त हो, बीमारी से मुक्त हो और तंबाकू की जंजीरों से मुक्त हो। हमारा कर्तव्य है देश का हर बच्चा निकोटिन की गिरफ्त से बचे, हमारा भविष्य सुरक्षित रहे और हम राजनीति से ऊपर उठकर राष्ट्र हित में ऐसा निर्णय लेने का काम करें। अध्यक्ष महोदय, यह बिल एक टेक्निकल अमेंडमेंट नहीं है, यह भारतीय उद्योग, भारतीय उपभोक्ता और भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था तीनों के हित में लाया गया एक निर्णायक कदम है। क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ कहावत चलती थी, पहला सुख निरोगी काया, और इसलिए इसकी 4th अनुसूची में बड़ा संशोधन हुआ है। तंबाकू, निकोटिन, सिगरेट, गुटखा, हुक्का और सभी संबंधित उत्पादों पर एक नई अधिक प्रभावी एक्साइज ड्यूटी का प्रावधान किया गया है। इस बदलाव से इन हानिकारक उत्पादों के दाम बढ़ेंगे, खपत कम होगी और राजस्व में स्थिरता आएगी। क्योंकि नशा नाश का दूजा नाम और तन मन धन दीनो बेकाम, देखा देखी किया नशा, आदत बिगड़ी बुरा फंसा। और मैं तो ये कहता हूँ, युद्धों में मरने वालों से ज्यादा तो नशे से लोग मर रहे हैं, उस पर भी रोक लगेगी। जीएसटी कंपेंसेशन सेस को हटाकर स्थायी एक्साइज ड्यूटी देने का काम किया है। यह 2 प्रकार का लाभ देता है। एक तो सरकार को दीर्घकालिक राजस्व सुरक्षा और सार्वजनिक स्वास्थ्य को मजबूत संकेत। इसलिए इसमें सेटलमेंट कमीशन को समाप्त कर नई इंटरिम बोर्ड फॉर सेटलमेंट की स्थापना की गई है। इसके लिए मैं वित्त मंत्री जी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क 1944 की धारा है 32A, 32B, 32C, 32D, 32E और 32F व अन्य में संशोधन कर एक अंतरिम बोर्ड बनाया जा रहा है जो लंबित मांगों में तेज, निष्पक्ष और पारदर्शी निपटान करेगा। यह कदम ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस जो मोदी जी का लक्ष्य है उसको पूरा कर रहा है। टैक्स एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन रिफॉर्म दोनों को मजबूती देगा। तंबाकू उत्पादों पर व्यापक और वैज्ञानिक टैक्स स्ट्रक्चर, तंबाकू पर लगभग 70% नई एक्साइज ड्यूटी, सिगरेट में ड्यूटी पर लगभग 1000 स्टिक पर 2700 से 11,000 तक की बढ़ोतरी की गई। इसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। चबाने वाला तंबाकू, गुटखा, निकोटिन पाउच आदि पर व्यापक संशोधन यह न केवल राजस्व बढ़ाएगा बल्कि युवाओं में बढ़ रही नशे की प्रवृत्ति पर लगाम लगाएगा। स्वामी विवेकानंद कहा करते थे, हमारे देश को बलिष्ठ युवाओं की जरूरत है। महामना ने कहा था, ग्रामे ग्रामे कथा कार्य, ग्रामे ग्रामे कथा सुबह, पाठशाला मल्लशाला, प्रति पर्व महोत्सवा। और इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, इस विधेयक से होने वाले प्रमुख लाभ, राजस्व में इसमें स्थायित्व आएगा और इससे जन स्वास्थ्य को सुरक्षा मिलेगी, इससे कर व्यवस्थापन में पारदर्शिता आएगी और पुराने जितने भी सेटलमेंट कमीशन की जगह इंतरिम बोर्ड से यह जवाबदेह, तेज और आधुनिक बनेगा। इससे राष्ट्रीय वित्तीय अनुशासन आएगा। यह विधेयक भारत के दीर्घकालीन वित्तीय ढांचे को स्थिर और सक्षम बनाता है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, भारत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है। 11वीं अर्थव्यवस्था अब चौथे नंबर की अर्थव्यवस्था पर आ गई है और इसलिए युवाओं का बड़ा, क्योंकि युवा जब बढ़ता है तो देश आगे बढ़ जाता है, क्योंकि संघर्षों के साये में असली आजादी पलती है और इतिहास उधर मुड़ जाता है जिस ओर जवानी चलती है। भारत तेजी से आगे बढ़ रहा है, परंतु किसी भी प्रगतिशील राष्ट्र की आधारशिला मजबूत कर प्रणाली, जवाबदेही और जन स्वास्थ्य रक्षा पर होती है। यह संशोधन भविष्य की वित्तीय चुनौतियों को देखते हुए दूरदर्शिता को उठाया गया कदम है। युवाओं को नशे से दुष्प्रभाव बचाने का नैतिक प्रयास है। राज्यों को मजबूत बनाने वाला संवैधानिक निर्णय है। मैं इस सदन से आग्रह करता हूं कि केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क संशोधन विधेयक 2025 को पूर्ण समेत समर्थन देकर पारित किया जाए और देश के आर्थिक भविष्य को मजबूत बनाया जाए, जिससे कि हमारी पारदर्शिता और व्यवस्थित कर प्रशासन लागू हो सके। इस विधेयक माध्यम से जो पुराने जटिल और उद्योग बोझ बन चुके थे, वो फिर से नए रूप में आकर और देश की बढ़ोतरी में योगदान देंगे। मैं स्पष्ट कर शब्दों में कहना चाहता हूं, जब सरकार राजस्व भी बढ़ाएगी और ईमानदार उद्योगों की रक्षा भी करेगी और दुरुपयोग पर सख्त प्रहार भी करेगी। अवैध उत्पादन तस्करी पर कठोर दंड का प्रावधान इसमें किया गया है। इसके लिए मैं वित्त मंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूं और बार बार नियम तोड़ने वाली बढ़ी हुई आर्थिक दंडात्मक कार्रवाई और माल की गलत वर्गीकरण या फर्जी चालानों की सख्त कार्रवाई। अध्यक्ष महोदय, जो लोग टैक्स चोरी को व्यवसाय समझते हैं, उन्हें विधेयक पे साफ संदेश दे रहा है, यह देश का खजाना अब लूटना आसान नहीं होगा। इसलिए उद्योगों के लिए राहत, यह सरकार केवल दंडात्मक नीति नहीं बढ़ाती, यह प्रोत्साहन और सुधार लेकर चलती है। छोटे और मझोले उद्योगों के लिए अनुपालन प्रक्रिया सरल की गई है। तकनीकी बदलाव में फाइलिंग और ऑडिट की परेशानी कम होगी। घरेलू उत्पादन को बढ़ावा देने वाली रिफंड और क्रेडिट प्रणाली को सुव्यवस्थित किया गया है। हमारा उद्देश्य भारत में उत्पादन बढ़े, रोजगार बढ़े और मेक इन इंडिया मजबूत हो। इसलिए उपभोक्ता दायित्व में जब टैक्स सिस्टम सरल होता है तो उत्पादों पर लागत कम होती है। इस संशोधन का सीधा लाभ आम जनता तक पहुंचेगा। अनावश्यक शुल्क समाप्त कर संरचना व्यवस्थित उत्पादों पर स्थित कीमत यानी उद्योग चलेगा और जनता भी बचेगी। विपक्ष की जो बार बार जो कह रहे हैं कहीं स्टैंडिंग कमेटी की कहीं उसकी, ये देश वैसे भी युवा बहुत नशे की गर्त में जा चुका है। इसलिए आपसे सब इन्हें अनुरोध करते हैं कि ये 1944 वाला कानून पर्याप्त नहीं था, इसलिए बदला हुआ कानून ही देश के लिए अच्छा है। अगर विपक्ष परेशान है लेकिन तो केवल सुधारों से विपक्ष केवल देश की प्रगति से परेशानी यदि इनको है तो मैं आपसे अनुरोध करता हूं, ये परेशानी जैसा आप किसानों की बात बोल रहे थे, तो किसानों में भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं माननीय केंद्रीय मंत्री जी का, माननीय मोदी जी का, जिन्होंने विविधीकरण, फसलों के विविधीकरण के लिए एक बड़ा प्रयोग किया है। क्योंकि अनियमित तंबाकू और बीड़ी पर शुल्क 64% से लेकर 70% करने का काम किया है और फसल विविधीकरण कार्यक्रम जिसको CDP कहते हैं के अंतर्गत 2017-18 में और 2021-22 में कुल 1,11,889 एकड़ भूमि को तंबाकू की खेती को वैकल्पिक फसलों में प्रणालियों से सफलता पूर्वक स्थानांतरित कर दिया है। ये मोदी जी की सरकार है, ये 2025 का भारत है। हम इन्हीं संकल्पों के आधार पर कह सकते हैं कि जब देश के युवाओं के चेहरे पर तेज होगा, उनकी भुजाएं मजबूत होंगी, तो देश अपने आप बढ़ेगा। इसी निवेदन के साथ मैं यही कहता हूं कि भारत के भविष्य की रक्षा के लिए इस बिल का पारित होना बहुत आवश्यक है। और मैं सदन से सहानुभूतिपूर्वक अनुरोध करता हूं कि हमारी नीति स्पष्ट, कर प्रणाली स्थिर और हमारी सरकार जवाबदेह है। इसलिए इस बिल को पास करते हुए मैं इसका पुरजोर तरीके से समर्थन करता हूं। बोलो भारत माता की जय, भगवान बलराम की जय, नंदा मैया की जय, धरती मैया की जय।
धन्यवाद
हर हर नरमदेया।
श्री डीएम कतीर आनंद जी।
Vanakkam, Chairperson, sir. Sir, I rise to speak on this bill. While some of the reforms in the bills are technically necessary, the provisions are very good, but there are certain areas that on technical grounds I'd like for clarification. Sir, just to on the positive note, the updation of old excise power provisions. The central law has written long before the GST. Excise law was written long before the GST. The bill now has removed all these sections and aligns procedure with the modern system. That's a welcoming act. The digital filing and record keeping, that's a welcoming act. Introducing timeless timelines, that is also a welcoming act in this bill. But sir, there are certain gray areas that I would like to see clarifications. Sir, there are vague and open-ended wordings in this bill. For example, the bill uses phrases like any other goods and may be notified, and any process and may be prescribed without defining the limits. I'll give you an example, sir. Sir, imagine a small BD unit in Ambur or Vanibadi in my hamlet village. They know exactly what process attracts excise. But if tomorrow the government issues a notification saying even cutting leaves, warming tobacco is a new process that will attract excise, they will have no protection because the law itself is open-ended. This is an uncertainty, it's a technically dangerous. This is one of the flaws that I need clarification from the finance minister. The excess, there's excessive powers being delegated to the executives. Many core tax conditions are moved out of the act into the rules and notifications. This weakens the parliament control. If the rate of the duty of the conditions of exemption to, for example, BD units are left to notification, a sudden midnight change can raise the duty, cancel an exemption, impose new compliance, even without parliament even discussing it. For an industry run by lakhs and poor women, this is an unpredictable, fatal move, madam. Madam, there are other areas like you are giving a retrospective effect. Suppose a BD manufacturer told that their valuation method was right as of now. If the bill now says that the department's earlier view is legally valid retrospectively, the small unit may suddenly can receive notices for 5 years back duty, 5 years penalty, and even interest also. So this is not tax administration. This is an economic punishment by the new act. Sir, complaints on smaller units. Again, I'm talking about the BD units and other smaller units which are being suffered because of this bill. The bill increases reporting obligations and audit access without simplifying the process. Sir, again, I'm talking only about the BD unit, sir. Sir, a BD rolling unit run from a small godown, they don't have accountants, no computers, no GST consultants. If the bill requires digital registers, monthly statements, and detailed stock reconciliation, these small units have only two choices: close down or break the law unknowingly. Sir, lakhs and lakhs of industry, women, and labor will be affected by this bill. Sir, again, and I missed the GST misterminology. Sir, definitions of manufacture, valuation, and removal must match GST rules. But this bill uses different languages, creating conflict. Under GST, rolling BDs is one of supply of goods. Under excise, it may be classified differently. This mismatch will force every small BD units to fight classification disputes in courts, a burden that they simply cannot bear. And again, you are strengthening the powers and inspection. You are strengthening the powers of inspection of authorities. The bill increases the powers for search and seizure, but does not improve resolution, dispute resolution. If an officer believes a BD unit has undervalued stock, he may seize the goods immediately. But the appeal process still takes years and years. Yes, smaller units cannot survive long legal battles, sir. Sir, in Tamil Nadu, major women community are dependent on this BD manufacturing. More than 6 lakhs women in Tamil Nadu roll BDs to support their families. They are widows, they are single mothers, elderly women, and even house-based workers, sir. A sudden increase in this compliance, valuation disputes, seizures, or retrospective demands will wipe out the entire traditional industry, sir. Sir, this is not a tax issue. This is a women's livelihood and a rural economy issue in Tamil Nadu, sir. Sir, I'm concluding, sir. Sir, I support this reform. I support the removal of harmful clauses. I support the finance minister, but I'm just seeking certain clarification. I support the intention to modernize the excise laws. I strongly oppose the provisions creating those confusions, burdening the small industry and threatening the BD workers in particular. Sir, clearly protect the BD industry from the new compliance burdens. Remove vague and unlimited delegated powers on the BD world or the BD industry. Ensure no retrospective effort so that BD industries get penalized. Align the excessive excise definitions with the GST to avoid disputes. Create a simplified low compliance category for smaller units, especially BD, sir. Sir, with these changes, this bill can be made fair, modern, and also people-friendly. Without them, it destroys one of the largest women-led industries in Tamil Nadu, sir. Sir, finally to conclude, BD தொழிலாளர்கள் கொரோனா காலத்துல கூட சார் பாத்தீங்கன்னா கிட்டத்தட்ட இந்த கொரோனா பீரியட்ல யாருக்குமே வாழ்வாதாரம் இல்லாத பொழுது கூட இந்த பீடி தொழில் எத்தனையோ குடும்பங்களை காப்பாத்திருக்கு, வாழ்வாதாரத்தை காப்பாத்திருக்கு. ஏழை எளிய மக்கள் இந்த பீடி தொழிலை நம்பி இருக்காங்க. அந்த பீடினால என்ன ஹார்ம்ஃபுல் டிசீஸ் வருதுன்றத ஒரு பக்கம் பார்க்கும் பொழுது, ஆனா அதனால எத்தனை குடும்பங்கள் வாழ்ந்துட்டு இருக்குன்றது தயவு செய்து சிந்தித்து பார்க்கணும். ஒரு உதாரணத்துக்கு சொல்லணும்னா, ஆபரேஷன் பண்ணும் பொழுது அந்த கத்தி எவ்வளவு கூறுன்றத நிறைய பேர் யோசிக்கிறோம். ஆனா அந்த கத்தியை கூறுனால எவ்வளவு பேருக்கு நம்ம ஆபரேஷன் பண்றதை இன்னொரு பக்கமும் யோசிக்கிறோம். ஆகையால தயவு செய்து தாயுள்ளத்தோடு கேட்கிறேன், தயவு செய்து எங்க ஊர்ல இருக்கக்கூடிய பீடி தொழிலாளர்கள் குடும்பங்களை காப்பாற்றும்படி கேட்டு அமர்கிறேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
Thank you, Anand ji. Sri Raja Ram Singh ji. Sri Raja Ram Singh ji.
सभापति महोदय, सबसे पहले मैं सुधाकर सिंह जी से अपने को एसोसिएट करते हुए अपनी बात को आगे बढ़ाता हूं। आज इस बिल के आने के बाद मैं समझ रहा था कि दो तबके बहुत खुश होंगे कि हमारी चर्चा आज नहीं हो रही है। एक तो अडानी पोर्ट पर जो ड्रग्स के बड़े बड़े सीजर हुए हैं और उनको एग्जेम्पशन मिला है वो, और दूसरा जो फ्रस्ट्रेटेड नौजवान इसको लेते रहे कि हमारी चर्चा, हम पर चिंता करने की बात नहीं, कोई बात नहीं हुई। और हम ये कहना चाहते हैं, हम पूर्णतः नशा के विरोधी हैं, लेकिन यह भी देखना पड़ेगा कि नशा क्यों करते हैं लोग, और हम पॉलिसी मेकिंग में इस बात को सोचें कि क्या हम गरीबों मजदूरों पर श्रम का घंटा कम करके, जो थकान उनकी है थोड़ा कम करने की स्थिति में है, क्या हम महिलाओं पर जो पुरुष सत्तावादी दबाव है उसको कम करने की स्थिति में है, क्या हम नौजवानों को रोजगार दे करके उनके फ्रस्ट्रेशन को कम करने की स्थिति में है। तो जब बात होगी तो इस पर चर्चा भी होनी चाहिए। और जहां तक इस बिल में अन्य प्रावधानों के सवाल हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से हमें जो किसान और मजदूर इस रोजगार में लगे हुए हैं, खेती कर रहे हैं, बीड़ी बना रहे हैं, उनके हितों को भी हमें ध्यान में रखना पड़ेगा और उसके लिए आवश्यक उपाय करने होंगे। मेरे पास समय कम है, आपको धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूँ।
धन्यवाद राजाराम जी। श्री प्रशांत पंडोले जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदय। मैं आज केंद्रीय उत्पादक शुल्क विधेयक 2025 पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूं। इसका उद्देश्य तंबाकू, सिगरेट, गुटखा जैसे पदार्थों पर जीएसटी 28% से बढ़कर 40% करता है। सरकार यह कहती है कि इससे राजस्व बढ़ेगा और यह पैसा स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा और राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा में इस्तेमाल होगा। यह बात सही है कि देश की कमाई बढ़नी चाहिए, लेकिन अध्यक्ष महोदय, कमाई से ज्यादा जरूरी हमारे लोगों की जिंदगी है। तंबाकू से हर साल 13 लाख भारतीय मरते हैं। ये कोई मामूली आंकड़ा नहीं है। ये 13 लाख परिवारों का दर्द है। ये बच्चे हैं जो बिना पिता के बड़े होते हैं। ये माएं हैं जो अपने जवान बेटे को खो देते हैं। WHO और ICMR बताते हैं कि तंबाकू की वजह से रोज 3500 से ज्यादा भारतीय मरते हैं। कैंसर, दिल का दौरा, स्ट्रोक। तंबाकू धीरे धीरे नहीं, हर दिन हजारों लोगों की सांसें छीन रहा है। मैं सरकार से आग्रह करता हूं, सिर्फ टैक्स नहीं, तंबाकू का चरणबद्ध उट्टाचन एलिमिनेशन हो। हमारा लक्ष्य होना चाहिए तंबाकू मुक्त भारत। इसके लिए स्कूल कॉलेज के 500 मीटर के अंदर बिक्री पर पूरा प्रतिबंध यानी बैन होना चाहिए। फ्लेवर वाला और बच्चों को लुभाने वाला तंबाकू पूरी तरह से बंद होना चाहिए। हर जिले में डी एडिक्शन सेंटर होना चाहिए। तंबाकू किसानों के लिए दूसरी फसल की व्यवस्था की जानी चाहिए। सरकार यहाँ पे टैक्स बढ़ाने की बात करती है, लेकिन टैक्स क्यों बढ़ा है? ये तो नैसर्गिक खेती हो रही है, इसके लिए सरकार का कोई भी पैसा वहां पे खर्चा नहीं हो रहा है। फिर ये क्यों यहाँ पे टैक्स बढ़ाना चाहती है? तंबाकू की कमाई से देश नहीं चलता, देश अपने नागरिकों की जिंदगी से चलता है। तंबाकू से मिलने वाला पूरा राजस्व स्वास्थ्य पर ही खर्च होना चाहिए और उसमें कानूनी और लीगल गारंटी देनी चाहिए। अंत में मैं कुछ सुझाव के साथ में अपने विचार समाप्त करना चाहूंगा। तंबाकू किसान पुनर्वास कोष बनाया जाए। राजस्व का एक हिस्सा आदिवासी किसान, बीड़ी मजदूरों और इस क्षेत्र पर निर्भर परिवार का पुनर्वसन के लिए लगाया जाए। कम से कम 50% उत्पादन शुल्क राज्यों को जाए या जीएसटी जैसी नई क्षतिपूर्ति व्यवस्था बने। तंबाकू से मिलने वाला दूसरा राजस्व पूरी तरह से स्वास्थ्य पे खर्चा होना चाहिए। यहाँ पे जो मजदूर भाई जो काम करते हैं, बीड़ी पत्ता चुनने जाते हैं जंगलों में, उनके ऊपर बाघ, सांप जैसे जानवरों का हमला होता है, लेकिन उनके लिए कोई कानूनी बीमा उनके लिए नहीं होता। तो उनको मदद के लिए सरकार ने बीमा रखना चाहिए। बीमा कंपनियों से उनका बीमा निकाल के उनको बचाने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए। अंत में मेरी दिल की बात अध्यक्ष महोदय, तंबाकू सिर्फ एक उत्पाद नहीं, यह मौत का धीमा जहर है। राजस्व बड़े बहुत अच्छी बात है, लेकिन अगर टैक्स बढ़ने के बाद भी अगर एक भी बच्चा, एक भी पिता, एक भी माँ तंबाकू की वजह से हम खो देते हैं, तो ये टैक्स किस काम का है? देश की असली ताकत उसका खजाना नहीं, उसकी जनता है। इसलिए मैं सरकार से विनम्र लेकिन दृढ़ आग्रह करता हूं कि तंबाकू और गुटखे के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस पॉलिसी अपनाए और इस देश को इसकी लत से मुक्त कराए। कांग्रेस पार्टी इस दिशा में उठाए गए हर सकारात्मक कदम का समर्थन करेंगी। ये बिल पास करने के पहले इन पे विचार करना चाहिए और उसके बाद ही इसको पास कराना चाहिए। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद डोले जी। इंजीनियर अब्दुल रशीद शेख साहब।
थैंक यू सर। ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर की मजबूरियां हम समझ सकते हैं, इन्हें रेवेन्यू चाहिए, लिहाजा इन्हें जस्टिफाई करना ही है कि अगर ये हैवी ड्यूटीज पे लगा रही है तंबाकू प्रोडक्ट्स पे, तो जवाब ये है कि इससे फिर लोग तंबाकू प्रोडक्ट्स का इस्तेमाल कम करेंगे, लेकिन प्रैक्टिकली ऐसा होता नहीं। कीमत बढ़ा दें, लोग तो भी पिएंगे जिन्हें पीना है। तो जब तक एक नेशनल कंसेंसस बन जाए कि तंबाकू पर कंप्लीटली बैन लगानी है, तब तक शायद कोई चीज होने वाली नहीं है। मैं सर आपसे अर्ज करूं, जो मैं पेपरों से पढ़ा, बाकी जरा से मुझे पता चला, पूरे कंट्री से सेलिब्रिटी लोग, अच्छे अच्छे लोग जम्मू कश्मीर जाकर वहां पर नशा मुक्त जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए कोशिश करते हैं, विच इज हाईली अप्रिशिएबल। बट एट द सेम टाइम जब वहां पर नई शराब की दुकानें खोली जा रही हैं, तो उस पर जब वहाँ के लोकल आवाज उठाते हैं, वहाँ के रिलीजियस कलर्स आवाज उठाते हैं, सोशल वर्कर्स आवाज उठाते हैं, and they are branded unfortunately as anti-social, anti-nationals. Those voices should be encouraged who want Jammu and Kashmir to be a dry state. तो मेरी ये गुजारिश है, जो मेरी इंफॉर्मेशन है, जम्मू कश्मीर असेंबली में एक प्रस्ताव, एक बिल आने वाला है, पहले भी आया था, सारी पार्टियां उसमें चाहती भी हैं कि जम्मू कश्मीर को नशा मुक्त बनाया जाए। तो मेरी रूलिंग पार्टी से खास तौर से गुजारिश है, जो हमारे वहाँ पर LG साहब हैं, बाकी लोग हैं, उनसे ये कहें कि अगर जम्मू कश्मीर को वाकई जन्नत बनाना है, तो वहाँ वो ड्राई स्टेट बनाना चाहते हैं, शराब नशा बाकी चीज़ों पर बैन लगाना चाहते हैं, तो उसका सपोर्ट होना चाहिए, ताकि बाकी स्टेटें भी, जैसे बिहार में हुआ, बाकी स्टेटें भी एक क्यों लें JNK से, तो वो बहुत बड़ी मेहरबानी होगी। और बाकी जहाँ तक ये सवाल है कि हम जितना इसका मतलब ड्यूटी बढ़ाएंगे, टैक्स बढ़ाएंगे, लोग कम इस्तेमाल करेंगे, मेरे ख्याल में वो सही नहीं है। और आमदनी से ज़्यादा जितना खर्च फिर इस बीमारी जो रिलेटेड है, मतलब टोबैको प्रोडक्ट्स पर, वो खर्चा उससे भी ज़्यादा है। फ़ायदा क्या है उस चीज़ का? लिहाजा जहाँ तक हमारी जो सरकार है, जो हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब हैं, जो इनके मिनिस्टर्स हैं, ये सारे दावा करते हैं कि वो मोदी जी है तो मुमकिन है, मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, करके दिखाओ आज, हिंदुस्तान को नशा मुक्त बनाओ 2029 तक, हम तब आपको सल्यूट करेंगे। थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू वेरी मच, शुक्रिया आपका।
श्री उमेश भाई पटेल जी।
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष जी। आज मैं सदन के समक्ष केंद्रीय उत्पादक संशोधन विधेयक 2025 पर बोलने के लिए खड़ा हुआ हूँ। महोदय जी, कंपनसेशन सेस का क्या वाक्य राजस्व बढ़ा रहा है या सिर्फ बीमारी का व्यापार कर रहा है? वर्तमान में सिगरेट, बीड़ी, गुटखा, पान मसाला, तंबाकू पर 28% GST प्लस सेंट्रल एक्साइज ड्यूटी प्लस कंपनसेशन सेस लगता है, लेकिन अब कंपनसेशन सेस के समाप्त होने के बाद भी हम 40% तक की GST और सेंट्रल एक्साइज ड्यूटी दर बना रहे हैं, यानी कर की दर में कोई कमी नहीं आ रही है, बल्कि राजस्व को पारदर्शी और स्वास्थ्य उन्मुख बनाया जा रहा है। महोदय जी, कंपनसेशन सेस की पूरी तरह समाप्त करना, तंबाकू उत्पादों पर 40% GST प्लस सेंट्रल एक्साइज ड्यूटी स्लैब में डालकर अधिकतम कर वसूली सुनिश्चित करना, सभी उत्पादों पर न्यूनतम 40% कर अनिवार्य करने की योजना सरकार पहले भी बता चुकी है। संशोधन विशेषक सिगरेट शुरुआत पर 1000 स्टिक पर 5000 से 11000 रुपए तक का उत्पादक शुल्क का प्रस्ताव है। अनफिल्टर्ड तंबाकू पर 60% से 70% और निकोटीन व सांस लेने वाले उत्पादकों पर 100% कर लगेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, कंपनसेशन का पैसा राज्यों को जाता है, लेकिन बीमारी का बोझ केंद्र और राज्य दोनों उठाते हैं, क्योंकि बीड़ी बनाने वाली महिलाएं और बच्चे भी जुए में सांस लेते हैं और कैंसर का शिकार होते हैं। इन उद्योगों में काम करने वाली स्थितियां आजीविका संरक्षण के तर्क के पाखंड को उजागर करती है। बीड़ी बनाने वाली महिलाएं आमतौर पर घर से ही खराब हवादार जगहों पर काम करती है, घंटों तंबाकू के धूल में सांस लेती है, जिससे उन्हें सांस लेने में समस्या और अन्य बीमारी हो जाती है। कई त्वचा के अवशोषण के माध्यम से निकोटीन की आदी हो जाती है। बच्चे अक्सर काम में मदद करते हैं, जिससे कम उम्र में से ही स्वास्थ्य संबंधी खतरों का सामना करना पड़ता है। सरकार द्वारा ढीले नियमों को बनाए रखकर इन श्रमिकों की सुरक्षा का दावा वास्तव में उनके शोषण को जारी रखता है और उद्योग मालिकों को समृद्ध करता है, जो छोटे निर्माताओं के लिए कर छूट का लाभ उठाते हैं। एक ऐसी स्थिति जो अक्सर सेल कंपनियों के माध्यम से बनाई रखी जाती है, जो बड़े संचालकों को तकनीकी रूप से छोटी इकाइयों में विभाजित करती है। लगभग 13 लाख भारतीय हर साल तंबाकू से संबंधित बीमारियों से मरते हैं। इन बीमारियों का आर्थिक बोझ 2017-18 में 1.77 लाख करोड़ रुपए होने का अनुमान था। फिर भी 2019-20 में देश में 27.4 करोड़ उपभोक्ताओं में से केवल 13 लाख तक की तंबाकू निवारण सेवाएं पहुंची, और महामारी के दौरान तो यह संख्या और भी कम हुई, जो कि लगातार अपर्याप्त वित्त पोषण का प्रतिबिंब है। यह उद्योग 4.5 करोड़ लोगों को रोजगार देता है, परंतु 13 लाख लोगों की जान लेता है। अध्यक्ष महोदय जी, हमारे पास 3 विकल्प है। पहली पुरानी पॉलिसी जारी रखे, जिससे बीमारी बढ़े, राजस्व कम रहे, पैसा भी गायब रहता रहे और लोगों की जान जाती रहे। दूसरा विकल्प है स्वास्थ्य सेस लगाए, राजस्व बढ़े, पारदर्शिता आए और बढ़ी हुई दरों से इससे होने वाली बीमारियों से बचने के लिए स्वास्थ्य प्रणाली में सुधार लाया जाए। और तीसरा विकल्प है तीसरा रास्ता है ऐसे जहरीले उत्पादों पर तुरंत रोक लगाना, क्योंकि राजस्व बढ़ा देने से ही समस्या का समाधान नहीं होने वाला। क्या नए राजस्व बढ़ाने से, नई पॉलिसी लागू हो जाने से लोग बीमार पड़ना बंद हो जाएंगे या लोगों की जान जानी बंद हो जाएगी? इसलिए इस विधेयक की रूपरेखा निर्धारित करते समय इन कारकों को ध्यान में रखा जाना चाहिए। राजस्व बढ़ा लेने से लोगों की जान से खिलवाड़ कतई मंजूर नहीं होना चाहिए। अंततः मेरा सरकार से निवेदन है कि ऐसी जहरीले उत्पादों को उत्पादन में जो लोग छोटे बच्चों को शामिल करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ सख्त से सख्त दंडात्मक कार्यवाही का प्रावधान लाया जाए तथा इन उत्पादनों के सेवन पर तुरंत रोक लगाकर साथ ही ऐसे उत्पादों के सेवन के लिए खरीदना बेचना भी जुर्म माना जाना चाहिए। जो इसका उल्लंघन करते पकड़े जाए, उस पर सख्त से सख्त दंडात्मक सजा का प्रावधान लाया जाए। साथ ही मैं सरकार से गुजारिश करता हूं, नए सुधार से गरीब लोगों के रोजगार आजीविका का जो नुकसान होगा, उसके लिए सरकार क्या नया प्रयोजन कर रही है, क्या नया योजना बना रही है, उसको भी बताए। और इन गरीबों का जो रोजगार कॉर्पोरेट के हाथ चला जाएगा, उसके लिए सरकार क्या नई योजना बना रही है, उसका भी ख्याल रखेगी। और मैं सरकार से निवेदन करता हूं, इन छोटे गरीब लोगों के जो रोजगार छीने जाएंगे, उनके रोजगार की सुनिश्चितता की जाए। अंततः मैं प्रार्थना करता हूं सरकार से कि ये उत्पादक जो जहरीले तंबाकू से जरिया लोगों में पहुंचते हैं, उन उत्पादों के उत्पादनों पर लेना, खरीदना और बेचने पर पूरी तरह से रोक लगाई जाए। धन्यवाद।
श्री राजेश मिश्रा जी।
धन्यवाद माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपने मुझे इस एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बोलने का अवसर प्रदान किया। वास्तव में ये जो बिल है, ये बिल बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बिल है और ये 2047 तक भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने के लिए मार्ग प्रशस्त करने वाला बिल है। हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी से नेशनल सिक्योरिटी सेस बिल 2005। आज हम 2025 में है और 1944 से जो बिल चला रहा था, आज हम उसके अमेंडमेंट करने के लिए यहाँ पर हैं। मैं इस बिल के समर्थन में खड़ा हूँ। उसके पीछे एक कारण है, मैं पेशे से स्वयं भी चिकित्सक हूँ और मैं तंबाकू और तंबाकू उत्पादों का जो दुष्प्रभाव है, मैं उसको बहुत अच्छे से जानता हूँ। इस बिल के जो लाभ है प्रमुख, वो ये है कि इस बिल में किसानों को कोलेटरल जो खेती है, जो सहायक खेती है, सह खेती, उसके लिए अर्थायाम का प्रावधान होगा। निश्चित तौर से इस बिल के माध्यम से जो हमारे किसान हैं, जो हमारा सेस से पैसा आएगा उससे हमको किसानों के लाभ के लिए भी हमको देना पड़ेगा और इस क्षेत्र में इसका एक उपयोग। युवा पीढ़ी के साथ साथ राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। आज तंबाकू हो, चाहे सिगरेट हो, चाहे पान मसाला हो, चाहे नस हो सूखने वाला, जितने भी प्रोडक्ट है, आज हमारा देश का युवा उसको सर्वाधिक उपयोग कर रहा है। और माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैंने तो देखा है गाँव में 12-13 साल के लड़के शुरू कर देते हैं तंबाकू का सेवन और कम उम्र में ही बीमारियों की वजह से उनको बहुत सारी विकृतियां आ जाती हैं। इसलिए युवा पीढ़ी की सुरक्षा राष्ट्र की सुरक्षा है, इसका एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण लाभ होगा। कैंसर के बारे में मैंने बताया, सबसे ज्यादा हमारे देश में अगर कहीं डेथ हो रही कैंसर से तो ओरल कैंसर से डेथ हो रही है। ओरल कैंसर मुख्यतः तंबाकू, गुटखा, पान मसाला, इससे ओरल कैंसर होता है और इससे सर्वाधिक डेथ हो रही है। मैं समझता हूं कि इस बिल के आने से बहुत सारे उन परिवारों को जो तंबाकू और गुटखा के सेवन की वजह से आज बिछोह में है, परेशान है और एक तरह से बर्बाद होने की स्थिति में है, उनको एक फायदा होगा। राष्ट्र को आर्थिक उन्नयन के लिए भी एक यह आयाम है। इस तरीके से अगर हम ये कहें कि ये जो बिल है वो बिल है स्वास्थ्यायाम से अर्थायाम और अर्थायाम से राष्ट्रायाम का ये बिल है। इस तरीके से इस बिल में छिपी हुई बहुत सारी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो आज समझ में नहीं आ रहा। हमारे कई मित्र कह रहे हैं कि इस बिल को पेंडिंग करना चाहिए, कमेटी में डालना चाहिए। मुझे तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि काल करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो अब। तो ये बिल ऐसा है कि जितना जल्दी से जल्दी पास हो जाए और निश्चित तौर से ये हम समझते हैं कि इसके लिए बहुत फायदा होगा। ये जो कंपनसेशन है वो टैक्स जो सरकार कुछ चुनिंदा उत्पादों पर जीएसटी के अलावा लगाती है, जैसे तंबाकू, पान मसाला, और ये इसका एक तरीके से जो कारण होता है कि जब चीजें महंगी होगी, देखिए इसके पहले भी रिकॉर्ड हुआ है कि जब जब कोई चीज महंगी हुई उसका उपयोग कम होता है। छिपे लोग करते हैं और कुछ लोग तो बंद ही कर देते हैं कि बहुत महंगा हो गया, अब इसको कौन खाए। तो इसलिए इसको ये कहना कि अगर ये बंद हो जाएगा तो इसकी लुके छिपी बिक्री बढ़ जाएगी, ये मैं समझता हूं कि उचित नहीं है। और जो हमारी युवा पीढ़ी है उसको बचाने के लिए मैं समझता हूं कि इससे ज्यादा कोई और महत्वपूर्ण चीज नहीं है। यह बिल निश्चित तौर से जो रिप्लेस करेगा नया जो हमारा जीएसटी का स्लैब है, और वर्तमान में सिगरेट, चबाने वाला तंबाकू, सिगार, हुक्का, जर्दा, खुशबूदार तंबाकू जैसे उत्पादों पर ये बिल जो है इफेक्टिव होगा। बिल की व्याख्या के अनुसार ये वित्तीय स्थान तो प्रदान करता ही है और निश्चित तौर से राष्ट्र में भी योगदान इसका बहुत रहेगा। मैं चिकित्सक होने के नाते में बताना चाहता हूं, लोग कैंसर भर की बात करते हैं, तंबाकू से सिर्फ कैंसर में नहीं होता है। मेरी जानकारी के अनुसार तंबाकू से बहुत सारी बीमारियां होती हैं। जो निकोटीन शरीर में चाहे जिस तरीके से प्रवेश हो, चाहे वो तंबाकू से हो, चाहे सिगरेट से हो, चाहे सूंघने वाली से हो, और चाहे जिस तरह से गुटखा से हो, जब निकोटीन प्रवेश होता है तो उस समय पर बीपी बढ़ता है। बहुत सारे हमारे डॉक्टर साहब हैं यहाँ पर बैठे, जितने भी स्ट्रोक होते हैं, चाहे ब्रेन स्ट्रोक हो, कार्डियक स्ट्रोक हो, उसके लिए निकोटीन एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण रीजन है और मैं समझता हूँ इससे बहुत सारी डेथ बच जाएगी। साइकोसिस पेशेंट, जो नशे के पेशेंट खाने वाले होते हैं, बहुत उनको डिप्रेशन होता है, साइकोसिस होती है, अगर नहीं मिलता है। मैं समझता हूँ इसमें भी कमी होगी। इनफर्टिलिटी होती है, बहुत सारी जो बचपन से नशा करने लगते हैं उसमें पीढ़ियां जो है उनमें नपुंसकता होने की संभावना रहती है। और तंबाकू वगैरह जो खाते हैं बच्चे, मैंने देखा है कि वो तंबाकू खाने वाले जो लोग हैं, अगर उनको थोड़ा भी मिर्ची मसाला वाली चीज खाने को मिल जाए तो वो नहीं खा सकते हैं, सबम्यूकस फाइब्रोसिस हो जाता है। जैसे ही कोई चीज वो खाते हैं उनको जलन होने लगती है, उनको तकलीफ होती है। और यहाँ तक कि अगर मैं कई बार तो ऐसा होता है कि लोग रसगुल्ला देखते हैं, खाने की इच्छा पड़ती है पर मुंह नहीं खुलता है तंबाकू खाने की वजह से, तो रसगुल्ला नहीं खा सकते। मैं एक सही बात बता रहा हूँ माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मैंने अपने जो प्रैक्टिस लाइफ में देखा है। निश्चित तौर से ये बिल बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बिल है और राष्ट्र के उन्नत के लिए जब कभी इतिहास लिखा जाएगा तो आज का दिन लिखा जाएगा कि ये एक जो बिल है, मैंने जैसा कहा कि अर्थायाम से लेकर के और स्वास्थ्य की दृष्टि से सब तरह से बिल है। मैं इस बिल का पूरी तरह से समर्थन करता हूं और मैं यशस्वी अपने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, हमारी वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण जी को, और इसके लिए मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं कि आपने एक ऐसा विषय का बिल रखा है जिसकी वजह से हमारी युवा पीढ़ी जो आज नशे में लिप्त होकर के और जिसका आगे चल करके राष्ट्र के विकास में योगदान होना चाहिए था, वो नशे में लिप्त होकर के उसका परिवार बर्बाद हो रहा है। उस बर्बादी से आप बचाएंगे। आपको पुनः एक बार मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं और आप प्रणाम करता हूं।
श्री नीरज मौर्य जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति जी, आपने मुझे केंद्रीय उत्पादन शुल्क संशोधन विधेयक 2025 पे अपनी बात रखने का अवसर दिया। मान्यवर, इस विधेयक को मैंने पढ़ा भी, समझा भी, और मैं ये कहूंगा कि ये विधेयक वैसे तो स्वागत योग्य है, लेकिन थोड़ा सा इसमें अगर और एक्सरसाइज कर ली जाए तो ये और अच्छा हो सकता है। मान्यवर, कोई भी नशा हो वो हमारे समाज को खोखला करता है, और हमारे यहाँ पे चाहे तंबाकू हो, चाहे वो गुटखा हो, या चाहे जो अन्य नशा करने वाली वस्तुएं हैं, वो अगर समाज में ना रहें तो मुझे लग रहा है कि हमारा समाज स्वस्थ बनेगा। और उसके लिए खासकर तंबाकू की जहां तक बात आती है, तंबाकू का उत्पादन हम जिस क्षेत्र से आते हैं वहां पर भी किसान करते हैं। किसान भाई तंबाकू का उत्पादन न करके दूसरे फसलों की तरफ बढ़े, इस पे भी सरकार का ध्यान रहना चाहिए, क्योंकि टैक्स बढ़ा देने के बाद भी जो लोग इसका उत्पादन करते हैं, जो खेती करते हैं, वो मुझे लग रहा है कि जब खेती करेंगे तो या तो उनको नुकसान होगा। इसलिए इस बिल में किसानों की चिंता करने की भी आवश्यकता है। साथ ही साथ हम लोग उत्तर प्रदेश से आते हैं। उत्तर प्रदेश में भांग के ठेके उठाए जाते हैं। गांजा कितना पकड़ा जा रहा है उत्तर प्रदेश में, ये आज देख रहे हैं, आप सुन रहे हैं। इसको और कैसे रोका जाए, और साथ ही साथ जो गांव की युवा पीढ़ी है, चाहे वो पान पराग हो, रजनीगंधा हो, ऐसे जो गुटके बन रहे हैं, उनसे भी समाज में खोखला समाज हो रहा है, कैंसर हो रहा है। और मैं देख रहा हूं कि इन कंपनियों के ऐसे बड़े बड़े विज्ञापन आते हैं जिनको देखने के बाद लोग उनसे प्रभावित होकर अपनी कार में आगे रजनीगंधा का डब्बा रख लेते हैं। इस पे भी और कड़ा कानून बनना चाहिए। हमारा सुझाव है कि जो किसान तंबाकू की खेती करते हैं, उन किसानों का कहीं हानि ना होने पाए, नुकसान ना होने पाए, उनके लिए सरकार विचार करे। और आज हम उत्तर प्रदेश में देख रहे हैं कि हमारे किसान भाइयों की जो फसलें हैं, जिनके लिए सरकार यहाँ एमएसपी तय करती है, उस एमएसपी पे किसान की फसल का क्रय नहीं किया जा रहा है। सारे क्रय केंद्र माफियाओं के हाथ में चले गए। हमसे कई किसान मिले जो ये कह रहे हैं कि गेहूं और धान हम अगर इसकी खेती करेंगे तो कैसे हम आगे अपना जीविकोपार्जन करेंगे। इसलिए चूंकि मेरा जो बेल्ट है वहां पे, चाहे वो फर्रुखाबाद हो, शाहजहांपुर हो, और इधर बदायूं के साइड में, वहां तंबाकू की खेती करने वाले लोग बहुत किसान हैं। तो उन किसानों को सरकार ऐसा आश्वासन दे, सरकार ऐसी व्यवस्था करे कि किसान तंबाकू से हटके किसी दूसरे क्षेत्र में जाएं। और जो इसमें शंकाएं हैं, वो शंकाएं ये हैं कि हमारे यहाँ पे जो बाहर से सिगरेट आती है, यहाँ पे जो सिगरेट पे आपने जो उत्पादन शुल्क बढ़ाया है, तो ऐसा ना हो कि कहीं स्मगलिंग होने लगे, गलत रास्ते सिगरेट आने लगे। क्योंकि जिन राज्यों में शराब बंदी की गई है, वहां भी आज शराब मिल रही है। इसलिए इस पे और अध्ययन करके मैं चाहता हूं कि इस पे एक कमेटी बनाई जाए और उस कमेटी में ये बिल दिया जाए। वो कमेटी इस पे अध्ययन करके अपने सुझाव दे। तो मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय मंत्री जी से आग्रह करूंगा कि ये विधेयक लोकसभा की पर्व समिति को दिया जाए, जो अपना रिपोर्ट 2 महीने में अपना रिपोर्ट देने का कष्ट करे। ये इस पे आपने मुझे अपनी बात रखने का अवसर दिया, मैं आपका आभारी हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
श्री गणेश सिंह जी।
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। मैं केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क संशोधन विधेयक 2025 पर अपने विचार रख रहा हूं। सबसे पहले तो मैं माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने तंबाकू और तंबाकू से उत्पादित जो वस्तुएं हैं जिनका बहुत ही समाज में दुष्प्रभाव बढ़ गया है, उस पे जिस तरह से उन्होंने कैसे उसको कम किया जाए, कैसे उस पर रोक लगाई जाए, उस पे जो 1944 का कानून है उस पर संशोधन करने का विधेयक यहाँ पर प्रस्तुत किया। थोड़े समय पहले हमारी वित्त मंत्री जी ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के कुशल निर्देशन पर जीएसटी के जो दाम घटाए थे, 4 स्लैब से 2 स्लैब किया और मध्यम और गरीब वर्ग के लोगों की जो रोजमर्रा की जरूरतें थी उनके दाम घटाने के बाद जो लोगों में इस बार की नवरात्रि की पूजा और दीपावली का जो उत्सव देखा गया, बाजार में बिक्री बढ़ी, वहीं गरीब आदमी और मध्यम वर्ग का आदमी बहुत खुशहाली महसूस किया। ठीक उन्हीं के लिए जो हमारे युवाओं को, विशेष रूप से जो गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के युवा है, जो नशे के क्षेत्र में जो सस्ता नशा है, उस सस्ते नशे की ओर जो उनकी लत बढ़ती जा रही और गंभीर रूप से वो बीमार हो रहे हैं, कैंसर जैसी गंभीर बीमारी किसी परिवार की मुखिया को अगर हो जाए तो सिर्फ एक व्यक्ति की जान नहीं जा रही बल्कि पूरे परिवार उससे तबाह होता है। और कहा जाता है किसी को अगर कैंसर हो गया तो धन भी चला गया, धर्म भी चला गया। और ये बीमारी कैसे रोकी जाए? वैसे तो जागरूकता के बहुत सारे अभियान चल रहे हैं। भारत सरकार का समाज कल्याण विभाग, राज्य सरकारों की भी जो समाज कल्याण विभाग है, उस दिशा में काम तो कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी नशे में कमी नहीं आ रही। न जाने किस किस तरह के नशे हैं आज जो हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को कॉलेज में, स्कूल में जो पढ़ने जाते हैं वो उसके शिकार हो रहे हैं। WHO की अभी रिपोर्ट जो आई है, उन्होंने कहा कि 38.3% लोग भारत के अंदर तंबाकू और तंबाकू से उत्पादित वस्तुओं का उपयोग कर रहे हैं। और इसको कैसे कम किया जाए? मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं वित्त मंत्री जी को। उन्होंने कहा कि हम वर्ष 2025-26 में इसको 43% हम कम करेंगे। ये बहुत अच्छा संकल्प है और सचमुच एक तरफ हमारा देश विकसित भारत बनने जा रहा है, दूसरी तरफ अगर हम जन स्वास्थ्य की चिंता नहीं करेंगे तो जो हमारा मैन पावर है, अगर वो बीमार होगा तो निश्चित तौर पर प्रगति में हमें कहीं ना कहीं कुछ कमी देखने को मिलेगी। इसीलिए जन स्वास्थ्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए इन तंबाकू और तंबाकू प्रोडक्ट पर रोक लगाना, उनमें ज्यादा से ज्यादा टैक्सेस करना, मुझे लगता है राष्ट्र के हित में। आज ये बात सही है कि इसमें जो प्रभावित होने वाले लोग हैं, जिसमें से किसान है जो तंबाकू का उत्पादन करते हैं, दूसरे वो लोग हैं जो बीड़ी मजदूर है जो बीड़ी बनाते हैं, और ये सचमुच सब बहुत ही गरीब परिवार से हैं। इनके रोजगार की कोई वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था जरूर होनी चाहिए और इसमें प्रावधान है। एक रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक लगभग 1,11,000 हेक्टेयर भूमि में खेती करने वाले तंबाकू के किसानों ने वैकल्पिक खेती शुरू कर दी। ऐसे किसानों को और कैसे उत्साहित किया जाए, उनको क्या उनके लिए वैकल्पिक और हम उत्पाद दे सकते हैं, इस दिशा में भी विचार करने की जरूरत है और हमारी सरकार लगातार इसमें काम कर रही है। आज पूरे देश भर में जिस तरह से हमारे जन कल्याण की दिशा में काम चल रहे हैं, प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में सबका साथ सबका विकास, ये सिर्फ नारा नहीं रह गया, बल्कि जमीन पर उतर करके बोलने लगा। छोटा से छोटा आदमी भी उसकी जो भौतिक जरूरतें हैं, जो बुनियादी आवश्यकताएं हैं, उनको पूरा करने के लिए जिस तरह से चिंतन हुआ, योजनाएं बनी, कार्य रूप में परिणित हुई, आज गरीब से गरीब आदमी का भी जीवन बेहतर दिशा में जा रहा है। अब वो महसूस करने लगा है कि हमारी सरकार हमारी पूरी मदद में खड़ी है और ऐसी स्थिति में मुझे लगता है कि जो प्रयास अभी हो रहे हैं बहुत ही सार्थक है और गरीब परिवार की माली हालत दिन प्रतिदिन बेहतर हो रही है। गरीब आदमी बीमार पड़ता है तो अब उसका इलाज भी सरकार करा रही है और पूरे देश भर में जिस तरह से आयुष्मान कार्ड योजना का लाभ लोगों को पहुंचना शुरू हो गया,
5.5
लोगों को पहुंचना शुरू हुआ है और अब तो गंभीर बीमारी में हमारी मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी ने एक नई शुरुआत कर दी कि आयुष्मान कार्डधारी कोई गंभीर बीमारी का अगर शिकार हो गया और वो अगर देश के किसी बड़े अस्पताल में इलाज के लिए जाना चाहता है तो निःशुल्क वायु सेवा की व्यवस्था हमारी सरकार ने किया है, उसका भी लाभ मिला है लोगों को। और ये गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लिए जन औषधि केंद्रों की जो सस्ती दवाइयां हैं, जो हर बीमारी का इलाज के लिए प्राइवेट अस्पतालों को भी पैनल में डाला गया है, सरकारी अस्पताल तो है ही है, जो प्राइवेट अस्पतालों को भी उसमें पैनलाइज किया गया है, पैनल में जोड़ करके उनको इलाज के लिए प्रेरित किया गया है। ये सचमुच स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में बहुत ही भयंकर काम हुआ है जो आज तक कभी किसी ने सोचा नहीं था। आज जो हमारे युवा इस नशे के क्षेत्र में जो डूब रहे हैं, उनको बाहर निकालने की जरूरत है और ये कदम मुझे लगता है बहुत कारगर होगा। धीरे धीरे इसको पूरी तरह से बंद करने की स्थिति में भी विचार किया जाना चाहिए कि तंबाकू प्रोडक्ट को कैसे बंद किया जाए और कैसे इसमें गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग के लोगों को बचाने का काम किया जाए। इस दिशा में बहुत ही गंभीरता से विचार करने की जरूरत है। इसमें चाहे वो तंबाकू हो, गुटखा हो, सिगार हो, हुक्का हो, हमारे सिगरेट हो, गुड़ाखू हो, ये वो सारी चीजें मध्यम और गरीब वर्ग के उपयोग में आ रही हैं और इन सभी पे कैसे ज्यादा ज्यादा टैक्सेस करके इनको उपयोग में कैसे कम किया जाए, इस दिशा में इस बिल का बहुत बड़ा योगदान होगा। हमारे यहाँ पर कुछ साथी जो सवाल उठा रहे थे वो खुद नहीं है, लेकिन मेरा सबसे कहना है कि ये कोई सत्ता पक्ष और विपक्ष का बिल नहीं है, ये बिल है राष्ट्र के हित में और इसकी जरूरत है और हम सभी सांसदों के सामने ये समस्याएं आती हैं। सबके साथ कोई न कोई ऐसे गरीब और कमजोर वर्ग के लोग आते हैं जो कहते हैं कि हमारा इलाज करा दीजिए और कैसे उनकी गृहस्थी खत्म हो रही है। नवविवाहिता महिलाएं अपने पति को अपने इस आदतों से मुक्ति दिलाने के लिए यहां वहां जाकर के हाथ पांव जोड़ती और मुझे लगता है कि इसको जहां सस्ता नशा होगा वहां पर युवाओं की लत ज्यादा बढ़ेगी। जो नशा उनके पकड़ से बाहर होगा, जहां उसको वियर नहीं कर सकते, मुझे लगता है उससे बचेंगे। हमारी उस पीढ़ी को बचाने की जरूरत है जो इस देश का भविष्य है। मैं इस बिल का पूरी तरह से समर्थन करता हूं और माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को बहुत बहुत बधाई और शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। धन्यवाद।
Last 3 hours, more than 28 member of parliaments, they have already spoken on this particular bill. And Minister has to reply also. There are 2 member of parliaments, so I think he will take only 2 minutes. Sri Rajkumar Rod ji.
धन्यवाद सर।
आपने समय काफी शॉर्ट कर दिया। मैं आपको केंद्रीय उत्पाद शुल्क संशोधन विधेयक 2025 पर मेरे जो विचार प्रकट करना चाहूंगा आपके माध्यम से। माननीय मंत्री महोदय, सर कैमरा नहीं आया,
कैमरा आ गया
सर आपके माध्यम से मंत्री महोदय और सरकार तक मेरे कुछ विचार पहुंचाना चाहूंगा। ये जो बिल लाया जा रहा है, इसका मूल उद्देश्य देश में जो बढ़ते धूम्रपान नशा जो बढ़ रहा है उसको कम करना है या फिर हमें टैक्स को वसूलना है। मैं अगर इस बिल के माध्यम से देश में जो नशा मुक्ति का अभियान अगर तेजी से बढ़ता है और इस पे प्रतिबंध लगता है तो अच्छी बात है, स्वागत योग्य है। लेकिन इस बिल की वजह से मैं चिंतित हूं उन किसानों की ओर जो रात को मतलब सुबह 4 बजे उठ के जंगलों में जाके तेंदू पत्ता कलेक्शन करते हैं और तेंदू पत्ता कलेक्शन करके 1-2 रुपए की वो बनाते हैं, पैकेट बनाते, वो देते हैं कंपनी वालों को। इस बिल ये जो कानून लाया जा रहा है उसका असर कहीं उन किसानों पे नहीं पड़े जो जंगलों में जाके सुपारियों के बागवानों में जाके जो कलेक्शन करते हैं, इनके आमदनी पे इसका असर नहीं पड़े, उस बात से मैं चिंतित हूं। मैं जहां तक जो समझा हूं, हम देखते हैं देश में जिस तरह से धूम्रपान बढ़ रहा है, जिस आदिवासी दलित पिछड़े इलाके के अंदर जहां शिक्षा पहुंचनी चाहिए थी वहां शिक्षा नहीं पहुंची है, वहां पर नशा पहुंचा है। तो हमारी ये प्रायोरिटी होनी चाहिए कि हम उस हिसाब से काम करें। और मैं जहां तक समझा हूं कि जो धूम्रपान तेजी से बढ़ रहा है उसका मेन रीजन एडवर्टाइजमेंट है। आपने विमल का जो एडवर्टाइजमेंट कई बड़े बड़े शहरों में, ग्रामीण इलाकों में वो लगे हुए हैं कि दाने दाने में केसर का दम। सलमान खान हो, मैं नाम लेना उचित नहीं समझूंगा, लेकिन 3-4 जो हीरो हैं वो कहते हैं कि दाने दाने में केसर का दम, और ये एडवर्टाइजमेंट करने के लिए उनको करोड़ों रुपया मिलता है। अब ये जो हीरो हैं ये एज आइडल बने हुए युवाओं के, और वो कहते हैं कि इसमें तो केसर का दम है। तो ऐसे एडवर्टाइजमेंट पे सरकार को प्रतिबंध लगाने की जरूरत है और ऐसे एडवर्टाइजमेंट करने वाले बॉलीवुड स्टारों पे भी कार्रवाई करने की जरूरत है। आज ट्राइबल इलाके के अंदर देखा गया है, मेरे जो जिला है डूंगरपुर और संसदीय क्षेत्र मेरा बांसवाड़ा, एक दिन के अंदर मैंने बीच में हिसाब लगाया था, एक दिन के अंदर 1 करोड़ 10 लाख के आसपास विमल का उत्पाद मतलब कहे कि बिक्री होती है। और इसका मूल जो रीजन है कि हमारा कोई इस पे प्रतिबंध नहीं है, किसी प्रकार का कंट्रोल नहीं है, डुप्लीकेट चीजें भी बन रही है। सरकार जो ओरिजिनल जो सिगरेट बीड़ी तंबाकू उस पे, लेकिन इसकी कॉपी होके मार्केट में और विशेषकर ग्रामीण इलाके में इसकी जो डुप्लीकेट कॉपी है, डुप्लीकेट जो चीजें जा रही है, इस पे सरकार क्या करेगी। मैं जानना चाहूंगा कि व्यापारियों पर टैक्स के साथ इन जो कंपनियां जो उत्पादन कर रही है, इस टैक्स का असर उत्पादन करने वाली कंपनियों पे और जो सेलिंग करने वाले जो व्यापारी है इन पे होना चाहिए, न कि जो ग्रामीण इलाके में जो किसान हैं उन किसानों पे अगर इसका असर होता है तो हमारे लिए दुर्भाग्य की बात ये। प्रतिबंध, मैं कहता हूं कि प्रतिबंध करना चाहिए, लेकिन प्रतिबंध की बात आती है तो हमें एक चीज ये भी उदाहरण के तौर में सामने आता है कि गुजरात के अंदर शराब प्रतिबंध है, लेकिन आज की तारीख में मेरा नजदीकी राज्य है, आज की तारीख में जहां पर प्रतिबंध है, गुजरात में शराब प्रतिबंध है, वहां सबसे ज्यादा शराब बिकती है। जो बोतल 500 रुपए की है वहां 1500 रुपए में बिकती है। तो इस बात पे भी हमें सोचने की जरूरत है। हमें सबको चिंतित होना है कि देश में युवा नशे के लत में जा रहा है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, एक बात, सभापति महोदय, एक बात और ले जाना चाहूंगा कि जो भक्ति जो मार्ग है या संत जो मार्ग है, अधिकतर संत अच्छे विचारों अच्छे आइडियोलॉजी के हैं, लेकिन कुछ जो ऐसे संत हैं जो धर्म की आड़ में वहां पर नशा का जो जैसे कि अफीम है, गांजा है, ऐसे कई मंठों के अंदर कई धार्मिक स्थलों में भी इसका उत्पादन होता है, क्योंकि वो धर्म के आसपास से तुम्हारा कोई कार्रवाई भी नहीं होती है। तो ऐसी जगह भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, उन संतों पे भी कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए जहां से अफीम गांजा का प्रचलन होता है। मैं हमारे जो माननीय पड़ोसी उदयपुर के सांसद महोदय को क्या दिक्कत होगी, मैं किसी का विरोधी नहीं हूं, लेकिन जहां से कुछ गलत होता है, हमारे युवा भटकते हैं, ऐसी जगह पे प्रतिबंध होना चाहिए। उन संतों पे भी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए जहां से अफीम गांजा का वितरण होता है, ऐसी जगह। मैं सभी पे सवाल नहीं कर रहा हूं, लेकिन कुछ ऐसे हैं जो
आप कोई आक्षेप न लगाएं। और आप अपनी बात केवल कहें।
माननीय सभापति महोदय, आज देखा गया है किसानों को तेंदुपत्ता जो उत्पादन होता है, जो सुपारी उत्पादन होती है, हम नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जाते हैं या साउथ में जाते हैं, कई राज्य ऐसे हैं जहाँ जो परिवार पूरा सुपारी पे डिपेंड करता है। मेरा मूल रूप से यही चीज कहना है कि इसका असर उत्पादन करने वाली कंपनियों पे होना चाहिए, बड़े व्यापारियों पे होना चाहिए। इस बिल का असर जो गरीब किसान हैं उन पे इसका असर नहीं होना चाहिए। और देश में हमें धूम्रपान पे प्रतिबंध लगाना पड़ेगा और आदिवासी दलित पिछड़े इलाके में हमें शिक्षा को भेजने की जरूरत है और उस इलाकों में धूम्रपान पूर्ण रूप से प्रतिबंध करने की जरूरत है। धन्यवाद।
श्री विशाल पाटिल जी।
इस अवसर के लिए धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय। अमेंडमेंट बिल पे मैं मुद्दे पे आऊंगा, एक्साइज अमेंडमेंट पे। महाराष्ट्र के टोबैको फार्मर्स का क्या होगा? हजारों फार्मर्स, मार्जिनल फार्मर्स हैं, शेयर क्रॉपर्स हैं, बीड़ी रोलिंग घर से करते हैं, फसल पे डिपेंडेंट होते हैं टोबैको के। एक्साइज ड्यूटी डायरेक्टली उनके प्रोक्यूरमेंट प्राइस पे हिट करेगी, इनका इनकम गिरेगा, डिमांड क्रैश होगी। ये सरकार किसानों की जेब से पैसा निकालकर अपनी रेवेन्यू बुक भरना चाहता है क्या? टोबैको और बीड़ी का सबसे ज्यादा कंजम्पशन ये गरीब और कम पढ़ाई वाले लोग करते हैं। सर, ग्लोबल एडल्ट टोबैको सर्वे जो WHO करती है, वो कहते हैं कि स्मोकलेस टोबैको, खैनी, गुटखा, बीड़ी ये प्राइमरी पुअर कंज्यूम करते हैं। साहब, एक्साइज बढ़ाकर गरीब की जेब से पैसा निकाल रहे हो। Most tobacco consumption prevalence is low socio-economic. It's a survey. 9% of women and 38% of women above 15 are tobacco consumers. And rural area में ये percentage ज्यादा जाके पुरुषों में 43% जाता है। सर, सरकार कहती है हेल्थ के लिए कर रहे हैं। सर, हेल्थ के लिए कर रहे हैं तो फिर बैन करो, शुरू क्यों रखते हो? अगर जान बचाना प्रायोरिटी है, if you really care about the people, then you should ban it. सर, सेंटर का रेवेन्यू 2.2 to 2.54% रेवेन्यू टोबैको से आता है। मतलब क्लियरली सरकार को आदत पड़ गई है इस सिन टैक्स के पैसे से पैसा कमाने की। हेल्थ के नाम पे ये पैसा जमा कर रहे हैं। सर, ये हेल्थ नहीं, फिस्कल कंपल्शन हो गई है इनके लिए। सर, इफ यू कलेक्ट टोबैको, देन यू नीड टू earmark the tobacco cesses or taxes on cancer care, on NCD treatment, tobacco cessation programs on the NTCP, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट फार्मर ट्रांजिशन क्रॉप। अगर वो टोबैको नहीं उगाएगा तो क्या उगाएगा? तो क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन के लिए खर्चा करना चाहिए। लेकिन यहाँ क्या हो रहा है? यू आर यूजिंग द मनी कलेक्टेड फ्रॉम टोबैको एंड अल्कोहल टू डिस्ट्रीब्यूट पॉलिटिकल रेवडी। पब्लिक हेल्थ का 1 रुपया नहीं मिलता, ना किसान को ना बीड़ी वर्कर्स को। सर, एक्साइज इज नॉट अ पॉलिटिकल एक्सरसाइज। ये कोई वोट बैंक मैनेजमेंट का तरीका नहीं होना चाहिए। एक्साइज पॉलिसी मस्ट बी बेस्ड ऑन पब्लिक हेल्थ इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट एंड लाइवलीहुड इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट, नॉट इलेक्शन अरिथमेटिक। आपने महाराष्ट्र के किसानों के लाइवलीहुड इम्पैक्ट का स्टडी पेश किया क्या? आपने प्रॉवर्टी इम्पैक्ट असेसमेंट पेश किया क्या? आपने बीडी रोलिंग वुमेन्स की इनकम फॉल डेटा का एनालिसिस किया क्या? Without this, government has no moral right to increase or impose further duty. I will conclude. एक तरफ आप बोलते हैं कि नशा मुक्त भारत बनाना है। अगर आपको नशा मुक्त भारत बनाना है तो पहले आपको खुद को जो नशा चढ़ा है टैक्स का, वो पहले कम करना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके आप इस देश को नशा मुक्त कर पाएंगे। धन्यवाद सभापति।
ऑनरेबल फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर। I am a disciplined.
Thank you very much, sir. So today we've had about actually 28 speakers who participated in this debate.
And you were constantly sitting for 3 hours here.
Thank you very much.
You have heard to everybody.
And
you have heard to everybody.
we've had quite a few suggestions, inputs, and commentary on the bill, which is essentially excise duty. And essentially excise duty, which existed before 2017 under the central government. And it was only for the sake of the compensation cess which was required at the time of introducing GST that Center gave up its powers to levy excise duty on tobacco and tobacco-related products, that right was given away to the GST so that they will be in a position to collect the compensation cess over those items which were taxed at 28%. So that compensation cess was collected between 2017 till 2022, which is what I said at the time when I opened the debate in my opening remarks. Now, therefore, the compensation cess which was collected till 2022 went in the hands of the states. So it was given off to the states. And by law at that time when GST was introduced, compensation cess was to be collected for 5 full years, and it came to an end in 2022. But after 2022, it is still being collected because after proper legal consultation, the GST Council took a call that during the COVID years, we couldn't collect the revenue required and couldn't collect particularly the compensation cess, which is levied on items which were at 28% rate. We couldn't compensate the states, which was a promise given under the GST. So, taking legal opinion, it was extended to such a period. Of course, the outer limit was fixed for March 2026, but it was extended to such a period till when it had to be collected for returning the loan which was taken for paying the states. So essentially here, what was there before 2017, what was conceded by the Center for the GST Council to collect the compensation cess, at the end of compensation cess is being naturally reverted to the center. This is not a new law. This is not an additional tax. This is not something which the center is taking away. There was quite a lot of observation made by several honorable members that it is a cess. This is not a cess. This is excise duty. It existed before GST. It's come back to the center because center gave it away at that time for collecting compensation cess. Now it's reverting back to the center. And I will get into the details when I answer some particular members' questions. It is coming back to the center to be collected as excise duty, which will go to the divisible pool. It is going to be redistributed again at the 41%, which has to go to the states. So this is not a cess. When a cess comes, I'll stand up to say that is cess. This is not. And I found quite a few honorable members talking about, oh, this is a cess, center is bringing it, it's going to take the revenue. No, please. I will stand up when I have a cess to talk about. But this is not the one. Sir, I just want to highlight the basic excise duty. Even after the introduction of GST, because that head of account was being maintained, was brought to the minimum most level, and then now it's going back. Even during GST, when that minimum most level of excise was being collected, we collected only a token amount, which was 5 rupees for 1,000 sticks. And for most cigarette categories, it was 10 rupees per 1,000 sticks. Size variant are taken as consideration. In practical term, it meant that the excise component per stick was a fraction of 1 paisa. So we kept that nominal collection only all the while, even as the GST was collecting on cigarettes as compensation cess. By comparison, sir, pre-GST excise duty rates ranged from 1,585 to 2,850 rupees per 100 sticks for non-filter cigarettes and 1,585 to 4,170 per 100 sticks if they were filtered. So the point that I'm highlighting here is during GST, it was just nominally kept, the account was kept alive, but collection was 5 rupees on 1,000 sticks, whereas prior to introduction of GST, it was 1,585 to 2,850 per 100 sticks, not even 1,000. So pre-GST rates were far higher and excise duty, and post-GST, because they were collecting as compensation cess, here it was nominally kept at 100 rupee, 100 sticks for 1,500. But even after the GST had come in, compensation cess rates remained unchanged from July 2017 to 2024. So I want to highlight the fact that even when compensation cess was introduced on these items, the rate remained the same from 2017 till 2024. So normally, World Health Organization, when it gives some reports, it comments on situations prevailing in different countries. According to WHO, sir, there is a global tobacco control report which the WHO brings out. India did not revise specific cess rates even as the average retail prices of cigarettes rose at less than half the pace of the nominal income growth. It was an observation made by the World Health Organization. And empirical data reinforce this fact. So the World Health Organization and the World Bank jointly track affordability index of tobacco products. Is it affordable, or in order to deter people from using cigarettes, have we kept it higher? Is an indicator which the World Health Organization monitors. And for India, their comment has been, affordability has either stagnated or increased in the past decade. When affordability increases, it means the price is remaining low. So affordability has either stagnated or increased in the past decade, meaning cigarettes have not become more expensive related to the consumer's purchasing power. I'm stating what has happened since after the center gave away for the sake of compensation cess to the GST Council. Until 24, no rate change has happened. Globally, more than 80 countries, sir, revise tobacco taxes annually, many using inflation indexing or multi-year excise schedules. I've just named them: Australia, New Zealand, where it is Australia is at about 12.5 annually. Automatically, based on CPI, it changes. New Zealand, 10%, Philippines, Turkey, South Africa have also constantly linked it with inflation. EU member states do it, maintain a minimum excise burden of 60% of weighted average price. Some may exceed and reach to 70, 75 also. So even in India, prior to GST rates, annually, rates on tobacco had been increased. So it's primarily health-related concern with which it had to be a deterrent. The price or the tax had to be a deterrent so that people don't get into that habit. But after the sunset of compensation cess, as I said, we are bringing back the excise duty which existed prior to GST. Now, certainly we don't want cigarettes to become affordable. So this is the sum and substance of this particular excise duty. India's total tax incidence on cigarettes is approximately 53%. 53% of the retail price, which is substantially lower than the World Health Organization, which is, I've just mentioned all that earlier. And the World Health Organization benchmark is at 75%. I've already mentioned that some states, some countries do charge more. United Kingdom, Australia are well over 80 to 85%. So we do keep that benchmark which the WHO has highlighted. And the concerns of honorable MPs. Some have said you're going to impose this tax, as a result of which livelihoods are going to be affected because cigarettes or BDs will become more expensive and those poor people who are rolling BDs will be out of the job. I want to highlight some facts here, sir. I'll come to specifics and speak about specific concerns of members. I'll now go to addressing some of the concerns which honorable members have raised. So first of all, farmers. Tobacco growing farmers will have to be weaned away from growing tobacco into doing other alternative crops. There has been efforts earlier. Efforts continue under Prime Minister Modi's government. Farmers are constantly being told how unhealthy it is to cultivate tobacco, and I will highlight that specifically what efforts are being taken. So government schemes under Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, such as crop diversification program under the Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana, has 10 major tobacco growing states being covered since 2015-16. I'm not going earlier. There were schemes even earlier. I'm not denying efforts have been there for some time now, decades now. Farmers are encouraged to shift to alternative crops. Which are those 10 states? Andhra Pradesh, Bihar, Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh, and West Bengal. What's the progress of these crop diversification efforts? Over 1.12 lakh acres, that is about 45,325 hectares of land, shifted from tobacco to other crops between 2018 to 2021-22. What are the alternatives, sir? If it is partly irrigated area, they go for sugarcane, groundnut, oil palm, cotton, chili, maize, onion, pulses, and turmeric. In specific states, I like to highlight, Telangana has focused on weaning away the tobacco growers to grow Bengal gram and chilies. Odisha has moved them to vegetables growing and maize. Karnataka has moved from tobacco to soya bean and sugarcane. So there are efforts at crop diversification. So I must thank Dr. Kalanidhi Veeraswamy because he, as a doctor, has actually said how injurious it is to the health of the smokers and they shouldn't really be doing it. I appreciate him for sharing his
कलानिधि जी
professional
धन्यवाद तो दो थैंक यू तो
experience.
अरे थैंक यू बोलना मना है
I didn't know he was a smoker. So सर सब लोग बोल रहे हैं कि उनको भी कह दो कि वो स्मोक ना करें. मुझे पहले से मालूम नहीं था कि वो स्मोक करते हैं, मगर अगर करते हैं जरूर उनका ही जो गुड विशेस और एडवाइस था बाकी सबके लिए वो भी वो अपना पालन करेंगे, ऐसे मेरी उम्मीद है.
आप संसद सदस्य को
Sir, so this exercise, as I said earlier, is not a cess. It's a duty. It goes into divisible pool. Dr. Kalanidhi did speak about it. I want to say this collection will go into the divisible pool and therefore the 41% will be reaching the states. Although there is one or two points on which I have thanked and appreciated his concern, sir. There's one point on which I want to correct Dr. Kalanidhi. Raise devolution to 50%.
तमिल में जवाब दे दो आप एक बार.
तमिल में दूं सर? सर आपके आदेश को पालन करना ही पड़ेगा सर. சார் மாநிலங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கக்கூடிய நிதி 50% உயர்த்த வேண்டும் என்று கோரிக்கை வைக்கப்பட்டது. அந்த கோரிக்கை ஃபினான்ஸ் கமிஷனுக்கு வைக்கப்பட வேண்டிய கோரிக்கை எங்க கிட்ட வைக்கக்கூடாது. So first of all, I want to say that that request which Dr. Kalanidhi said states should get 50% of all the devolvable taxable amount is something which the Finance Commission will have to address, and I'm sure he and his government would have said.
अभी क्या है, संसद के अंदर ये व्यवस्था की है कि कोई भी भाषा बोलने के बाद सिमिल्टेनियसली अनुवाद हो जाता है. इसलिए दिक्कत नहीं. आप तक पहले क्या है,
वो ऑलरेडी जेनरसली बोल रहे हैं, मैं अंग्रेजी समझता हूँ इसीलिए यू डोंट हैव टू स्पीक इन तमिल. मगर ये मौका मुझे तमिल में भाषण देने का भी मिलता है, इसीलिए आई वांट टू स्पीक. Sir, I also want to say, sir, other than what the Finance Commission has said to devolve, actually Prime Minister Modi, because he's been a chief minister, he understands the states and their difficulties. After COVID, had asked us to create a capital fund which can be given to the states as good as a grant, but it is called a loan, 50 years interest free, and all states have utilized it. I want to say the total amount as things stand from 2020 till today, 4.24 lakh crores have gone to the states, interest-free 50-year loan. Finance Commission didn't ask us to do that. We have done that. So we'll keep the state's interests in mind, sir, and no state gets lesser than what the Finance Commission has ordered us to give them. That also should be on the record. Again, sir, I can't see him here. I'd like to thank Honorable Member Lavu Sri Krishna Devarailu for recognizing the fact that compensation cess regime is come to an end, and therefore this has to move as excise to the center, and that will get devolved to the states. I actually appreciate him for having clearly laid that out, and it'll only support the states and their finances. So there was also the same question of, are you helping the farmers? Are you actually doing concrete things? One, to help the farmers, another to really contain purchase of tobacco and tobacco-related products. So there has been a law since 2003, and that actually prohibits tobacco products from being sold to people who are under 18 years of age in 100-yard circumference of any school or any educational institution. But of course, it has to be implemented even more rigorously because there's a lot of violation and people are complaining about it. I'm sure the health ministry will be talking to states about it. And there are a lot of advertisements. I'm not getting into that detail. So particularly on BD, Sri Katir Anand has raised a lot of questions. I'll start with the most important question. You're here. Sir, Honorable Member Katir Anand said you can't impose on BD, makers and so on. First, bluntly and upright, I want to say here, there is no change in the tax incidence on BD. In fact, GST doesn't provide for items, so 28% was where most of these demerit goods were, on which we put a cess. Now 28% itself has gone away from the consideration in GST. So every item had to move from 28. If it is a demerit good, it had to go to 40. At the time when the GST Council discussed it, consciously BD was not taken to 40 because it would have really hurt. Although health consideration warrants it also to be in 40. But from 28, it went to 18. A lot of people questioned us saying, hey, what is this? You've reduced the tax on BD. No, No, we have not reduced. Yes, there I couldn't have taken it to 40 because it would have taken it to higher than what it was earlier. We have taken it to 80. And now when we are bringing it to the excise regime, it will be taxed similar to what it was earlier and not 1 paisa more. So, बहुत सारे समाजवादी पार्टी के नेतागण भी उसके ऊपर बात किए कि बीडी वर्कर्स के ऊपर आप टैक्स लगा रहे हो, उनको उनका रोजाना व्हाट यू कॉल रोजगार क्या होगा, उनके रोजगार के ऊपर कोई असर नहीं पड़ेगा क्योंकि रेट वैसे की वैसे ही है, रेट में कुछ बदलाव नहीं। अब का रिजीम जो है उसमें जैसे मैंने बताया 28% टैक्स था, उसके ऊपर एनसीसीडी लगाता था, हैंडमेड चार्ज था 1 रुपी हर एक 1000 बीडी के ऊपर, और मशीन मेड है तो 2 रुपया 1000 बीडी यूनिट के ऊपर, और उसके ऊपर बेसिक एक्साइज ड्यूटी जो मैंने बताया नॉमिनल 5 पैसा था, 5 पैसा 1000 बीडी के ऊपर, और अगर मशीन मेड हो तो 10 पैसा 1000 बीडियों के ऊपर। ये है अभी जो प्रिवेलेंट स्कीम है। एक्साइज आने के बाद वो ही रेट होगा क्योंकि जीएसटी अभी 18 हो गए, कम हो गए, और हैंडमेड यूनिट के ऊपर जैसे पहले एनसीसीडी था वो ही रेट है 1 रुपया 1000 यूनिट के ऊपर, अगर हाथ से बनाया हुआ, मशीन से बनाया हुआ तो 2 रुपया 1000 यूनिट के ऊपर, और बेसिक एक्साइज ड्यूटी जो कानून अभी ले आ रहे हैं उसमें 10% होगा बीडी के ऊपर। कुल मिलाकर के बीडी के ऊपर रेट जो था पहले वही है, 1 पैसा, मैं रुपया नहीं बोल रही हूं, 1 पैसा का इंक्रीज भी नहीं है। इसीलिए रोजगार चले जाएगा, गरीब बीडी वर्कर नहीं जाएगा जी, कोई परिवर्तन नहीं है, रेट वैसे की वैसे। सर, और खतीरानंद जी ये भी कहा कि कानून ले आ रहे हो मगर रूल के, रेगुलेशन के, नोटिफिकेशन के द्वारा रेट बदलते जाता है। नहीं बदलना, मतलब बदलना असंभव है। पार्लियामेंट को छोड़कर में रेट बाहर से बदलना नामुमकिन की बात है। बिना अप्रूवल ऑफ पार्लियामेंट 1 पैसा भी बदलना मुश्किल है, कर भी नहीं सकते कानून है। सो वो होता नहीं है ऐसे, அப்படியெல்லாம் நடக்காதுங்க। இங்க இந்த பார்லிமெண்ட்ல அனுமதி இல்லாம 1 பைசா கூட இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ண முடியாது, அது ரூல்ஸ் மூலமோ நோட்டிபிகேஷன் மூலமோ நடக்காது। सर, अगेन बीडी के विषय में बहुत सारे ऑनरेबल मेंबर्स ने बताए, लेबर वेलफेयर स्कीम्स क्या है, उनके ऊपर कुछ कैंसर का दिक्कत है, उनका वो इलाज के लिए कुछ इंतजाम है कि नहीं, ये सब आई वांट टू हाईलाइट सर। लेबर वेलफेयर स्कीम का इट हैज 3 components, namely health, scholarships for their children and housing, healthcare facilities through 10 hospitals and 279 dispensaries are being offered for BD workers. Reimbursement of expenditure for specialized treatment bhi hota hai, that's also provided. Cancer, tuberculosis, heart diseases, kidney transplantation, for all this money is given, they are not being charged. Either they are given in advance or they are being reimbursed. Financial assistance for education of children of BD workers from class 1 to college or university, ranging from 1,000 rupees to 25,000 rupees per student per annum, depending upon the class in which that student is or the course in which that student is already being provided. Then subsidy of 1.5 lakh rupees per beneficiary for construction of Pakka house is being given under revised integrated housing scheme from 2016. RHS has been now converged with Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So Beyond this, there is also the public distribution system, Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, PM Swanidhi, Kaushal Vikas Yojana, Suraksha Bima Yojana, Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana. All these will take care of the BD workers. I can't see senior member Ramashankar Rajbhar ji, समाजवादी पार्टी, वो भी बहुत इमोशनली इस विषय के ऊपर बात किए. मैं उम्मीद करती हूं कि उनके प्रश्न के लिए मैं जवाब भी दे रही हूं और देती हूं. So Honorable Member Supriya Sule ji, she had raised this very important question in general about the excise, for which I think in the name of other members I've given an answer. Sir, in passing, but I think she meant it, Honorable Member raised this question about IMF and data issue. I would want to use this opportunity to explain that that debate was very ill-informed. IMF has actually said India's overall healthy economic performance is what the report concentrates on. Literally, most of the report focuses on it. But on the data ranking, I want to say, sir, IMF rates data quality from A till D, A, B, C, and D. They don't have the A+, A-, which happens in most universities. And A means data is adequate for surveillance. B means data has some shortcomings, but is broadly adequate. C means data shortcomings could somewhat hamper surveillance. That's where we are put. And D, serious shortcomings that hamper surveillance. We are ranked C. The ratings are part of IMF report on Indian economy, which expects India's GDP growth to grow at 6.5% level in 25-26, the current year. Growth it recognizes in private consumption, macroeconomic stability, and also resilience of the Indian financial sector. They recognize it as key drivers of growth. They also recognize the inflation. They say it has been well below the RBI's tolerance band. The tolerance band is 2 to 6%. And they also say it is expected to be at 4.3% overall for this year. So the point of content was the quality of data on which this C grade was given. What was a C grade for? The C grade is assigned to the data on national accounts, which covers data on GDP, consumption, income levels. And what was the reason behind C rating, sir? That the data is based on an outdated base year, which is 2011 to 2012, which is 2011 to 2012 is our base year till now. But Government of India is now changing that. And from the next year, we will have a data base year as 2022 to 2023. And from 27th February 2026, this will come into execution. So we are living with data being collected based on the base year 2011-2012. It is because of that we are ranked C, not for anything else which the government, I heard some honorable member, I don't want to take that name. The language used was astonishing, sir. Said, manipulating through GST, data being, collected and misleading data is being provided. None of that. If my base year is old and it is 2011 and 12, and IMF thinks, what is this? Why wouldn't you want to collect it on something very recent? That is why Government of India, after doing intense consultation, has decided from 27th February, we will have the base year come closer to us, which is 22-23. If on that score, IMF says, I rank you C, oh my God, the debate was like, oh, Government of India's data is all bad. IMF has said the whole thing is C grade. Absolutely not. It was for that data base year being owned. It didn't question about the growth figures we've given. On the contrary, they've said you'll be growing at 6.5%. They've actually appreciated our inflation management. So it has to be circumscribed, sir. Also, the wholesale prices used instead of producer prices was also one comment. Mismatched production and expenditure approaches was another observation. So everything belongs to the data collection and keeping it to a base year, which is old and outdated. That is which is getting us C grade. But overall, India was rated B on all other fronts, including inflation, government finance, external sector statistics, monetary and financial statistics, and intersectoral consistency. So the median rating that we've got is B. So I would like Supriya ji to be informed about that. Also, not a consolation, but just to put it on a context, many developing countries also have the same medium rating of B, example, China and Brazil. I'm not getting into the others. So I can't find the member here, so I wouldn't want to name him, but I will say, Honorable Member Sashikant Sendil, sir. Compensation cess was designed for 5 years, but it has been continued beyond it. I've explained the answer, but I want honorable members to please go into the facts before they observe something. Honorable members' observation go into the record. Compensation cess is a subject on which we have repeatedly spoken in this house. It was for 5 years. It was for the sake of giving it to the states. After 5 years, it will conclude.
वो तो भारतीय प्रशासनिक सेवा के अधिकारी भी हैं पूर्व.
So, sir, another, and on which I have serious objections. Another observation made by the honorable member was compensation cess being used to pay center's own debt. Excuse me. Compensation cess was collected with the authority of the GST Council to pay the loan that was taken, to give a back-to-back arrangement for the state governments, for revenues that couldn't be collected during COVID. And on the date when the whole thing is going to get over, the GST Council is authorized, saying you can withdraw. In anticipation, we are coming up with this exercise. And that has been recorded in the GST Council. I can't believe a constitutional body where all the finance ministers from all states are sitting, and not until Honorable Member Sashikant Senthil says, they would have allowed me to happily pay my debt, central government's debt, with the compensation cess somehow. Are state finance ministers not powered enough to question me on that? And here is an honorable member telling us compensation cess being used to pay center's own debt. I don't know how to respond, sir.
तमिल में
This is greatly misleading the
तमिल
house.
में बता दो जो वहाँ संदेश चल जाएगा.
Should I, sir?
तमिल में बताओ जो संदेश चल जाएगा.
Thank you very much, sir. மதிப்பிற்குரிய உறுப்பினர் சசிகாந்த் செந்தில் அவர்கள் காம்பன்சேஷன் செஸ் மூலமாக வரும் வருவாயை மத்திய அரசு, அது தமிழ்நாட்டில் ஒன்றிய அரசு, மத்திய அரசு தன்னுடைய கடனை தீர்ப்பதற்காக உபயோகிக்கிறது என்று சொன்னார். பார்லிமெண்ட் லாங்குவேஜ்ல அது ஒப்புதல் இருக்குமோ இல்லையோ அப்பட்டமான பொய். அதான் அதுக்கு முன்னாடி நான் சொல்லிட்டேன், நீங்க சொல்றது முன்னாடி அது பார்லிமெண்ட்ல ஒப்புதல் இருக்குமோ இல்லையோ, இல்லைன்னா அதுக்கு மாத்திக்க வேற லாங்குவேஜ் போட்டுக்காங்க. பொய் அது. चाहिए तो उसको हटा दीजिए, अनपार्लियामेंट्री है तो. ஆனா அது பொய் இல்ல. இப்பேற்பட்ட ஒரு ஆதாரமற்ற ஒரு குற்றச்சாட்டை இந்த பார்லிமெண்ட்ல சொல்றது அவதூறுக்கு சமானம். நீங்க நிக்கங்க வேணாங்க, நான் திருப்பி சொல்றேன் சார். If it is unparliamentary, you may please remove, sir. You're the honorable speaker. मगर I will say it, क्योंकि ये मुझे लग रहा है जैसे वो आरोप मेरे ऊपर डाल दिया बेबुनियाद. मैं आरोप अभी लगा रहा हूं सर, ये जानबूझ करके बोला गया, ये गलत है. केंद्र सरकार कॉम्पनसेशन सेस को उपयोग करते हुए उनका ऋण क्लियर करता है. इसका मैं मानती हूं जीएसटी काउंसिल का अपमान है. जीएसटी काउंसिल में बैठे हुए वित्त मंत्रीगण को यह जानकारी नहीं होगा अगर मैं वैसे करती हूं. ये तमिलनाडु का एक सांसद बोलने का विषय में मुझे शर्मिंदा होना पड़ रहा है. Member of Parliament, Honorable Sashikant Senthil ji should please withdraw that statement. It was wrong. இது உண்மை இல்லை. பரவாயில்லைங்களா உங்களுக்கு? உண்மை இல்லை. நான் பொய்யன் சொல்றதை விட உண்மை இல்லைன்னு சொல்லிட்டேன், அசத்தியம். ஆனா அவர் இந்த ஆதாரமற்ற குற்றச்சாட்டை சொன்னதுனால ஆனரபிள் ஸ்பீக்கருக்கு நான் ஒரு விண்ணப்பம் வைக்கிறேன், அதை அவர் வித்ட்ரா பண்ணணும். அவர் சொன்ன அந்த லைனை வித்ட்ரா பண்ணா அவர் இங்க இல்ல, ஆனா डेफिनेटली आई एम श्योर ही इज वाचिंग.
वित्त मंत्री जी एक मिनट, नहीं अभी टाइम है आपका, बहुत टाइम बहुत है. ये साइमल्टेनियसली जो आपको आ रही आवाज साथ में, जब तमिल में बोली तो आपको सारी लैंग्वेज में आ रही नहीं आ रही? हिंदी इंग्लिश सब में आ रही है ना? वो टेस्ट कर रहे हैं हम, इसलिए मैंने आपसे आग्रह किया था कि आप बोलेंगी तो मैं टेस्ट कर लूं कि सबको आवाज. ये भी भारत की संसद में नया प्रयोग है ना.
धन्यवाद सर. Sir, lastly, many members mentioned it. Vishal Dada Patil, I don't know if he's here, he also mentioned health and wellness have to be a good focus. According to NHA data, sir, 2014-15 and 2021-22, government health expenditure as percentage of GDP rose from 1.13% to 1.84%. Government health expenditures share of overall government spending also increased from 3.94% to 6.12%. So between 2014 to 2022, per capita health spending tripled from 1,108 to 3,169 per capita expenditure, sir. You also are aware, Ayushman Bharat program, 55 crore beneficiaries are taking benefit out of it. There have been over 9 crore hospital admissions, resulting in 1.3 lakh crore worth of free treatments. More than 16,000 Jan Aushadhi Kendras now present in almost all the districts of the country offer 50 to 90% cheaper medicines when compared to market rates. Mission Indradhanush has various phases. In it, 5.46 crore children and 1.32 pregnant women have benefited from the vaccinations against 12 diseases. This targeted initiative, sir, has contributed to a significant decline in the maternal mortality ratio from 130 per lakh live births in 2014-16 to 80 in 2020. So in the last 11 years, sir, the government has approved or established new aims across several states and set up many new medical colleges, including the first AIIMS in the Northeast, located in Assam. MBBS seats have also increased to 1.18 lakh, and 74,000 PG seats have been added since 2014. So I think largely I have addressed all the issues raised by the honorable members, sir. I would appeal to all the members to kindly pass this.
कोई को बोलना है, 5 मिनट बाकी है, कोई क्लियरिफिकेशन तो नहीं चाहिए? हाँ चलो।
माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, आपका आभारी हूं कि आपने मुझे अपनी बात रखने का अवसर दिया और पूरा सदन, पूरा भारत के प्रबुद्ध लोग चाहते हैं कि नशा मुक्त भारत बने। अभी माननीय मंत्री जी ने अपने भाषण में कहा कि तेलंगाना राज्य में जो तंबाकू की खेती करते थे लोग, उनको ये सुझाव दिया गया है कि तंबाकू खेती ना करके अन्य फसलों करे, उसमें मिर्च आदि बताया। तो मैं आपके माध्यम से चाहूंगा माननीय मंत्री जी से कि पूरे भारत के हर राज्य में जहां जहां लोग तंबाकू की खेती करते हैं, उनको भी वहां कौन सी फसल अच्छी हो सकती है, अगर उनको भी इसमें शामिल किया जाए तो ये बहुत अच्छा होगा।
कृषि मंत्री सुझाव देंगे।
नहीं, अभी माननीय मंत्री जी ने अपने भाषण में ये बात कही।
बस एक मिनट, संजय जायसवाल जी। 6 बज जाएगी जब तक।
मैं इस सेंट्रल एक्साइज अमेंडमेंट बिल के समर्थन में खड़ा हुआ हूं। मैं बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूं भारत सरकार को कि जीएसटी 2.0 लगा करके उन्होंने इतनी सारी सुविधाएं दी आम जनता को कि इस बार दीपावली 22 सितंबर को एक नए स्तर पर बनी। लेकिन साथ में जो ये सिगरेट, तंबाकू, इस तरह के जो नशा है, जिनको लगातार डिस्करेज करने का काम यह सरकार कर रही है। जैसे उन्होंने सिगरेट के पर जो कैंसर पीड़ित है उनकी तस्वीर देके एक बहुत बड़ा क्रांतिकारी परिवर्तन किया। हम लोग जब युवा थे तो हर जगह सिगरेट की दुकानों पे भीड़ देखते थे, आज बिल्कुल देखने को नहीं मिलती है। उसी प्रकार ये जो सेंट्रल एक्साइज का अलग से फैसला है कि इस पर टैक्स बढ़ाया जाए और इसको महंगा किया जाए जिससे कि आम व्यक्ति उसके तरफ आकर्षित नहीं हो। यह बहुत ही बढ़िया सरकार का फैसला और इसका मैं पूर्ण समर्थन करता हूँ। ये स्वास्थ्य में आयुष्मान भारत के लिए भी बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
डॉक्टर M.K. विष्णु प्रसाद।
I really appreciate the way our Honorable Finance Minister replied to the doubts that was raised by the members. During her reply, she was mentioning about IMF data, which was based on 2012, 2013, 11 and 12. I stand corrected. And based on that, the gradation was given like A, B, C, D. She was crystal clear. But I would like to know whether is it a part that data available from 2011-12, taken on 2011 and 12, that is taken by the central government? And if so, during this 12 years, was there any initiative by the central government to collect the data for the current situation, so that based on that we can give the gradation? Thank you.
जगदापाल जी, आप भी बोल लो। 4 घंटे सीट पे बैठे हो तो बोल लो। 4 घंटे यहाँ बैठे थे ना।
माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी को इस बात की बधाई दूंगा कि जो पूरा सदन इस बात के लिए चिंतित था, जो हमारे माननीय सदस्य प्रतिपक्ष के भी लोग कह रहे थे कि तंबाकू के नियंत्रण होना चाहिए या नशा मुक्त होना चाहिए। तो मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि आज का ये बिल जो है, ये जो 2003 में अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने COTPA कानून जो लागू किया था, जो सिगरेट्स एंड अदर टोबैको प्रोडक्ट एक्ट 2003 में, आज उसी विरासत को आगे बढ़ाने का काम किया है। इसके लिए मैं माननीय फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ। 2003 का मैं उदाहरण दे दूं कि 2003 में जो अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी का इसी सदन में कानून पारित हुआ था, उसमें सार्वजनिक स्थानों में धूम्रपान पर प्रतिबंध पहली बार लगाया गया था, और जिसका फर्क पड़ा। नाबालिग को तंबाकू के बिक्री पर रोक लगाया गया, स्कूल कॉलेजों से 100 मीटर के भीतर बिक्री निषिद्ध किया गया, विज्ञापनों पर रोक था।
तो हो गया
और आगे अगस्त ऋषि ने क्या कहा है, मैं वो भी बता दूं अगस्त ऋषि का संदर्भ, कि जो भारतीय शासन दर्शन है स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा का, उसमें अगस्त ऋषि ने कहा था कि दर्शन में स्वास्थ्य, विज्ञान, समाज कल्याण इसके एकत्व के प्रतीक माने जाते हैं, और औषध विज्ञान, जड़ी बूटी और ये जो लगाया ये सच नहीं है। मतलब सच आज क्लियर कर दिया माननीय वित्त मंत्री ने कि आज पहले ये सरकार है कि जो भी सभी राज्य के जीएसटी में मेंबर, फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर्स के मेंबर है, और आज तक जितने फैसले हुए हैं, मैं वित्त मंत्री को बधाई दूंगा कि जीएसटी ने सर्वसम्मत से किया है। ये अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी बात है, और आज ये फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर को मजबूत करेगा कि ये पैसा जो एक्साइज ड्यूटी लग रही है, ये पैसा राज्यों को जाएगा। इसके लिए मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ।
सदन का समय इस विधेयक के प्रस्ताव को विचार तक बढ़ाया जाता है। माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी।
सिर्फ दो विषय में क्लैरिफिकेशन देना चाहती हूँ सर। माननीय नीरज मोदी जी, विषय उठाया जो मैंने सोचा मेरा जवाब में आ गया है, फिर भी मैं बोलना चाहती हूँ। सिर्फ तेलंगाना में नहीं किए, राष्ट्रीय कृषि विकास योजना जो क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन का प्रोग्राम उठाते हैं, वो 10 राज्य में चलाते हैं, इंक्लूसिव ऑफ उत्तर प्रदेश। सो उन राज्यों में क्या फायदेमंद क्रॉप हो सकता है, वो अपने राज्य के लेवल पर निर्णय होके वो आगे लेके जा रहे हैं। जैसे मैंने ओडिशा के उदाहरण बोले, सब्जियों और ज्वार, कर्नाटका सोयाबीन और शुगर केन, उत्तर प्रदेश उनके स्तर पर जो भी निर्णय करते हैं, उनके तंबाकू किसानों के साथ बात करके वो उसके अनुसार वो चलाते हैं। Sir, this question was raised, saying data, since it's based on 2011-12, was any initiative taken on it? I just want to highlight, sir, rebasing initiative has been taken. Rebasing matlab, that which was earlier, 11 and 12, 2011-12 is the base year now, to rebase it to some other year, which is now 22-23. The efforts have already commenced last 2 years, 1.5 years. And it is at an advanced stage. That is why I said it is planned to launch the new series with a base year of 22-23 from 27th February 2026. And for the implementation, sir, the rebasing project includes the collection of key data sources using surveys and studies, methodological improvements, and also the assessment of additional data sources. Various expert committees were formed, one for new data source, rate and ratios, methodological improvements, constant price estimates, and regional accounts are independently, the committees, independent committees, expert committees are looking into these aspects in specific. And above all, a discussion paper regarding proposed changes has been put in the public domain for comments as well. All this has been done. And therefore, it is a structured process through which rebasing happens.
एक मिनट, सभी दल के लोगों को पर्याप्त समय, पर्याप्त अवसर आज मिला है, और मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई मान्य सदस्य जो इस विषय पे बोलना चाहता उसको मौका नहीं मिला। और इसीलिए मैं आग्रह करता रहता हूं कि सदन चलता है तो विधेयकों पर, मुद्दों पर सबके विचार आते हैं, सबके मत आते हैं। इसलिए हमेशा आग्रह करता हूं कि सदन चले, सदन में चर्चा हो, और सबने सदन चलाने में सहयोग किया, सबको धन्यवाद। अब विधेयक पर विचार हेतु प्रस्ताव लाते हैं। प्रश्न ये कि विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में विधेयक पर विचार करने हेतु प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत किया गया। अब सभा विधेयक पर खंडवार विचार करेगी। श्री डीएम कातिर आनंद, संशोधन संख्या 1 से 5 बोलना चाहते हैं ना आप? बताओ।
Sir, I've got three amendments, after which I'm just going to move only one amendment, sir. I want to reduce the, is it possible for the finance minister to reduce the tax portion on BD if possible? Thank you. Just one amendment only.
ठीक है। प्रश्न ये कि डीएम कातिर आनंद द्वारा प्रस्तुत संशोधन संख्या 1 से 5 को स्वीकृत किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय ना वालों के पक्ष में, ना वालों के पक्ष में संशोधन अस्वीकृत हुआ। प्रश्न है कि खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 2 विधेयक का अंग बना। प्रश्न है कि खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में खंड 1 अधिनियम सूत्र और विधेयक का पूरा नाम विधेयक का अंग बने। मंत्री जी प्रस्ताव करें कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए।
Sir, I rise to move that the bill be passed.
प्रश्न है कि विधेयक को पारित किया जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में प्रस्ताव स्वीकृत हुआ, विधेयक पारित हुआ। सभा की कार्रवाई कल गुरुवार दिनांक 4 दिसंबर 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।